actions but not their purpose. I'm not sad that he's dead. Dad remained silent.
But you regret using violence?
I nodded. I still don't like violence. I still don't want to hurt others.
That's what makes the difference, Miyakara. You acted out of kindness, even if your actions were anything but.
I burnt someone because I wanted them to experience the pain they'd caused another creature.
Next time you want to punish someone who hurt an animal or person, tell me. Your brother or one of your uncles, and we'll handle them.
He kissed my forehead. I nodded because I knew it was what Dad wanted. He thought he needed to protect me and stop me from doing something I didn't want to do. But in that moment, I'd wanted to hurt the man in the worst way possible. Now, I hoped I'd never feel the urge again. But I knew I wouldn't ask Dad or my uncles to step in instead, either. I didn't want them to have more blood on their hands because of me. My eyes settled on my hand. It was still slightly pink. Nevio's shirt hadn't rubbed away all traces of blood. My face? I asked. Dad turned to Savio.
Give me a wet towel.
Savio went over to a sink and came back with a soaked towel. Dad cleaned my face gently, then his hand froze. He touched my cheek.
What happened there?
The man I killed hit me.
You showed him mercy by what you did. That would have made his end much more excruciating than what he experienced.
I knew it was true. I also knew it didn't diminish my guilt. Does Mom know? I asked. Mom always worried about Nevio. If she found out I'd burned someone, she'd be heartbroken. I didn't want her to suffer because of me.
Not yet,
Dad said.
And I'm not sure I'll tell her.
I hugged my middle. You shouldn't lie to Mom. She'll be furious if she ever finds out.
I prefer her fury to her worry.
She'll worry if she finds out. But if she finds out later, she'll worry too.
Do you want me to tell her?
I swallowed. I don't want it, but I know you should tell her.
I won't.
He nodded toward Dottie.
You probably want to adopt that dog as well.
Yes, I have to keep her as a reminder of what humans are capable of. Myself included. Dad touched my cheek.
It won't happen again. I know you've been suffering in silence for a while, and not talked to anyone. Today was the result of that.
I'd hoped Dad and the others hadn't noticed that something was wrong with me. But apparently my anguish had been too strong to keep it hidden. My feelings for Amo hadn't vanished in weeks or months. My heartbreak was still as potent as it had been in the beginning. It didn't make sense.
She needs to stay under surveillance for another day before she can go home with you.
The doctor told me once he'd bandaged the tail and the dog's 2 broken hind legs. Will she walk again?
Yes, but it's likely that she'll have a bad limp.
Dogs were resilient. I'd do anything in my power to help her heal. Not just physically. I'll stay with her.
Take them home,
Dad told Savio, pointing at Nevio, Massimo, and Alessio. Nevio stalked toward us, shaking his head.
I'm staying.
He stopped right in front of Dad, challenge in his eyes. Dad smiled dangerously. I need him, I whispered. Dad sighed. Nevio sank down beside me and wrapped his arm around me. I put my head down on his shoulder, but I didn't find the comfort I needed. Chapter 19. Greta. Back in my room the next morning, I curled up on my bed, feeling hollow in a way I'd never experienced before. The ceiling seemed too low, and was coming closer with every intake of breath. My bed was too soft, my body sinking deeper and deeper into the mattress, the blankets wrapping around me. Momo yapped. He and Bear were curled up on the bed right beside me. Bear panted, my nervous energy obviously rubbing off on him. I swallowed. It's okay. I consoled them, but Momo whined. I couldn't make them believe something that wasn't true. They could tell I wasn't okay. Eventually, I could hardly breathe. I wasn't sure why this was happening. I didn't regret the man's death. But somehow, knowing that I was capable of violence like this, I couldn't understand how this was possible. I despised violence more than anything else. I'd always refused to take fight lessons for that very reason. And last night, with one flick of my hand, I'd set a human being on fire without a second thought. Maybe I'd lost more than my heart when I'd given up Amo. Maybe a part of me had been woken by the anguish of his loss that should stay hidden. I squeezed my eyes shut as hard as I could, but my despair and a longing so excruciating it stole my breath took hold of me. I knew what I needed, whom I needed. What was one more sin today? For the first time in my life, I wanted to be consoled by someone outside of my family. I picked up my phone without pausing to think, and called the one person I'd sworn to stay away from. Amo.
Amo. The click-click of Cressida typing a message on her phone filled the silence, driving me raging mad. She insisted we have dinner together, even if we'd nothing to talk about. To piss me off, she spent all dinner chatting with her friends, making sure to keep the tone on so I heard her typing. I didn't care that she wasn't talking to me, but the background noise after a fucking stressful day made me want to throw the phone out of the window, followed by Cressida. "What the fuck are we doing here? Why do you insist on this?" I asked when my patience ran thin. She looked up briefly from her phone, as if she'd forgotten I was here.
"We're married, Amo. Married people have dinner together. They do things together. And husbands fuck their wives."
My mouth curled and I had to hold back a very nasty reply, not fit for someone who was my wife, on paper at least. My father treated Mom like a queen, and I had trouble mustering up every ounce of decency I possessed around my wife. "I have fucked you if I recall correctly."
"Maybe a dozen times in a year,"
she hissed.
"and it was angry fucking every single time."
"If you're hoping for love-making, then you picked the wrong husband." Cressida's hand around the wine glass tightened. I could tell she wanted to throw it at me. But since she'd seen the fucking abyss in my eyes after I came to her on our wedding night, she knew better than to provoke me, even though I'd never hurt her. She enjoyed the rage fucking, so that didn't count.
"You only fuck me when you need an outlet after a messed up night of torture and killing."
I didn't deny it. It was the only time I could stand being with her, on nights when I was completely numb from an abundance of violence. You can have angry fucking or no fucking. It's up to you.
"I'll go looking for a lover then."
I waited for jealousy to flare up, for a spike in my pulse, for something, but I felt absolutely nothing at the thought of Cressida being with another guy. "Be sure to find someone discreet." Her lips parted, her face twisted with fury.
"You would let another man fuck me?"
"Why not? Because I won't." She threw the glass on the floor, shoved to her feet, and staggered toward me on her high heels. I raised an eyebrow, and she slapped me. The spike in adrenaline that had been vacant before came sudden, and I grabbed her wrist, snarling into her face as I shot to my feet. "Never, never raise your hand against me again. Do you hear me? If you weren't a woman, you wouldn't live to see tomorrow." I released her, and she whirled around, stalking away. I released a slow breath. Almost every of our encounters ended in an argument. Maybe it would be for the best if she found some asshole to fuck some happiness into her. I knew she'd go on a major shopping spree with her friends tomorrow, to get over her annoyance with me. My phone rang with a number I couldn't forget. The only number except for my own that I could remember. A number I shouldn't consider answering. I stared at the phone for several heartbeats before I picked up. "Yes," I said. My voice was detached, businesslike, definitely not a mirror of what I was feeling. Because inside of me, an inferno of emotions was raging. Anger, longing, frustration, sadness, too many goddamn emotions.
Amo.
Greta's voice was soft, small. Fuck. That voice awakened something in me I couldn't rein in. My dead heart seemed to jolt awake, my frustration and bitterness washing away with that one soft word. But I steeled myself. This was Greta Falcone. Why are you calling? She was silent.
I shouldn't have called. I'm sorry. I'm not quite myself right now.
What's wrong? She swallowed audibly.
I shouldn't have...
Tell me why you called, I ordered firmly. Silence reigned on the other end.
I thought hearing your voice would help quiet the chaos in my head. It did in the past.
She sounded broken, terrified. Not my fucking business. In the last year, her family had caught several of our soldiers and butchered them, only to send the pieces back to us.
I don't know what to do anymore.
Last time we saw each other, I told you I wouldn't save you again.
I'm not sure I need saving. I'm not sure I can be saved.
My chest constricted. Can you leave your home without anyone noticing? I couldn't believe what I'd said.
Yes,
Greta said quietly. I'm free tomorrow. I'll catch the earliest flight. I'll call you when I've landed, and then I'll pick a place for us to meet.
Okay.
I stared at the spot where Cressida had sat not long ago. Then I touched the scar on my side that Nevio had left. 1 year of war, and I was heading to Las Vegas to meet with the enemy. I hadn't told a soul where I was going. How could I explain this lunacy to my family or Maximus? They'd probably lock me in a basement until I could think straight again. Fuck. It's what I would have done with anyone I cared about if they'd suggested this trip. I had the weekend off unless something major went down, but the last few months had been calm, a Cold War more than anything else. Still, this could be a trap and the next step in our war. But I couldn't believe Greta would be in on this, nor that Ramo would use her like that. Meeting someone in enemy territory in an abandoned hotel complex at the periphery of the Strip was something that had all my instincts screaming, even if I'd picked the decrepit place. But the desire to see Greta again was stronger than my sense of self-preservation. And if this wasn't a trap, and Greta really trusted me enough to meet me on my terms without protection like this, then she was even more lost than me. I went in through the staff entrance at the back, and the rusty steel door creaked when I shoved it open, with my shoulder because I held guns in both of my hands and a flashlight wedged between my teeth. I hadn't wanted to risk taking the Familia jet, nor renting another private jet, so I had bought guns on the dark net and picked them up on the drive from the airport in a hiding place in a dumpster. I inched my head forward and peered into what must have been part of the laundry facilities of the place once. It was quiet inside except for my calm breathing. I stepped in and slowly crossed the laundry, then a corridor, and the kitchen before I made my way up a staircase. Again I cautiously opened the door to the lobby with my elbow, which had also been the casino of the hotel. Most of the slot machines had been removed, and the carpet was missing in many places. It was dark inside, apart from the glow of my flashlight and another flashlight which laid on the floor in the center of the lobby. I froze. Greta, in a ballet outfit, danced in the beam of her flashlight, to a music only she could hear. I swallowed hard, despite the flashlight in my mouth, and slowly approached her. But it was a different kind of dance than the ones I'd seen before. It was desperate and forlorn. My shoe caught on something, kicking it forward with a clatter. Greta's eyes fluttered open, and she stopped moving, her arms slowly sinking to her side as she locked gazes with me. I put one gun into the holster in my chest and lowered my other gun a few inches when I stopped in front of Greta. I took the flashlight out of my mouth and put it on the ground with its beam cast up so we could see each other. Greta hadn't moved yet. She looked lost and small. Something haunted lay in her eyes. I realized that everything I'd sworn myself, everything I'd done this last year, didn't matter. when I looked into her eyes.
I wasn't sure you'd come,
she murmured. Her voice was raw. I smiled bitterly. I shouldn't have come. This could be a trap.
We're alone.
I shook my head and moved even closer until I towered over her. You know, many might think it's a bad idea to be alone with your enemy.
Are you my enemy?
You are a Falcone, and I'm a Vitiello. Our families are at war. She blinked up at me.
Then why are you here?
I shrugged, my voice low when I spoke. I could be here to kidnap you, to hurt you in different ways, to kill you.
And? Are you here to hurt me?
My heart clenched. I cupped her head with one hand, bringing our faces closer. Us being here is a bad idea. You being so trusting in me is the worst idea. She shivered, even though I found it almost unbearably hot in here.
I needed you.
Her lashes fluttered, and she closed her eyes against a horror only she could see.
I know it was wrong to call you. I don't know why I did it, but I couldn't think of what else to do. I just knew I needed to see you. I've never felt so lost before, so little like myself.
What happened? I asked quietly. Greta wrapped her arms around her middle, looking down, and slowly she sank down, slipping away from my touch. She peered up at me expectantly, and I sank down next to her and put my gun down on the ground beside my leg. She stared into the light beam and slowly sunk into herself, her cheeks hollowing as she gnawed on her lower lip. Then she turned those eyes on me, and as I had a year ago, I fell hard. With one look, she sucked me in, and I was unable to stop it.
You won't see me the same way once I tell you.
I doubted anything could change how I saw Greta. I had tried to hate her. I hated her brother effortlessly, and with such force and immediate passion that I'd hoped I could find a flicker of hatred for her as well. When that hadn't worked, I'd tried to forget her. And today, I was here.
It's really bad. Really, really bad.
The anguish in her voice made me reach out to her and brush my thumb across her cheek. My wedding ring caught the light, and I lowered my hand. What were we doing here?
I killed a man 2 days ago.
That wasn't what I'd expected. She was a Falcone, so these words wouldn't have made a major impact a year ago, before I'd met Greta. Talked to her, seen the abundance of kindness in her eyes, and even now, she exuded kindness. I couldn't imagine Greta becoming violent without a very good reason. She certainly didn't do it for the fun of it, like her brother, and even I did on occasion. She leaned her head back until she stared up at the ceiling, that the beam of the flashlight couldn't reach anymore, and without thinking, I scooted over so I was right beside her.
He burned alive. Then Nevio killed him.
So you didn't kill him?
Nevio ended what I'd started. The man would have died either way. He was a flame.
Her eyes were wide and alarmed when she turned to me, her chest rising and falling, drawing my attention to the low neckline of her leotard. I forced my thoughts away from this path and focused on Greta's obvious distress. Tell me what happened, in detail, all right? She swallowed, then nodded slowly before she began to speak in a hushed voice. When she was done, she looked at me anxiously, awaiting my judgment. I was fairly sure I wasn't the right person to discuss the justification for killing someone with her, but neither were the people in her family, and I liked that she sought me to talk to. She had no reason to trust me with this, or at all. Our families were caught up in a war, and she and I hadn't had any contact in a year, and yet she'd called me in her worst hour. You acted out of a place of kindness, Greta. You were probably in shock, too. Despite your upbringing, you aren't hardened to cruelty and violence, so seeing it has unsettled you enough to lash out without thinking. And as far as I'm concerned, the guy deserved death.
But who am I to decide who deserves to die or not?
I chuckled darkly. My father and I are judges over life and death all the time, and so are your father and brother, and we kill people without a hint of a kind motive. She put her cheek down on her knee, making herself even smaller as she watched me with her dark eyes. All I could think about was leaning forward and kissing her.
"Thank you for coming, for listening,"
she said simply.
"for saving me again, though you said you wouldn't."
I nodded. "You're welcome," I said in a strangely gruff tone. "But I didn't save you today. You weren't in danger." She smiled strangely.
"Maybe I'm now."
I cupped her face once more. "Maybe."
"Why do you make me feel like myself and at the same time like someone new?"
If I only knew. Why did she make me feel so unhinged and as if I'd finally come home at the same time? How long do you have before your family sends the cavalry?
"I slipped out through Fabiano's mansion."
She snapped her lips shut.
"They won't suspect anything until morning, but I'll have to be back before sunrise or risk running across someone."
I nodded. It was past midnight in Vegas, 3 in the morning in New York, the end of a long day and an even longer week. My heart and brain were a mess. Greta's closeness wasn't helping matters.
"You need to sleep. When do you have to return to New York?"
I haven't booked the flight yet, but I need to be back Sunday evening. Greta regarded me.
"Do you regret being here?"
I wasn't sure. Fuck. I need to catch some sleep, and you should go back home. To the men who wanted me dead and who I'd kill if I got the chance. I pushed to my feet even as my body ached to stay close to Greta, even as my heart called for her. Weakness I shouldn't allow. I couldn't think straight with her in front of me, a fact I'd proven several times. I held out my hand, and Greta put hers in mine so I could pull her up. The desire to tug her against me and hold her close was almost overwhelming. But I picked up the flashlight and my gun, forcing my face to stay emotionless. I could take the next flight in the morning and be back in New York in the afternoon. I'm going to spend the night in a motel. Is there a place where we can meet without being caught tomorrow? I asked instead. A hesitant smile pulled at her lips.
"I have an animal sanctuary north of Las Vegas. I can give you the coordinates."
And you are alone there? I couldn't believe Greta was ever alone somewhere. My father would never allow Mom or Marcella to go anywhere without one of us or a bodyguard.
"It's a high-security area, but I can let you in."
I'll be there tomorrow. Send me everything I need. I took a step back. Then I looked around. How will you get home?
"The same way I came here. By bike."
I shook my head. I can't let you ride by yourself at night. Greta took a step back as well.
"I can take care of myself. I can blend in. And this is my city. I know what corners to avoid."
I couldn't imagine Greta could blend in. She stood out like a beacon.
"You can't bring me home, Alma. I'll be fine."
She picked up a black hoodie and put it on. It was too big on her and reached her knees. It must have been Nevio's. She pulled the hoodie over her head. It was an absurd sight. The big black hoodie and Greta's graceful legs and her ballet tights and her ballet flats peeking out.
"And if someone stops me, I'll tell them my name."
Falcone. Falcone. A fucking Falcone. She nodded at me, looking uncertain.
"Until tomorrow?"
I need the coordinates. Greta ran over to me. Though it was so graceful, it looked like dancing. She pulled a Sharpie from her pocket.
"Do you have paper?"
I turned my arm and held out my wrist. She wrote down a row of numbers, her tongue wedged between her lips.
"I'll be there around 3 p.m. You can come over any time after so I can let you in."
She peered up at me, her hair covered with the hoodie. I didn't think. I bent down and pressed a soft kiss to her mouth. She exhaled when I pulled back, and just like that, she breathed more life into me. We walked out of the hotel side by side, not talking, not touching. Greta picked up her bike, which leaned against the wall of the hotel, and I got into my rental car. Then I watched her ride away on her bike. I started the engine and followed her for a while until we got too close to the Falcone mansion. I did a U-turn and headed for the motel I'd booked with a fake name. Tomorrow I'd see Greta again. Tomorrow. Chapter 20. Amo. I got up around noon. I hadn't fallen asleep until 7 in the morning. Maximus had texted me to ask if I wanted to go out for drinks. We hadn't spent an evening together since the war and his bond with my cousin Sarah. I told him I needed to be alone for a bit. He sent me a thumbs up. Everything okay? Things had been rough for him. Maybe he wanted to have distraction. He gave me another thumbs up. He'd rip me a new one if he found out why I'd lied to him. I got some breakfast at the vending machine, a cap on my head to hide my identity. My height and size still stood out, but luckily this motel had horrible reviews, for very good reason, and had plenty of vacancies. Around 2 p.m., I couldn't wait any longer and departed. With the current traffic, the ride to the coordinates would take about 45 minutes, but I had every intention of checking out the area before I entered the premises. I trusted Greta, but still my instincts told me to be cautious on Camorra territory. I'd been driving for a while, away from the city, when a high fence, a bit like you could find around a military base or a detention camp, rose up to my right. I passed the pebbled road leading straight toward it and tried to get a good look at it from a few other angles. The aerial was huge, with several buildings from what I could see. I parked a good distance away to avoid being caught on surveillance cameras and pretended I was taking a piss. I would have liked to walk closer, but that would have looked suspicious. I shook my head. This was a horrible idea in a row of many bad ideas. I knew it, but at the same time, the pull to Greta was so strong that I threw caution in the wind. I got back into my car and did a U-turn back toward the pebbled road leading up to a gate. I rolled down the window, making sure I kept my head in the car, though my cap would have probably hidden my face, and pressed a speaker button. Static sounded. Then,
Yes?
hearing Greta's voice, even distorted by speakers, made my heart speed up. It's me. A buzzer sounded and the gates slid open, but that didn't bring me inside the premises yet. There was a second gate, so my car was now trapped between the closing gate behind me and the one rising up before me. I grabbed my semi-automatic from the passenger seat. I glanced around for a sign of an ambush, but then the second gate glided open as well. I set the car in motion and followed the pebbled road past paddocks and stables with horses, donkeys, cows, and even the occasional pig, sheep, and goat. The pasture land spread to both sides of the road. This kind of ranch wasn't what you expected so close to the city of sin, but Ramo was a resourceful man. Finally, a white farmhouse came into view, and behind it, smaller cottages. A porch lined the entire front, complete with a swing. I stopped the car but didn't get out right away. The curtains moved and briefly a face peeked out, then disappeared. My gun in hand, I cautiously got out of the car, checking my surroundings. It was quiet except for the occasional bird song and cicada. It took my eyes a moment to get used to the bright sunshine. The front door opened and Greta stood in the doorway, dressed in a white spaghetti-strap crop top, flowy white skirt, and cowboy boots. Her hair was down, framing her beautiful face. I swallowed and slowly approached the porch, my fingers still holding onto the gun. When I began to ascend the stairs, a low growl sounded and a big presence appeared behind Greta, but she didn't let the dog pass.
Bear, stop.
I kept my finger on the trigger as I stepped onto the porch. It was decorated with colorful flowers in small steel tubs, and the wide swing had white cushions with mint pillows that said home. It looked cozy, and with Greta's welcoming presence and sweet smile, I felt at home right away. I stifled a sardonic laugh. Then my eyes met Greta's, who watched me with a tilted head, her shoulder leaning against the doorframe.
I'm happy you're here.
I could tell this meant a lot to her, maybe more than yesterday. This place was important to her, and she wanted me here.
Come in,
she said gently and walked into the house, followed by Bear. I followed her into a high-ceilinged living room with wooden beams and a huge stone kitchen island. A pot stood on the stove, and a spicy smell wafted over to me.
I made chili for us. I wasn't sure if you would get the chance to grab food somewhere.
I watched her as she opened the lid and smiled hopefully at me. Slowly she put the lid down on a wooden cutting board, her expression becoming more restrained.
I don't know how to act around you.
Be yourself. No need to act. I strolled over to her. Bear sat on her other side, never taking his eyes off me. I met his eyes, because I was sick of him staking his claim. If I wanted to be close to Greta, I sure as fuck wouldn't let a dog stop me. His teeth flashed, but I didn't avert my eyes and took another step closer. He stood, but didn't attack. With a low grumble, he turned and walked over to his bed where he curled up beside Momo.
You don't need that.
Greta motioned at my gun. With a nod, I put it back into my hip holster. She leaned her hip against the kitchen island, regarding me. I'm actually hungry, I said, nodding toward the steaming red chili. Greta took out bowls and scooped generous portions into them before she carried them over to a rustic wood table around the corner. Floor-to-ceiling windows granted us a view of the paddocks. Greta motioned at the wooden bench, and I sank down. She sat down across from me and handed me a spoon.
I hope you like it. I made it with soy granules to imitate meat.
I took a spoonful. It's good. Her face lit up, and she ate a bite herself. What is this place? I asked quietly as I watched her enjoy her food with a pleased expression.
It's a safe haven for abused animals. It's still only in its beginning. I want to add more stables and a house where dogs can live in a pack, and I need a house for cats.
She smiled embarrassedly. My best friend used to live in a place like this with his family.
My cousin.
I nodded.
Not anymore?
He has his own place now. I didn't mention Sarah. It would have only brought attention to my own wife, and I had no intention to talk about Sarah and Maximus anyway. Instead, we talked about the farm as we sat across from each other, enjoying Greta's cooking. My sister and her husband have 2 dogs as well, I said, nodding toward Bear.
Really?
From a shelter.
That's wonderful.
My eyes were drawn to another dog bed I hadn't noticed before, where a black and white dog slept soundly. Its hind legs and tail were bandaged. The dog you saved? She nodded, compassion filling her face.
Dottie. She's sleeping a lot because of the medication, but I think she's on the mend.
I didn't follow her gaze to the broken creature because I couldn't take my eyes away from her face. Sitting like that with a woman and talking felt foreign, but at the same time right in a profound way I couldn't quite figure out, and I knew it wouldn't ever be like this with any other woman, especially not Cressida. I'd either have ulterior motives or try to escape the situation as fast as possible. With Greta, I was content just being close to her and hearing her take on things, which was so unique, positive and inherently kind that it felt even more foreign than our situation in itself. That didn't mean that I wouldn't have liked to kiss her, to touch her, to do so many things to her. But right now, I was content. I couldn't remember the last time I'd just been content, without my mind running 100 miles an hour thinking about all the problems ahead. This moment here was what my parents shared. It was what I'd never hoped to have. And now, with Greta, for a fleeting moment, I experienced it. But this couldn't last. Anger at myself rose up like a flash flood. I put the spoon down. I'm not here to chat and eat. Greta jumped at the sudden change in my tone. She put her own spoon down.
Why are you here then?
Fuck if I knew why. Greta, our families are at war.
It doesn't have to be that way.
I smiled bitterly. Your brother and cousins kidnapped my aunt and cousin. Isa still has nightmares. Greta lowered her gaze, her lips thinning.
I know it was wrong, but you attacked us first. Kiara had a concussion.
It was a mistake, I admitted. I wasn't sure why I said it. Only Dad knew what I thought of our failed ambush. Greta looked up in surprise.
Thank you for saying this. I didn't think you would. I know men like you have trouble admitting to faults.
You're welcome, I said in a strangely gruff tone. I stretched out my hand on the table, my palm upward, and Greta put her hand in mine without hesitation. I closed my fingers. How could this feel so fucking perfect when it was betrayal in so many ways? She swallowed thickly.
Do you want me to show you around?
I wanted many things, but not that. Greta's eyes darted down to my lips as if she could read my thoughts on my face. She looked away, her brows snatching together. Are you often alone out here?
This is actually the first time. It was a hard fight to get this far, but I'm a good shot. I beat Alessio and Massimo at skeet shooting.
My eyebrows rose. Really? She gave me an indignant look.
Really? It's a sport, which was why I agreed to take lessons. And once Dad saw how good I was, he allowed me more freedom. I could defend myself if the need arose.
But you wouldn't be shooting at clay pigeons.
That was Nino's and Dad's argument until 2 days ago. Then they realized I was capable of violence,
She said in a strangled tone. It's not the same. She shrugged.
Nobody's going to attack because only few people know about this place.
And one of them is part of an enemy family.
But you're not going to use it to hurt me?
No. We looked at each other, and the pull was so strong I wanted to tug her across the table to claim a kiss.
Let's go outside and sit on the swing for a bit,
She said, not waiting for my reply to get up. I rose and moved toward her. As we headed outside, I put my hand on the small of her back without thinking about it. I'd never done something like that, and had always wondered why Dad did it with Mom. She gifted me with a smile that lit up her entire face and even filled her eyes with a beautiful spark. She sank down on the swing and pulled her legs up to her chest. I sank down beside Greta, causing the swing to finally move. She stared off toward the grazing horses. I did the same, and the last bit of tension slipped away. At some point, our hands moved closer together, and Greta's fingers brushed mine until we linked fingers once more. I angled my body toward her, and suddenly our faces were very close. I cupped her cheek, ignoring the annoying gleaming of my ring, and then I kissed her. A soothing, gentle kiss because Greta had been through a lot, that quickly became more heated. Her soft moans, her sweet taste, the playful way her tongue responded to mine, it all drove me higher and higher. I guided Greta to the cushions and half covered her with my body. She tensed and I pulled back, searching her face for a sign that I'd crossed a line I had no business crossing. Greta looked overwhelmed, and I began to push up, but she quickly cupped my face and raised her head for another kiss.
Stay. I was just surprised. I want this.
I lowered myself once more and found her mouth for a deep kiss. Soon the unrelenting late afternoon sun wasn't why I was sweating.
Let's go inside,
she whispered. I picked her up without a word and carried her into the house. She pointed at an assortment of cushions and patchwork blankets in front of a fireplace. Instead of logs, fake candles gave off a cozy light. I put her down and followed suit, pulling her against me once more, my lips finding hers for another, even deeper kiss. I lowered my hand briefly to slide the ring off, and put it down on the floor somewhere before I pressed my palm to Greta's cheek again and deepened the kiss. Greta was curled into me, her skirt ridden up because our legs were scissoring, her hot center pressed tantalizingly against my upper thigh. I was so hard it was painful. I pulled away to regard Greta as I allowed my knuckles to trace her cheek, then her throat and collarbone. She wasn't wearing a bra beneath the knit crop top, and I could see the outline of her nipples pressing against the material. Greta locked gazes with me and reached for the thin strap of her top that had slid down to her arm. Her fingers were shaking slightly when she hooked them in the strap and dragged it further down. I watched mesmerized as the top peeled away from her left breast, revealing a rust-colored, small nipple and the gentle swell of her breast. I could tell she was trying to find words, but I knew what she wanted without her telling me. I leaned down and covered her nipple with my mouth, allowing my tongue to discover its texture and taste. Greta pressed her pussy even tighter against my thigh as I continued my discovery of her nub. She cupped the back of my head as I sucked more of her breast into my mouth, then stroked along the gentle crease beneath it with my tongue, only to welcome her nipple back into my mouth. I closed my eyes as I tasted her, focusing on Greta's low breathing, on the clenching of her legs against my thigh. She whispered urgently, letting her arms fall to her sides, almost as if she was overwhelmed by her body's reactions to my ministrations. I let up and gently untangled myself to give her some time to breathe. She gave me an embarrassed smile as she lay beneath me with spread arms, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Where's the bathroom? I need to gather myself, and I think you need a bit time to yourself as well." She pointed at a door to our right. I stood and quickly went there. Once inside, I splashed some water in my face, then gripped the sink for a few deep breaths. I straightened. My shirt stuck to my skin, but at least my cock had calmed down enough that it wasn't digging into my pants anymore. Raking a hand through my hair, I tried to figure out what to do next. That I'd come here was already a very bad idea, though that didn't even begin to cover the number of problems this meeting would cause if someone found out. But now that I was here, I didn't want to hold back, not if Greta didn't want me to. I returned to the living room and paused at what I saw. Greta sat cross-legged, one side of her top still pulled down, and she stared down at my ring that she held in her palm. I should have left the ring at home in New York. I walked over to her and sank down beside her. She still wasn't looking at me. Seeing her hold my ring, I wished she would have said yes to me a year ago. Cressida doesn't care about me. The only thing she cares about is the status a marriage to me brings her. I'm a means to an end, not the goal. We can't stand each other. Suddenly she stood, her expression guilt-ridden.
"I shouldn't have called you. I don't know what got into me. I promised myself to forget you."
I pushed onto my knees and gripped her hips, peering up at her. "I knew I'd never manage to forget you, and I thought about you every single day. You won't believe how often I considered leaving New York and kidnapping you from Las Vegas so we could live somewhere far away. Just us."
"Just us,"
she whispered reverently, then her smile turned sad.
"But it's not just us. We both have people we don't want to leave behind, and you have your responsibilities to the familia, and I have my animals."
"I regret every moment I'm not with you." The words left my mouth without thinking, but I immediately knew I meant them. It was why I hadn't hesitated to come here. The prospect of seeing Greta again had filled me with more joy and hope than I'd experienced in a very long time. Greta stepped closer and touched my head with both her hands. I leaned my forehead against the bare skin of her sternum, my eyes closing. Her fingers raked through my hair gently, her nails scraping over my scalp in a way that almost made me want to purr. One of her hands traced the back of my head, then stroked along my neck. Her touch was gentle, but left fire in its wake. My face slid lower, and I let out a low breath against her belly, and Greta's body under me twitched. I brought my palms up from her hips to her naked waist, feeling her goosebumps as I slid my head even lower until my rough cheek rested against the silky skin of her belly, and it felt like paradise. Her vanilla scent enveloped me. I opened my eyes and peered at Greta's skin right before me. After a while of her stroking my neck and my thumbs stroking her waist, a warm, heady scent wafted into my nose. At first, I was sure my mind was playing tricks on me. I drew in an even deeper breath. My head tilted further down, and the note hit me again, even stronger. I released a harsh breath, causing Greta to suck in her belly in a soft exhale.
your breath against my skin,
she whispered, then trailed off. I lifted my head, searching her eyes. They were trusting and warm.
It feels good.
I pressed my head against her belly once more, desire flooding my veins. I took her words as encouragement and pressed a feather-soft kiss to her belly button.
I've never felt this way, Amo,
Greta admitted. I had a feeling I knew what she meant, and it was like fuel for my desire. Aroused? Her fingers on my neck tightened, and a new ripple of goosebumps overcame her body. I held her gaze, needing to see her face when she replied. Her cheeks turned pink at her admittance, and if the heat of her belly was any indication, her body was aflame with desire.
It's wrong of me to desire you, isn't it?
Is it? I rasped. In this moment, I didn't care if I committed a sin. Fuck, sinning was in my nature, if it was wrong. I wanted the woman before me. I wanted nothing else. I could see the confusion on her face. Maybe she didn't realize how her body was responding to me, or maybe she was scared of her own reaction. Right now, right here, it's only us. This is our moment. Pretend the world ends tomorrow. Greta opened her mouth, her expression argumentative. Pretend, I murmured, licking along the waistband of her skirt. Greta's fingers against my neck flexed.
If tonight was my last night, I'd want to spend it with you,
Greta said. I wrapped my arms around her hips and buried my face against her lower belly, my lips practically at level with her pussy. I drew in another deep breath, and the intensity of her scent would have brought me to my knees if I weren't already kneeling. Greta, I rasped, will you let me pull down your skirt?
Yes,
Came her instant reply. I moved my head back a few inches before I hooked my fingers in her waistband and tugged it down. It slid over her slightly curved hips, down her slim legs, leaving her in white lace hipster panties and her crop top. I drank her in, the small gap between her thighs that accentuated her mound even more. I could see soft curls pressing against the lace of her hipster panties, and the lace against her pussy was soaked, so it stuck to her lips and was wedged in her slit. It was such a beautiful sight. I swallowed thickly. Closing my eyes, I breathed her in. She was so lovely and so wet, I was nearing insanity. When I opened my eyes, Greta was watching me with worry. I gave her a smile. Can I pull down your panties as well?
yes, please.
Please. Fucking please. As if she had to beg me to lay her bare. When the tiny piece of lace fluttered to her feet, I allowed myself to take her in. She had a triangle of gentle, black curls crowning perfectly shaped lips. Her little nub was still well hidden, but I knew I'd make it peek out soon, if Greta only let me. The idea that I might be buried with my face in Greta's pussy soon was almost enough to make me combust in my fucking pants. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt like this. Sex had been a bothersome necessity for a while. With Greta, it almost felt as if I was a fumbling virgin, which couldn't be further from the truth. Greta stroked along my arm, bringing my attention back to her. I saw how overwhelmed she was by the situation, and so I reined myself in. Tonight my own desires would take a back seat. I'd waited for this moment for too long. I'd enjoy every second of it. This moment belonged to us. Maybe the world didn't end, but we didn't know if and when we'd be able to see each other again. I needed to make tonight count, to give Greta memories she'd carry with herself all her life. Memories that would carry me through the darkness, too. I leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her mound. I gently guided her back until she sank down on the wide armchair. I kissed her left, then her right knee. before I met her gaze. Trust and need. I got the latter, not the first. Open up for me. She elegantly raised her legs and draped them over the armrests. With her legs parted widely, she offered me a breathtaking view of herself. I won't ever forget this moment, I growled.
Me neither.
I'll make it unforgettable for you.
Chapter 21. Greta. Alma regarded me with a heated look I could feel deep in my belly. I wasn't shy about my body, but I'd never been this exposed in front of another person. Still, Alma's amazed and hungry expression gave me confidence to stay like I was, with my legs opened wide, showing Alma that I trusted him and was ready to give myself to him if only for tonight. My cheeks heated when Alma moved between my legs, his strong shoulders flexing. He ran his knuckles along the underside of my thighs, then leaned forward and pressed a kiss to the hollow of my ankle, and more heat washed over me. Slowly he kissed his way up my thigh, then the crease between my ass cheek and thigh, before he drew in another deep breath. I'd never thought he'd be this into my scent. Even I could smell my arousal. He leaned his stubbled cheeks against my inner thigh and began to rub his thumb, very lightly over my outer labia, back and forth, before he slid between them to do the same to my more sensitive inner lips. His caress quickly had me breathless and aching to be touched at my pounding clit. As if he could sense it, he began to lightly brush my clit every time he stroked along my folds. I grasped the armrest in a tight grip. Then I closed my eyes, overwhelmed by the flood of sensations. Almo's touch, my body's reaction to it. Almo's musky scent, my own aroused scent. I needed to black out one sense to stay in control. Almo brushed a kiss against my inner thigh, and now his thumb focused on my clit, drawing small circles on it.
There,
he rumbled.
good.
I bit my lip at the appraisal in his voice and opened my eyes, needing to see him. His eyes were focused on his thumb that was still teasing my clit.
Not hiding anymore. Just a bit more.
He rasped with a smile that sent a pleased shiver through my body. He leaned down and I held my breath as he parted his lips and lightly nudged my clit with the tip of his tongue. I moaned, loving this new sensation. Almo's finger had been soft and gentle, but his tongue was even softer, and hot and wet, entirely different. He gently nudged my clit with his tip until I could feel a rush of more heat and blood. Everything got puffier between my legs.
Good.
Almo repeated, and then his lips cupped my clit, and I shut my eyes briefly to come to terms with a throbbing spreading through my body at every tug of Almo's skilled lips.
Greta.
Almo murmured before his mouth cupped my nub once more. I gazed down at him. His eyes held hunger and tenderness.
Watch.
I couldn't have looked away anyway, fascinated and aroused by the sight. Almo was gorgeous. Thick black hair, muscular shoulders, bulging biceps. So much strength and power. He worshipped me with his mouth. He closed his eyes as his tongue gently caressed my sensitive folds. He looked pleased, almost reverent. I panted softly and stroked his hair, needing to touch him, to caress him, so grateful for the gentle attention he gifted me with. Almo was a powerful, strong man, and my body reacted to the sight of him between my thighs with overwhelming arousal. His tongue teased my small nub and I whimpered. Almo. He opened his eyes but kept lavishing my clit with the softest circles. My body clenched, my insides tightening. Almo. I whimpered again. I think I'm going to... I whimpered again, overwhelmed as his mouth guided me higher.
I know, Greta.
He rasped. I wondered how he knew, but I couldn't voice the question. He dipped lower to my opening and groaned, his eyelashes fluttering as he focused his attention there. The sensation wasn't as blinding. It was a more sensual, a deeper feeling. I rolled my hips almost desperately. I want this to last forever, I whispered, because this felt so wondrous, not only because my body was aflame, but because of the look on Amo's face, as if he honestly enjoyed it, as if he couldn't imagine a better place than between my thighs. Amo pulled back, and I almost wept.
I'm going to eat you as often as you want. No need to hold back. Come for me.
Okay, I breathed. He watched me as his tongue found my nub again. He fluttered gently over it, and my mouth fell open. My eyes widened from the intensity of the sensation, from the look in Amo's eyes. Possessive and pleased and tender. I didn't look away as I gasped and whimpered, my body clenching. Amo wanted to see me. He deserved to see how he made me feel, how wonderful his ministrations were. I cried out his name, and he smiled against me as he kept up the gentle attention. But he slowed.
Amo. Greta shuddered, half-lidded eyes full of gratefulness and wonder on me. I dragged my tongue down, needing to taste the proof of her arousal. She was wet and soft, and so fucking beautiful. I stroked my tongue along her opening, licking up her juices. She shuddered with a soft moan. Keeping my eyes on her, I dipped my tongue into her once more, teasing her with only the tip. My fingers stroked through the patch of dark hair to her swollen clit. Carefully, I swiped my thumb over the pink nub, spreading her wetness. Greta's eyes widened, and she jerked. I pulled away a couple of inches and rasped against her swollen flesh. Too much? Greta hesitated, biting her lower lip. I kept circling her clit gently, then leaned up and closed my lips around it. I suckled lightly, and Greta let out another soft moan. Did you like that?
Yes,
she whispered. I suckled and caressed her softly for several minutes, pulling back whenever she came close to release and licking up her arousal. Greta was completely relaxed, and her moans rang out low and breathless. Giving her pleasure like that was the best experience I could imagine. She was allowing me to do this, completely letting loose. She didn't hide her arousal from me, and when she arched up with a cry as I suckled that little nub between my lips, her toes pointed as if she was about to dance ballet, I drank the sight in. Her hips bucked, and her pussy spasmed deliciously against my mouth. Eventually the tension slid away, and she sat up with a sated smile, stroking my hair, and I smiled hungrily up at her as I lapped up every trace of her release. She watched me with fascination and gratefulness. I pulled back and pecked her clit before I cupped her face and pulled her in for a deep kiss. When I drew back, she licked her lips with a small frown, tasting herself. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes almost feverish. This had to be a lot for her to take in.
I want to do the same for you,
she whispered. I pushed a bit higher, bracing myself on the remaining armrest, and kissed her again. A phone rang, tearing us out of our own world, and Greta gave me an apologetic smile. I leaned back so Greta could reach the phone that rested on a small side table beside the armchair.
Nevio,
she said.
Video call.
I stood and stepped back, trying to rearrange my cock, but it was too hard. Greta only quickly pushed her strap back on her shoulder before she took the call. I assumed if she took too much time to answer his call, he'd suspect something was wrong and come here to protect her. With the camera directed at her flushed face, she spoke up.
Hey, Nevio. Your call is early.
We're heading out early this evening. Just hearing his voice, the hairs on my neck rose, and my business mind jumped into action. Where were they heading? Could I ambush them? You look sick. You're all sweaty. Greta gave a small laugh, and outside of the camera's view, she lowered her legs from the armrest, but it gave me a kick imagining how Nevio would completely lose his mind if he knew what was going on here.
I'm fine. It's just really hot in here, and I had to carry Dottie outside to pee.
So you're fine? I know you said you wanted to be alone to process what happened, but I can come over with Massimo and Alessio, and we can have fun together.
Nothing we can do out here is something you consider fun.
Touché. But I'd do it for you. I couldn't believe how gentle his voice could be. Was this really the same violent, crazy madman I knew? But I suppose my voice changed too when I talked to Greta. What was it about this girl that made violent creatures, animals and humans alike, become docile? Greta yawned. Already tired? I smirked. 2 orgasms must have exhausted her. It was only 7:30 after all.
I didn't sleep well these last 2 nights.
Then go to bed and stop thinking about the asshole. He's on me, I told you, Nevio said. And tomorrow you come back home. Your animals can do without you. Greta shook her head with a small smile.
I'll be back the day after when Jill's going to be back to feed the animals.
That horse shouldn't have gone on a trip in the first place. Greta's face flashed with disapproval.
She's trying to reconcile with her father before he dies. And don't call her that.
She is a whore. She worked in our whorehouse for 2 decades before you made her your zookeeper.
Nevio.
Yeah, I'll have to head out now.
Be careful.
I almost choked on a laugh. They finally hung up. Greta really looked tired. She pushed to her feet, still naked from the waist down. She bit her lip shyly, obviously unsure what to do now. You do look tired, I said with a small smile. She came over slowly and stopped right in front of me.
But I said I'd take care of you.
I wanted nothing more, but her eyelids were drooping, and I couldn't imagine her being into it after having talked to Nevio. Let's get some sleep, and maybe we have some time tomorrow. She held out her hand, and I took it, letting her lead me toward her bedroom on the ground floor. Her dogs trotted after us, and Bear curled up on a huge cushion in the corner, but Momo seemed to have every intention to sleep in bed with us. Upon seeing my face, Greta smiled sheepishly.
I don't usually share my bed with someone, so they're used to sleeping there.
I really didn't like the idea of being woken by a dog tongue in my face or somewhere else. If I turn around in sleep, I could bury Momo under me. Trust me, it won't survive that. That seemed to convince Greta. She picked up the ankle biter and put it into a fluffy dog bed beside the huge cushion. As she did, she bent forward and gave me a stunning view of her ass and pussy. I took a deep breath, my cock waking up again. She motioned at the door.
There's a small bathroom if you want to get ready for bed. I'll grab Dottie in the meantime.
I raised my eyebrows.
She can't walk yet.
I followed Greta back into the living area where the last dog was still curled up in the dog bed. She'll be too heavy, I said.
I've carried her before,
Greta said firmly.
She doesn't trust men, so you can't carry her. I don't want to cause her additional distress in the current situation.
I watched as Greta picked up the dog and straightened with it carefully draped over her arms. The dog hung trustfully in her grip, and I watched as she carried it outside for a pee before she picked it up again and carried it into the bedroom where she put it down on another big cushion. She patted its head gently and whispered something in its ear. With my overnight bag, I went into the bathroom to give Greta a bit of privacy. It was small, only a sink, toilet, and shower cubicle, no luxuries whatsoever. I put on pajama bottoms and nothing else. It was too hot. When I emerged from the bathroom, Greta sat cross-legged on her bed, her hair up in a messy bun, and she was dressed in a loose-fitting white nightgown with thin straps. Against her tan skin and dark hair, the fabric looked marvelous. She scooted off the bed, then walked past me into the bathroom.
Make yourself comfortable in the bed.
I shook my head at the absurdity, then stretched out on the bed. I would have slept on the sofa or fucking floor if Greta had asked me to, but that she wanted me in her bed? I ran a hand over my face and released a deep breath before I opened my eyes again. Bear was eyeing me in a way that reminded me of Nevio, as if he'd like to bite a big chunk out of me. I knew which part. Dottie barely dared to look my way, obviously terrified. Greta returned a couple of minutes later. She gave me a shy smile, then came over to me and sank down on the bed.
Are you okay with this?
I tried to determine what she meant. With her being so close, with her dark eyes putting me on the spot in a way I couldn't quite explain, it was difficult to catch a clear thought. Okay with what? I rumbled, then cleared my throat.
Sharing a bed. I could sleep on the sofa. It's too short for you, but I wouldn't mind if you're not comfortable with me in the bed.
I think I should be the one asking you that. And you definitely won't be moving to the sofa because of me.
I think I'll be fine with you in a bed. Your presence doesn't bother me like other people do. I like having you around.
You don't have to worry about me. You know I'm experienced. She tilted her head in an assessing way.
Oh, I know that you've had sex with many women.
She said it in a non-judgmental way, and still I felt almost guilty. How did that even make sense?
But that you're comfortable having sex with someone doesn't mean you're comfortable being vulnerable around them when you sleep. Nevio has been with many girls, but he'd never share a bed with them. Of course, he's not with any of them. You have Cressida.
Her voice had become very quiet, and she looked away. Her arms wrapped loosely around her shins, her feet stretched in a very ballet dancer way, so only her tiptoes touched the mattress. A thick strand had fallen out of her messy bun and hid half of her face from me. Sitting up, I reached out and gently brushed it behind her ear. She tilted her head toward me. I don't share a bed with Cressida. I rarely even sleep under the same roof with her. I have my old apartment where I'm spending most of the time. I see her maybe once or twice a week and sleep with her far less than that. I wanted to be honest with her. I didn't want to have any secrets from Greta. That would have felt like a breach of her trust.
And she doesn't mind?
As long as she's got my credit card and my last name, she doesn't care.
I would want to share a bed with you if you were mine. I would miss you. I do miss you, even though you're not mine.
I cupped her neck and gently pulled her down to me for a kiss. Greta snuggled up to me, her petite body pressing against mine in the most perfect way. I didn't deepen the kiss, neither did Greta. I was content being with her in this innocent way, our lips lightly brushing. Eventually, Greta fell asleep in my arms, her cheek resting on my bicep. I watched her for a long time before I turned off the lights. Greta had drawn the blackout curtains so it was dark in the room, though sunset was still 10 minutes away. My phone lit up with messages, but I ignored them. I didn't want anything to tear me out of this dream. I didn't want morning to come. Maybe that was why I hesitated to allow my body to rest. Tomorrow I'd be flying back home, even if it felt like my heart was slowly making itself at home somewhere else. New York was my home, had always been. But Greta, she kept my heart with her in Las Vegas. Chapter 22. Amo. I woke with Greta still in my arms, our legs entwined, her cheek on my chest. Her breathing was even and relaxed. The soft snoring of Bear filled the room. I carefully untangled Greta from me and sat up. She didn't stir, too deep asleep. Last night must have really knocked her out. I couldn't help but smile at the memory of eating Greta out like a beautiful treat and giving her multiple orgasms. My morning rod got even harder. Grabbing my gun from the nightstand, I slipped out of bed. I had noticed it last night, too, but now I really looked at the emergency buttons all over the place. One behind the bedside table, one next to the bathroom door. I had a feeling that there would be a door to a panic room somewhere in this room as well. I strolled toward the wardrobe and opened it. Inside I found an automatic steel door in the floor. Good. I had been surprised when Greta had invited me here, but I'd never doubted that even out here she'd be protected. The fence and the 2 gates had been top-notch security, too. Not to mention that the Falcone mansion was probably only a 5 to 10 minutes helicopter ride away. In the bathroom, I put my gun down on the washstand before I slipped into the shower. It took up an entire wall, so even I had enough room to shower in there. A sound caught my attention, and I opened the shower to reach for my gun when Greta appeared in the doorway. I turned off the water and got out of the shower. Greta handed me a fluffy towel before she leaned in the doorway with a look of curiosity on her face as I began to dry myself off. "Good morning," I said roughly.
"Morning,"
she whispered. When my body was dry, I stayed where I was, giving her the time to figure out whatever it was she needed to figure out. She approached me slowly, scanning me from head to toe once more, but her gaze caught on my cock.
"I've never seen a man like this."
It took me a moment to know what she meant, and then my cock filled with even more blood than it already had under her scrutiny. She stopped right before me. She peered up at me.
"Can I touch you?"
I stifled a laugh. Did she really have to ask? I was burning up to be touched by her. All of my fantasies had revolved around that, and around worshipping every inch of her gorgeous body. "You can do whatever you want," I said roughly.
"I want to touch you."
I nodded because there was nothing I wanted more. She pressed her palms flat against my chest, then slowly moved them lower, mapping my abs before she halted, and her gaze darted up to my chest. She moved her palms higher once more and brushed my nipples with her fingertips. Fuck. My cock filled with more blood, as a wave of desire zapped through my body.
"I've always wondered if men like to be touched at their nipples, if it's a sensual place for them."
I never thought it was for me. I rasped as Greta kept stroking my chest.
"I suppose most men focus on their penis. I can't speak for all women, but my nipples are a very sensual zone. I feel it everywhere if you touch me there."
I'd take extra care of her lovely nubs later. She bit her lip.
"I'm talking too much when I'm nervous."
"You're fine," I said. "And you don't need to be nervous." I wasn't sure if Greta heard what I'd said, because she was focused on my cock once more. She trailed her hands down my stomach, her fingers following the trail of dark hair going down to my erection. She began to trace the vein pumping blood into my cock from the base to the tip. I swallowed a moan, not wanting to interrupt Greta's intense focus. Her fingers circled my tip, then stroked along the bottom of it, up to the point where a drop of pure lust had gathered. She picked it up with the pad of her index finger before she brought it to her mouth and tasted it. "Greta," I groaned. It cost me every ounce of restraint not to pull her against me, ravage her mouth, and then make her mine. 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 Fuck it. She ignored me and trailed her fingers down to my balls, cupping them. She began to massage them gently, then peered up at me.
"Do you like that?"
"I do." My voice was raw and grumbly. Greta nodded, brows puckering as if she was making a mental note. She got down on her knees, but our height difference was too big. I leaned back against the washstand and got in a wide stance until my cock was at eye level with Greta. I wasn't sure what she was going to do, and my brain was too frazzled to think too much anyway. With Greta, you could never be sure. Maybe she was just going to stare at my cock and really take it in, but I hoped she'd discover me with her lips. Greta fondled my balls again and brought her face closer to my cock. To my confusion, she tilted her head to the side, and then her tongue darted out and joined her fingers on my balls before she parted her mouth and sucked part of my ball into her mouth, while her nimble fingers played with the other. "Fuck," I gritted out, my balls jerking. I squeezed my cock hard in warning once. Still shell-shocked over Greta's move, and so fucking turned on. I was worried I'd spill my cum on her black crown soon. Luckily, my cock got the warning and calmed the fuck down. Greta peered up at me with interest, but she kept licking and sucking my balls. Her fingers soon moved onto my thighs and ass, raking her fingernails along my skin in the most tantalizing way. She let up, moving a bit higher, her lips grazing the base of my cock.
Do you like it?
I gave a terse nod.
I didn't want to start with the obvious spot. That's like a man who starts with a woman's clitoris instead of working his way toward it, right?
I didn't have the capacity to have a conversation. You're perfect. She gave me a small, pleased smile before she looked back down to my cock. She parted her lips and cupped my tip with them, and static filled my head. Slowly, meticulously, she worked my length into her mouth until my tip hit the back of her throat, and she gagged. She sucked in a breath through her nose and tried to take me deeper. I gently stroked her hair. You don't have to take me all the way. Very few could. I was too thick and long, and Greta only had me halfway so far. She pulled back and took a shaky breath, licking her lips. Frustration flickered on her face.
I can't do this properly yet. I guess it takes practice.
Blowjobs are never proper. Do what feels right, what turns you on. Don't overthink it.
I want to give you pleasure.
Trust me, if you're turned on, I'm turned on.
Okay,
she said, and her approach changed. She was no longer thinking about technique. She was simply acting. Her tongue circled my tip. Then the rim followed my vein down to my base once more. She closed her eyes as she worked her lips back up again and slowly sucked me into her mouth. She established a slow, sensual rhythm, her cheeks hollowing every time she took me deep into her mouth. One of her palms fondled my balls while her other hand was curled around my cock, pumping in rhythm with her sucking. I clutched the washstand in a death grip as I watched Greta suck me off. Every time my cock parted her pouty lips and claimed her mouth inch by inch, a low groan escaped my lips. Greta found a steady rhythm that drove me higher and higher. I cupped her head, stroking her silky hair. She cast her eyes up, but didn't slow. I was losing control. It was a new experience. For me to orgasm, I had to focus on it, which meant I could usually last for a long time, but seeing Greta with my cock in her mouth completely rid me of control. Greta, I can't last much longer. You need to pull back. She smiled around my cock, but didn't pull back or slow. Maybe she didn't understand what I meant. Fuck. It was hard to focus. I just wanted to spill into her mouth, but at the same time, I didn't. I'm gonna come in your mouth. Pull back. Greta gave a small shake of her head, and I couldn't hold back anymore. My balls clenched, followed by my dick, and then my orgasm raced through me. Greta kept sucking even as I came in her mouth, and swallowed around my tip, but still some of my cum dripped out, and slid down her chin before it dropped on her chest. I groaned at the sight, and my cock jerked with another load. Greta tried to swallow it too, but more of it dripped out and onto her chest, then slithered below her neckline. Even when my cock had stopped twitching, she circled my tip with her tongue until I couldn't take it any more. She was so beautiful when she sucked my cock. I gently pushed her back until my cock slid out of her, still half erect. Greta gave me a proud smile as I tried to catch my breath. I shook my head. You didn't have to swallow.
I wanted to. You seemed to enjoy my taste yesterday.
I closed my eyes briefly for a few deep breaths. When I opened them, Greta stood before me, her chin and neckline still covered in my sperm. She reached between her legs with a hint of curiosity.
I'm wet.
She held up her middle and index finger, which were glistening with her arousal. Let me, I said. I had to feel this for myself. I reached under her nightgown gently slid between her pussy lips, and rubbed my fingers along her slit. I didn't need to delve deep. Her pussy was sopping wet. If she'd worn panties, they would have been drenched with her lust.
I didn't think giving you pleasure would have such a strong effect on me, but your body is an immense turn-on. Seeing it already makes me feel very hot, but touching and tasting you is so much more intense.
I cupped her cheeks, kissed her harshly. Her direct innocence would be my death one day. With every unorthodox word out of her mouth, she made me fall harder for her, and I wasn't sure how to stop it. I pulled back, not even minding that I had my own cum on my chin from kissing her. Let's get you cleaned up and let me taste your pussy. I reached for the hem of her nightgown and pulled it over Greta's head, then dropped it on the floor, drinking in Greta's beautiful body. Seeing my cum on her made me feel impossibly possessive. I wanted to stake my claim on her in every way I could, in every way I shouldn't. I led Greta into the shower when loud neighing carried up through the window, followed by mows. Greta smiled apologetically.
I'll have to take care of the animals first. We don't have enough time. Maybe you can taste me later?
I chuckled and kissed her sweetly, smiling against her mouth. I'll taste you whenever you want. Just say the word. 15 minutes later, Greta and I were dressed and heading outside. Greta carried Dottie again, and I was amazed at her strength. Maybe it was more determination than physical power. The sun was beating down on us in a typical Nevada way. Greta, in a pale yellow summer dress and cowboy boots, didn't mind the heat. But me in my shirt and jeans, I was already sweating, though I wasn't even carrying the dog. She put it down in the shade beside the barn so it could relieve itself before it lay down in the airstream from one of the ventilators. Bear and Momo were running around eagerly. I helped Greta feed the horses with hay and the cows and pigs with a special mix before we opened the gates so they could rush out into the paddock. I was used to a different form of physical labor, but had to say I didn't mind this either. Maybe because Greta's enthusiasm was infectious. Greta beamed while she watched her animals enjoy themselves. She got joy from their happiness, and I from hers. How long have you had this place?
Only about a year. Dad built it for me a few weeks after your wedding.
She rested her arms on the fence and put her chin down on them, letting her gaze glide over the area.
It still needs plenty of work so I can welcome more animals.
Why don't you live here all the time? She blinked up against the sun.
My family would miss me.
I nodded. It was one of the reasons why she'd said no to me. They could still see you, just not as often. I wrapped my arms around her from behind and rested my chin atop of her head. This felt so natural, and Greta released a small sigh. Is this about the farm or us? I drew in a deep breath, then kissed her neck. There wasn't us. Not really. There was Cressida and me, which existed in the light, though its base was rotten and dark. And then there was Greta and me, bound to the shadows, though our bond was pure in a way I hadn't thought possible.
Both.
She nodded and swallowed.
Sometimes I regret.
She shook her head with a breathless laugh. I knew what she wanted to say. She turned around in my embrace.
How much longer until you have to leave?
I glanced at my watch. 3 hours. She nodded, wistfulness filling her eyes, though I was still here. We should make every minute count, not waste it on what-ifs, I murmured as I hoisted her up on the fence. Would you like me to taste you now? She nodded simply. I got down on my knees, not caring about the dirt. I lifted Greta's skirt, revealing white panties. I kissed my way around the edge before I kissed her pussy through them. Hooking a finger in the fabric, I dragged it aside, revealing Greta's glistening center. With my thumbs, I stroked along her puffy lips before I pushed them apart to reveal a swollen clit in her tight opening. Remembering her words from earlier, I ignored her clit and began to focus all my attention on her opening, stroking, nudging, circling until she was clinging desperately to the fence, her boots pressed into the middle bar to find hold.
Amo,
She moaned, her fingers raking through my hair.
kiss me.
Leaving her pussy? That's what I'm doing, I rasped, though I knew what she meant. I dipped the tip of my tongue into her before I played with her labia to emphasize my statement.
My lips,
she said with a small laugh. I raised an eyebrow as I peered up at her and suckled her pussy lips. She let out an indignant laugh.
My mouth.
Okay, I said with a smirk. Just give me a few more moments. I circled her clit with my tongue, then stroked along her slit, back and forth, teasing more lust out of her. She clenched her thighs shut, her fingers in my hair tightening as her pussy spasmed against my mouth. With her thighs caging me in, her scent hit me like a wrecking ball, making me desperate for more. She shuddered violently, clinging to me for balance as she enjoyed her orgasm. I shoved to my feet, and she immediately cupped my face and almost desperately pulled me in for a kiss. I wedged my hips between her thighs, parting her wide, my bulge pressing against her pussy. I didn't care if I got her lust all over my clothes. She let out a breathless giggle.
I wanted to come with you kissing me. That's why I told you to kiss me.
I brushed my lips over her ear. We can still make that happen. Her arms came around my neck, and she pressed even closer, kissing me almost desperately. I wrapped my arms around her, feeling her heart slamming against her ribs, the same erratic rhythm as my own. Our lips slowed, and I closed my eyes, pressing my nose into the crook of her neck. We stayed like this for a long time, wrapped up in each other. I tightened my hold on her, my palms stroking along her hair. I don't want this to end, I growled. Greta let out a melancholic sigh, her arms loosening around me. After a moment, I allowed her to pull back. The wistfulness in her eyes felt like a gut punch.
You have to fly back in 2 hours.
I know. That's not what I mean. You said no when I asked you to marry me, but maybe you'll say yes to this.
An affair,
Greta whispered. I stroked her cheekbone, then her lips. Not an affair. This is more. Fuck. I don't know what it is. It's what's left of what could have been. I don't care as long as I can keep seeing you, talking to you, kissing you.
Behind Cressida's back.
I can tell her there's someone else if it makes you feel better. I wouldn't tell her a name or anything, of course. She doesn't think I'm faithful anyway. I wouldn't care if she was with someone else.
That's not what marriage is about.
I laughed darkly. I know.
So we'd meet here whenever you can carve out some time and a good excuse?
I don't care where we meet, as long as we do. Greta looked toward the 2 horses that were slowly trotting our way. One of them was very thin. Another creature she'd saved.
Normally, I always want to do the right thing, but with you, I think I'll choose wrong.
I motioned at the animals all around us. You're doing enough good already. Being with me won't undo the good of your existence. Greta laughed.
That's not how it works. You can't collect bonus points so you can act wrong on occasion.
I always do the wrong thing so I wouldn't know. Do you not want to see me again? Greta buried her face in my neck.
I miss you already. No, I can't bear the idea of not seeing you again. The last year without you has been hard. So much harder than I thought.
I breathed a sigh of relief and hugged her tightly again. I put my cheek down on the top of her head. We both didn't move. I wondered what went on in her head. Was she trying to come to terms with what we'd just decided? I didn't bother. I'd given up on myself when it came to reason around Greta. I wasn't sure how I could possibly make this work. How often could I disappear for a weekend to visit her? How long before someone would notice something? And then there was another thing. While I wasn't possessive at all when it came to Cressida, the mere idea of Greta being with anyone else made my blood boil. I know this is hypocritical of me and definitely an asshole thing to say, but I can't share you, Greta. If we keep this up, I need you to be mine only. I don't want you near any other men. Greta looked up and shrugged.
It seems like a one-sided deal. Definitely a bit hypocritical, yes.
She pursed her lips, and I was sure she'd just give up on us entirely. I knew I had absolutely no right to ask faithfulness of her, not in our situation, but it would tear me apart if I saw her with someone else. I wanted her for myself.
I don't have any interest in other men, and I don't think that'll change.
To be honest, I'd probably kill anyone who dares to touch you. I was being deadly serious, and she needed to understand just how obsessed I was with her.
That's something Nevio would say and do.
I hated being compared to him, but in this case, Greta had a point. I would turn into a raging madman if another man touched her. Then you know how serious it is. Greta kissed me.
I won't be with someone else.
With our faces still close together, she whispered,
But I don't want you to be with anyone either. I mean...
She closed her eyes with an ironic smile.
I know you have to be with Cressida, but I don't want you to be with anyone else.
She shook her head, her eyes still closed. Look at me. She opened her eyes, her expression pained. I won't be with anyone else, and if I can avoid it, I'm not even going to be with Cressida.
Oh, Amo,
Greta said in a desperate tone.
What kind of deal are we agreeing on here?
I don't care. I just don't care. I want you. I fucking need you in my life. This trip, it made me realize it. There wasn't a single night in the last 12 months that I didn't dream about you. She nodded, but her despair remained.
What if this ends badly?
What if it doesn't? She put her cheek against my chest.
How could it not?
Chapter 23. Greta. When Amo drove off, I felt as if he'd taken a piece of my heart with him. I held on to a column of the porch, petting Bear's head, who was pressed up to my leg, as if he wanted to steady me. Momo sat on the last step, his nose twitching as he smelled the air. I sighed and turned away from the driveway. We hadn't made a new date to meet again. How long would it take before I saw him again? A few weeks, months, longer than that? Even just communicating with ourselves would be difficult and risky. I couldn't put my life on pause until then, but it felt a bit like a part of me would lie dormant until we met again. With a sigh, I picked up Dottie from the blanket she rested on and carried her down to her favorite patch of grass in the shade beside the house so she could relieve herself. My phone and watch buzzed. I peered down. A car had pulled up to the gates. I opened the browser window to check the security cam. A foolish part of me hoped it was Amo, but the logic side of my brain told me it was probably just Jill, coming back early from her meeting with her father. But when Nevio's grinning face flashed up on the screen, I froze. He didn't wait for me to let him in. He had the code to overrule every security lock, just like my father and uncle's. The car pulled out of view of the camera. Soon the eerie red glow of the headlights of Nevio's all-black pimped Dodge Ram came into view. Nevio always had the headlights on, day or night, because the red glow freaked people out, especially because everyone in Vegas knew to whom the car belonged. The car stopped in front of the porch and Nevio jumped out. My pulse sped up considering what would have happened if Nevio had arrived 10 minutes before. He jogged over to me as Alessio and Massimo got out of the car. "What are you doing here?" I asked, surprised. Bear growled when Nevio lifted me off the ground. "We're picking you up." I gripped his shoulders, getting dizzy from him spinning me around. When he put me back down, I said, "Jill's not here yet, I can't leave." Nevio rolled his eyes. "The pigs can entertain themselves for a couple of hours." He leaned down to sniff at me. "Do you use a new perfume? I don't like it." "I'm not wearing perfume." My insides cramped. Did I smell like Amo? Alessio regarded me closely while Massimo sank down on a step and lit up a cigarette. "You have so much medical knowledge and yet you smoke," I said, hoping to distract Nevio from my scent. Massimo glanced over his shoulder at me, one dark eyebrow slanting up.
Considering our lifestyle, I'm fairly certain lung cancer or one of the other smoke-related diseases won't be the cause of my death. Come on, Greta. Let's get back to the city.
We'll have to take the dogs with us, I reminded him.
We can put their transport cages up on the truck bed.
But you have to drive carefully. Nevio gave me an exasperated look.
Fine.
I sent Jill a text that I'd be leaving the farm now, and when she answered that she was already on her way and would be there in 30 minutes, I began to pack everything. 15 minutes later, we were driving away from the farm. This place had always meant a lot to me, but now that it was also connected to Amo, it became even more special.
I have a surprise for you,
Nevio said after a while, drumming excitedly on the steering wheel. I gave him a wary look. That could mean everything, and his nervous energy definitely gave reason for worry.
She's worried,
Alessio said from the seat on my right.
As she should be when Nevio is excited about something,
Massimo said from where he lounged on the back seat. I resisted the urge to tell him about his chances of surviving a crash when he wasn't buckled up. He knew, and would only give me the same answer as with the smoking.
I was looking for something to cheer you up, and one of our contacts gave me a tip about a breeding farm for these handbag dogs.
Chihuahuas?
Bless you,
said Massimo dryly. I rolled my eyes at him.
Whatever,
Nevio said.
We're heading there now. You're gonna save a few dogs, and we're gonna see if we can find some entertainment with the breeders.
Why do humans do this? I whispered with a shake of my head, my heart filling with pity for the poor creature in my arms. We were on our way back from taking about 30 older dogs and 40 puppies, some only a few days old, to a retired lady and her husband I had cooperated with in the past. They had a dog sanctuary that kept the dogs for as long as it took to give them a forever home, and never put them down unless they had serious health issues that couldn't be treated. Dad had made it very clear that he wouldn't tolerate me raising puppies in our mansion, and with Dottie, Momo, and Bear, Dad was already at the edge of his dog tolerance, so I'd only picked one of the Chihuahuas for myself. Nevio shrugged.
They think it's cute to give them huge water heads and matchstick legs, and they call me twisted. People want dogs, but they don't want the commitment of walks and conditioning. When these tiny dogs need to pee, their owners stuff them in a cat toilet. And when they don't obey, they carry them in their purse. It's convenient.
Massimo said matter-of-factly. It's a dog, not a toy. It's not meant to be convenient. I whispered, feeling close to tears. If they want a pet that doesn't require walks or conditioning, then they can get a hamster or guinea pigs. Massimo swayed his head from side to side, disagreeing.
I read an article that hamsters are the most abused pets. People stuff them into the tiniest cages because they're cheap or give them to their children as toys. And parents are probably glad that the kids torture the hamsters instead of bothering them,
Alessio said with a shrug. My chest tightened as I thought about all the pets everywhere that were mistreated because people saw them as toys or didn't bother researching their needs.
And guinea pigs and bunnies probably don't belong in these people's hands either. Most of them are kept in solitary confinement, though they're group animals and people stuff them into cages with bars as flooring so it's easier to clean. I once saw a medieval prison that was kinder than those cages.
Massimo continued. Nevio parked the car in front of our mansion. Stop it, I gritted out. Stop it, I don't want to hear any more. Nevio turned around in his seat and touched my shoulder.
Not talking about it won't stop it from happening.
I know. It's selfish, but I can't take it. Not when I can't do anything to stop it from happening.
You are too good for this world, Greta.
I shook my head. I lowered my head and kissed the dog's too big head with the bulging eyes, deciding to call it Teacup. I'd do everything in my power to save as many animals as I could and give them a better life. I knew that wouldn't make up for the wrong I was doing, because my heart didn't leave me another choice. but it made me feel a tiny bit better.
Amo. I drove straight to Cressida and my townhouse from the airport. It was our obligatory weekly date night, and I was already running late. Every fiber in my body revolted against the idea of spending time with her today. I unlocked the door and entered the house. I found Cressida in an armchair in the living room, typing on her phone.
"You're late,"
she said reproachfully. "I'm here." She rose to her feet, already dressed in a fancy dress, high heels, and expensive jewelry. When she came to a stop in front of me, she scanned my outfit. I'd changed clothes in the airport, so I was in a white dress shirt and black pants.
"Where's your ring?"
Cressida asked with a frown. I looked down at my hand. It was bare, except for the fine white line that marked the place where the ring usually was. I must have left it in Vegas. Damn it. If someone found it there, this would be the end. The wedding date was engraved inside the ring, and every Falcone would put two and two together and go on a vendetta. I had to call Greta as soon as possible and warn her.
"Amo!"
I focused on Cressida. "I must have lost it during the last torture session. I'll go looking for it when I return to the warehouse." Cressida's mouth pinched.
"I don't want to know what you do for work. It's distasteful."
I cocked a brow. "My distastefulness makes sure you always have the newest stuff from Louis Vuitton and Balenciaga." Cressida didn't want to be reminded of my darkness. She wanted to pretend. Our whole marriage was pretend.
"I hope you don't think I'll have sex with you when you're not even wearing your ring."
"I'm not here for sex," I said matter-of-factly. "I'm here for our weekly play-pretend date night so people think we actually share some kind of bond." Anger flared up in her eyes. I wasn't sure why this made her angry. It was the fucking truth. We both knew it. She stepped closer and pressed her palm to my crotch.
"You don't want sex?"
I grasped her wrist. "Let go." She laughed as if this was some kind of game. I shoved her hand away. The idea of being intimate with her appalled me. Not because Cressida wasn't an attractive woman. She was, from a solely physical viewpoint. But I didn't desire her. And now that I'd been intimate with Greta, I wouldn't touch another woman. Fuck. I almost laughed at the irony.
"What man doesn't want to have sex?"
"I want sex, but not with you." She smiled harshly.
"Then go to your whores. I don't care. I have everything I desire."
I gritted my teeth. Rage bubbled right under the surface. But Cressida was a woman and my wife, so I used every ounce of self-control I possessed and reined it in.
"So where are we going for dinner tonight? I hope you made a reservation at this new 3-Michelin-star place in the Mandarin Oriental. It's impossible to get a table if you don't book at least 6 weeks in advance, and then the slots fill within a minute. I told my friends you could get a table there whenever you want."
"Of course," I said. "We have a table from 8 to 10.
"They actually dared to squeeze us into a time slot? And you let them?"
I had actually asked for a slot. They would probably have given me the table for the entire night, even if that meant canceling 3 bookings of other people that night. But the idea of spending more than 2 hours with Cressida, especially in public, when we had to pretend we had something to say to each other, was absolutely unbearable. I have work to do tonight. 2 hours is enough for 6 courses. She didn't say anything, but her expression made it clear that she was very unhappy. "Are you ready to go?" I asked. It was 7:45, and I wanted to get this over with. Cressida gave me a challenging smile.
"You know what? I don't feel this outfit anymore. I'll go change. I'm sure they won't mind if we arrive late. Then they can just give us the table for the rest of the evening."
"We're leaving now," I said in a low voice. She met my gaze, then lowered her eyes quickly and gave a shrug before she stalked past me toward the door. Outside, she held out her hand, and I took it even if my body revolted against it as I led her to my car, opened the door for her, and then took my place behind the steering wheel. Every second in Cressida's company felt like my personal version of hell. I felt this even more now that I'd spent the night with Greta, my fucking wish for heaven. When I drove through the gates of Greta's animal sanctuary 3 weeks later, I felt as if I had hibernated and was slowly waking up. I'd been busy with work and only seen Cressida one more time in private after our very stiff date night, and one time at dinner with her parents, which had been an even worse experience than being alone with my wife. My mother had been picking up that something was different and had tried to question me during our weekly family dinner. And Marcella, she was a bloodhound on a trail. She knew too much. It was a good thing that Maximus was wrapped up in his own problems, or he would probably have joined forces with my sister to figure out what was going on. I pulled up in front of the farmhouse. Greta was already waiting on the porch, leaning against a pillar. The lamp above her head cast an almost angelic glow on her face. It was already nearing midnight and pitch black around us, apart from the distant eerie backlight of the city. This Friday had been busy with a meeting with the Corsicans, so I hadn't been able to catch an earlier flight. I threw open the car door and prowled over to her. She wore a white satin nightgown with her obligatory cowboy boots and a too-big checkered shirt thrown hazardously over her shoulders. She looked perfect. I took all 3 steps onto the porch at once and lifted her off the ground before I claimed her lips for a desperate kiss. Bear jumped back with a low growl, but I didn't give a fuck. For a heartbeat, Greta tensed before she melted in my embrace. Fuck. How could anything feel this perfect? It didn't make sense. I held on to her for a little longer, my nose in her hair. I missed you. What a weak thing to say, but this woman, I just couldn't stop thinking about her.
I missed you too,
she whispered against my throat before she pressed a gentle kiss to the spot. I let her down to her feet and regarded her face.
What is it?
She touched her cheek curiously. Nothing, I said roughly. Let me grab my bag. I jogged over to the car and grabbed the backpack with everything I needed for the 2 nights. Greta held out her hand and I grabbed it, letting her lead me inside her house, where she kicked off the boots before we headed toward the kitchen where she'd set up food.
I made sandwiches and a salad because I thought you might be hungry.
She motioned at the bowl and plate, then turned to me. I cupped her cheek, running my thumb over her soft skin. I am, I agreed in a low voice. She flushed, then bit her lower lip.
For food?
I chuckled low in my throat. Maybe later. I hooked my thumbs under her shirt and slid it down her arms. It fluttered to the floor. Greta's nipples hardened under the silky fabric of her nightgown, their outline tantalizing. I leaned down for another kiss. I want to taste you first. Is that all right? Her yes was hardly more than an exhale. Grabbing her waist, I lifted her onto the counter and pushed between her legs. I fused our lips once more and cupped her neck with one hand while my other stroked Greta's arm and shoulder lightly. Soon, goosebumps covered her body and she hooked her legs around my hips, bringing us even closer. I trailed my fingertips over the outside of her thigh. Her fingers on my shoulders tightened, and she pushed against me even harder. I cupped her breast and pulled back from our kiss, leaving Greta's lips swollen and her face flushed. I lowered my gaze to watch my hand on Greta's breast. Her nipple became rock hard against my palm as I massaged it through the fabric. I hooked my index finger under the spaghetti strap and dragged it down until a perky nipple came into view. I swiped my thumb over it, then wetted the pad and repeated the motion. Greta's lips parted as she watched my hand the same way I did. I took her little bud between my thumb and forefinger, then twirled it gently back and forth before I began plugging a bit harder. Greta moaned and rocked her hips against mine. I continued my explorations of her pretty breasts for a while, until Greta was panting and my own arousal was very uncomfortable. I cleared my throat, then rasped, "Lift your hips." She did as I asked, and I slid her nightgown down. She wore a white thong this time, a tiny piece of lace that clung to her pussy and was completely soaked. Stroking the insides of her thighs, I really drank in the sight of her, the outline of her slit, the way the string disappeared between two perfectly rounded ass globes, the soft contour of her pubic hair against the lace. It all turned me on like nothing else ever had. I felt possessive and hungry. I felt as if I might go crazy if I didn't stake my claim on Greta in every way possible. And I also felt a little unhinged and desperate, because this was something I wanted all the time, but couldn't have. Fuck. I wasn't used to not getting what I want, and it made me want to prove she was mine even more. "Kneel for me," I demanded. She began to lower herself from the counter, but I stopped her. Confusion flickered in her eyes. "On the counter, with your ass toward me." She bit her lip again, and she climbed up on the counter and got on her knees and hands, with her ass pointing teasingly at me. I swallowed as I regarded the way her string wedged between her pussy lips in this position, too.
Amo?
You are too perfect for words. I touched her ass, my fingertips ghosting over the smooth skin, then up her back, over the bumps of her spine, then back down again. I slid my thumb under the string of the thong and slowly pulled at it until it slid out between her ass cheeks and pussy lips, drenched as if she'd taken a swim. Fuck, Greta. I want nothing more than to make you mine, than to bury myself to the hilt inside of you. I hadn't meant to voice my thoughts like that, but seeing her in this position made me lose control. Greta tensed, then glanced over her shoulder at me, her brows puckered.
Wouldn't this be a very painful position for a first time?
I'm not going to take your virginity today, and definitely not like this, I growled, close to losing my mind entirely. If I ever took Greta's innocence, which I shouldn't even consider doing, I'd do it right, with her in my arms, in a cozy bed. I didn't allow myself to dwell on the thought.
Okay,
she said simply. I kissed her left, then her right ass cheek, before I ran my thumb over the tantalizing crease, groaning at her arousal. My thumb glided under her thong, brushing her swollen folds, then her opening. I pulled down her thong to her knees, then lightly ran my fingertips over her pussy. I allowed my index finger to circle her opening, then dipped only the very tip in. I exhaled at the sight, shaking my head. I took a step back. Turn around. I need to see your face. Greta elegantly turned until she faced me once more, with her legs parted, after she'd kicked off her thong as she sat on the kitchen counter. She regarded my face with quiet scrutiny.
Is everything okay?
I chuckled bitterly and stepped up to her, my hands cupping her face. Just trying to maintain control, I murmured before I kissed her. I could see the questions in her face, but I intensified our kiss, distracting her busy mind. Soon, Greta stroked my chest through my shirt. She began to open the buttons until she could part my shirt. With her short nails, she teased my abs and chest. I gripped her wrists, kissed one, then the other palm before I put her hands down on the counter. Let's ignore my need for tonight, I urged. My lust for Greta had accumulated like a thunderous storm cloud over the last few weeks, and today it mingled with frustration and dark hunger, both of which had no place when I was intimate with Greta. I ran my knuckles down her belly, then stroked my index and middle finger along Greta's pussy. Greta watched with half-lidded eyes as I used my 2 fingers to part her folds so I could massage the sensitive inner part. My fingers glistened with Greta's need. Soon Greta rocked her hips against my hand, her lips parted, expression tight with passion. I sped up, focusing more attention on her clit. It didn't take long for Greta to lose herself to her orgasm under my ministrations, and my mouth became dry when she threw her head back and moaned deep in her throat. I leaned forward, my lips brushing her skin, then parting. But I stopped myself in the last moment, my teeth already against her throat. I couldn't mark Greta like that. I moved back, and our gazes locked. There was so much I wanted to say, but wouldn't.
More,
Greta begged, and I smirked, glad she distracted me from my stupidity. More? I asked quietly, my voice tight with arousal. I could probably come in my pants if I really focused. She gave a terse nod, and I ran my middle finger over her slit, back and forth. She was so wet. Greta, Before I could tell her I wanted to put my finger in her, she put her hand on mine and used light pressure.
Amo, I don't know.
I knew what she needed. I kissed her gently, then rubbed the pad of my middle finger over her opening before I pushed my tip into her. She exhaled, her brows dipping as she looked down her body to where my fingertip was sliding in and out of her channel. I was mesmerized as I worked my finger slowly deeper into Greta's tight opening. In and out, coating it with her lust. My tip slid in easily, then I pushed until my first knuckle before I pulled out again. My finger glistened beautifully as I rubbed Greta's opening with my pad gently before I delved into her once more, this time until my second knuckle. Greta's pussy clenched around me, and I looked up for the first time since I'd started fingering her to check her expression. She, too, was looking down at my finger inside of her, but a subtle tension dominated her mouth. "Is it too uncomfortable?" I asked in a low voice, my fingers still sliding in and out slowly.
It's the good kind of discomfort.
I released a harsh breath and claimed her lips once more as I drove my middle finger all the way into her. She gasped against my mouth, her pussy clenching, her eyelids fluttered. I curled my finger, my thumb pressing against her clit, and the tension left her body with a strong shudder and a loud moan as she came around me. My balls jerked. I hadn't expected her to come this quickly, and it was like fuel for my already burning desire for her. She kissed me desperately, her hips rocking as I kept fingering her through her orgasm. Her arousal dripped down my finger and palm. I kept my finger inside of her possessively as we kissed, and I rubbed her neck gently. Greta's cheeks were rosy, and her eyes filled with a longing I understood too well.
Now you,
she said firmly. I didn't argue as she opened my fly and pushed down my pants and underwear. My cock sprang free, my tip coated with pre-cum.
Do you want me to?
Use your hands, I gritted out. I was teetering on the edge of control. If I fucked Greta's mouth today, I'd probably lose my mind and fuck her pussy too, or spill my cum the second her lips touched my cock because I was so fucking horny.
Chapter 24. Greta. I curled my fingers around the base of Amo's erection, or as far as they would go. He was very long and thick, making me wonder how he'd fit inside of me. His fingers were long and thick for fingers, too, which wasn't a surprise considering his tall frame. But his erection was on another level. I knew it would fit somehow. It was physically meant to fit, at least in general. My thoughts quieted at the first low moan from Amo's lips. I loved the sound. I stroked up and down his silky length, brushing my thumb over the tip. I loved exploring him. Soon, Amo began pumping his hips and his hand closed over mine, increasing the pressure. I locked gazes with him and sucked in a deep breath at the look of lust and possessiveness on his face. Both took hold of me and sank into my heart. When Amo came with a shudder and groan and kissed me harshly, I couldn't help but smile happily against his lips. Amo chuckled. I glanced up, my teeth sinking into my lower lip. He kissed the tip of my nose, surprising me, and stepped back.
"Let's get cleaned up. I'm starving."
"Again?" I asked. He laughed, a real deep laugh that filled my insides with butterflies. Though I'd always found the term very disturbing, The idea that any kind of animal took habitat inside of me didn't really conjure up pleasant images. I wished I'd known who'd thought coming up with a phrase like that was a good idea.
This time I made food.
Oh, I said, almost a little disappointed. Almo shook his head, pushed between my legs again, and kissed me hard.
Don't worry, I'll eat you right after the sandwiches.
After cleaning up the proof of our activities, Almo and I returned to the kitchen. Bear watched me almost reproachfully, as if I was betraying him by letting a stranger in. Dottie was curled up against him. He hardly ever left her side anymore. I reached for my checkered shirt, but Almo held out his white dress shirt.
Take it.
He helped me put it on.
I like you in my shirt. I still remember the basement.
Me too, I said as I closed a button over my chest, but not the rest. Then I grabbed the plate with sandwiches and the salad bowl and put it down on the table. The cutlery and plates are over there. I motioned at the cupboard beside Almo. He glanced at it, surprised, as if he had never set a table in his life, which was probably the truth. Still, he bent down and picked out 2 plates and forks before he walked over to me and sank down on the bench. I took a place beside him so our legs were touching. Almo hadn't bothered putting on anything but boxers, and I enjoyed the sight of him half-naked. He grabbed a sandwich and bit more than half of it off before he finished the rest with another bite. I blinked. I'd prepared 4 sandwiches. Now I wondered if that would be enough. It's hummus and roasted tomato chutney, I explained. Almo nodded appreciatively and finished a second sandwich. He glanced at me.
Aren't you going to eat something?
You can eat first. I ate before you came. He shook his head with a frown and held out a sandwich to me. Instead of taking it from him, I bit off a chunk and smiled. Then I filled my plate with salad and watched Almo devour the remaining sandwiches. I didn't think you'd be this excited about my vegan sandwiches.
I'm not a picky eater when I'm starving.
He grimaced and swallowed the last bite.
That came out wrong. Your food is delicious.
I shrugged. Don't worry. I've heard every possible insult about vegan food you can think of. I don't think you can say worse.
Living in the Falcone household as a vegan must be hard.
I knew he meant it in a teasing way, but there was underlying tension in his tone and I felt protective. I like being a Falcone.
I'd prefer you as a Vitiello.
We both fell silent. I scraped my fork over the plate and speared a single kale piece, then brought it to my mouth, biding time.
Ignore what I said.
He gritted out. He leaned back and angled his body toward me, his eyes taking me in. Do you want to go to bed? I asked. He rubbed a palm over his eyes, exhaustion taking over.
Yeah, it's been a very long day, especially with the time difference.
I'll wash the dishes. You can go ahead and get ready for bed, I said as I got up. Almo touched my waist and pulled me against him. With him sitting and me standing, we were on eye level.
I'll help you.
I smiled. That would be lovely. He rose to his feet and together we moved to the sink. I began to wash the dishes and Almo dried them. You don't usually do housework, right? He gave me an ironic smile.
No.
Spoiled. He picked me up without a warning, causing me to gasp and almost drop the glass I'd been washing. I put it down quickly, then wrapped my arms around his neck. The way he held me, I could look down on him.
Why does it feel as if we've known each other forever?
He asked quietly. I shook my head. I didn't know the answer to his question. It felt like we knew each other longer than we did, and on a deeper level than should be possible after only a few encounters. I put my face against his throat. This kind of deep connection, it was something I had never considered possible to anyone but my closest family. And what Almo and I had, it went beyond that in many regards. I blinked tiredly. I had woken at 5 o'clock because I'd wanted to head over to the sanctuary early. Now I could feel tiredness settle deep in my bones, and Amo's warmth and his scent only made me more relaxed. I ran my fingers through the hair at his neck and drew in his scent deeply. "I love your scent," I murmured, then yawned. "And the way your body feels against mine, and your smile. Love's such a curious thing. No logic, no reason." I drifted off, my words coming out garbled to my own ears. How do you know if you love someone?
Amo. How do you know if you love someone? My heart throbbed hearing Greta's words. I didn't have an answer to her question, not one I was able to put into words. What I felt for Greta, I didn't dwell on the thought. Greta's body softened against me, and her breathing evened out. Feeling strangely touched because she'd fallen asleep in my arms like that, I carried her over to the bedroom. I carefully put her down on her bed, then turned to grab my bag from the living room. Bear stood right behind me, his body stiff and his eyes set on me. "Come on, don't make me hurt you," I said firmly. He didn't back off. Momo and another tiny dog dashed past him and hopped on the bed. Then Dottie limped past Bear, made a beeline around me, and stretched out in the comfy dog bed. With a glance at Dottie, Bear followed her and curled around her smaller body. I smiled wryly. I wasn't the only one who was led around by the balls by a female. I got ready in the small bathroom, then shut off all the lights before I headed into the bedroom. Greta hadn't moved an inch, her expression angelic as she slept soundly. This strange place in the middle of nowhere felt more like a home already than the fancy townhouse in my city, all because of the woman in my bed. I stretched out beside her and brushed my knuckles over her cheekbone, then pulled her against my body. She curled into me with a small sigh. Her hair tickled my nose, and I brushed it away, then kissed her forehead. I knew this was wrong. Greta deserved better, but this felt too good to let it go. I wondered if Greta regretted saying no to me, but given her family situation, she probably didn't have much of a choice. I definitely regretted not having the balls to cancel my wedding to Cressida, but I wanted to become capo. I'd been willing to make a deal with the devil for it. When I woke, Greta wasn't in bed. Neighing and mewing, as well as the sound of an engine, drifted in from outside. I swung my legs out and got up, then grabbed my gun from the nightstand, then froze as I spotted my wedding ring sitting on top of a note from Greta. I scanned the note.
"I didn't want to give this back to you last night."
I was glad she hadn't. It would have tainted our reunion, just like Cressida's existence tainted my life. I stuffed the ring into my bag before I searched the house for Greta, then went outside, following the sounds. From the porch, I could see Greta driving a small forklift and distributing hay bales between the stables and barns. I leaned against the porch with a smile, stunned by what I saw. Greta was heiress to a fortune, hailed the Princess of the West, and here she was feeding cows and pigs and horses and picking up their droppings. She didn't shy back from hard work. When she spotted me, she waved at me while she steered the forklift with one hand in my direction.
"There's coffee inside. I still need a bit before I can join you,"
she shouted over the stuttering of the engine. Then she rode past me. I returned back inside and filled the waiting cup with coffee before I went outside once more. Drinking my coffee, I watched Greta in the distance as she greeted the animals one after the other, even a huge pig, and my lips pulled into a smile. This felt surreal in the best way possible. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt like smiling so often. I never wanted a life in the countryside. I'd grown up in the big city. It was the place I felt most comfortable, and I still couldn't imagine trading my life in New York for something like this indefinitely. But Greta's presence made this place special. When I'd grown up, I'd always known what place to call home. My parents' house had been my safe haven, the place I'd call home without hesitation. But since I'd moved out, and especially since my wedding to Cressida, nothing had truly felt like returning home. My apartment felt like an interim step, not like the final destination, and the townhouse I'd bought for Cressida and me had always felt like a stranger's home, and not one you felt welcome in. I took another sip, and Greta waved at me again in the distance, shouting something I didn't catch, but I waved back. Then I slowly lowered my hand. This right here, this sense of calm and belonging, it was something I wanted. But a year ago, turning this dream into reality had already been up against high hurdles. Now, with me being married to Cressida, it was almost out of reach. Divorce was a no-go, an unforgivable sin in our world. It was the only way I could ever have Greta in more than the tiny slices of time I could carve out between the familia, my family, and Cressida. Divorce was something that would end my aspirations as capo.
Greta. My belly warmed at the sight of Amo on my porch having coffee in only his pajama bottoms. Despite how risky our meetings were, I couldn't imagine not seeing Amo again. I felt guilty in many ways, toward my family, toward Cressida, even toward Amo's family. We lied to all of them in some way. But whenever I thought of ending things between Amo and me, my chest constricted with acute anxiety. 1 year ago, my choice had been clear. An impossible choice, but one that was inevitable. Now the reasons for a certain choice in the past became less and less convincing. I headed over to Amo once I'd fed all the animals, which took long without Jill's help. She hadn't asked why I'd wanted her to spend a couple of days with her sister in Reno. She knew better than to ask too many questions. With a bright smile, I took the hand that Amo held out to me when I ascended the wooden steps. We walked inside and had breakfast, though seeing Amo in his state of undress, my body had a very different hunger.
How about you give me a detailed tour of the farm? We can hardly do a trip somewhere else.
I knew many places I would have liked to show Amo, but he was right. This wasn't an option. And it touched me that he wanted to get to know more about my sanctuary.
Just let me get dressed quickly.
I bit my lip. You don't have to put on clothes for me. Amo chuckled, leaning over and cupping my neck to pull me in for a kiss. His phone beeped, forcing us apart, and he glanced down, his mouth tightening. Anything wrong? He shook his head with a forced smile and quickly shoved the cell phone into his pajama pocket. Your wife? He rose to his feet, his smile still not the one he usually had around me. I'd seen it on his face when he'd interacted with others, though.
Let's enjoy the day.
I didn't push him because I didn't really want to talk about her either. Even though she knew Amo wasn't faithful, I felt bad for what we did. I touched his lips with my fingertips when his forced smile remained. I prefer your real smile. You don't have to pretend for me, okay? Amo's eyes softened and he finally stopped smiling.
Few people would realize there's a difference.
I do. And I only want your true emotions. You don't have to force anything. Amo kissed my fingertips.
I won't let anything ruin today. So let's get ready so you can distract me.
First, I led Amo to the paddock, where I kept most of the horses and donkeys. I climbed up on the first board of the fence to get a better overview and pointed out the different horses to Amo. This is Ruby. I pointed at a copper mare. When I got her 8 months ago, she'd never seen daylight in the 3 years of her life before. She was in a miserable state. And look at her now. Amo nodded slowly, but his gaze rested on me. I didn't quite understand his expression, only that it made me feel incredibly seen and maybe even loved. I pointed out a few more animals and Amo listened without interrupting me. He gave me the feeling as if he was really interested in everything. After a while, he stopped looking at the paddock again, and instead watched me with an expression that filled my body with heat. I turned and perched on the highest board. "Am I boring you?" I had been talking about my animals and all their backstories and special needs for a ridiculously long time.
Not at all,
he said in a low voice that sent a shiver down my back. He stepped closer and between my legs. He cupped my cheek and tilted my face up for a kiss. Soon, a simple kiss became so much more, and it felt as if I might burst into flames soon. His hands roamed my body, my hips, thighs, my back, but never where I wanted him. I arched toward him, wanting more. Amo growled against my lips and slid his palm along my inner thigh until his fingers teased the edge of my panties. I wrapped my legs around Amo's waist and he lifted me off the fence, his lips finding mine for a searing kiss. His fingers stroked along my ass, then between my thighs from behind. When he reached my tender flesh, I moaned, eager for more of his touch. I clung to him, my kisses becoming uncoordinated as his fingertips teased me from behind. Soon his fingers slipped in and out of me again while he held me up. It felt incredibly intense like this, with our bodies flushed and my weight bearing down on his finger. There was still a slight discomfort, but my arousal overshadowed it. I began to rotate my hips in a gentle up and down motion as our kiss became deeper, more sensual. My grip on Amo's shoulders tightened as my walls began to spasm. I rocked harder, rubbing my clit against his abs as his finger moved slowly but deep inside of me. It felt as if a knot was tightening in my core, ready to snap. I cried into his mouth as my orgasm shot through me, a wild foreign sound coming from my lips. The knot burst, sending a wave of lust through my entire body. I sagged against him as the most violent waves of my release had passed and basked in the gentler prickling between my thighs. I'd known passion could manifest loudly, had on my occasional wanderings through the mansion overheard my parents or other family members having sex, but experiencing the sensation was something utterly intoxicating. I still longed for more. Maybe I still felt like this might end any second. It still felt too surreal to be true. I wanted to feel more, experience more. I wanted to experience everything with Amo. Was terrified that it might not happen because someone would discover our secret and rip us apart forever. Amo. I kissed his neck, then cheek as he carried me toward the house. My grip on his shoulders tightened further and my belly coiled with anxiety. I want you to make me yours. I want to sleep with you. My pulse raced in my veins, and I felt a little nauseous with nerves. I knew I wasn't ready for this step yet, but I'd rather do this now before I was ready than not at all. I wanted this with Amo. Only Amo. Amo's body became very tight, his fingers digging into my waist as he froze on the porch. Apart from that, he didn't react in any way. Finally, he pulled away and I leaned back too, so I could see his face as I clung to his waist.
Are you scared this is our last encounter?
I was scared. Our life was based on so many frail lies. It was only a matter of time when they would come crashing down on us. What if we never got to say goodbye? Or would we figure out a way to reunite, no matter the cost? I don't know. Amo swallowed, his finger brushing over my cheekbone as he carried me into the living room and sank down on the sofa with me on his lap.
We'll see each other again, I swear. And we'll enjoy each other. Every time. But I swore myself one thing. I won't sleep with you.
Why? I knew he wanted it. I knew he was holding back.
Because you deserve to have your virginity taken on your wedding night. And not like this.
That's an old-fashioned, archaic view.
And I'm an archaic man when it comes to you.
But then you'll never take my virginity. He cupped my cheeks, staring deeply into my eyes.
Eventually this boundary will fall too, as all my good intentions have toppled over. But let me try to be honorable with you for as long as I can.
Maybe I don't want you to be honorable. It's my choice.
You deserve so much better. You deserve to be worshipped like a queen.
Don't you worship me?
You are a queen in my eyes, my shadow queen.
I'm gladly your shadow queen. I don't need the light.
But you deserve it.
Make love to me. Silence settled around us. To make love, you had to love. We'd never admitted our love for each other. Maybe because it would have been like salt in an open wound.
Greta, I swore I'd not do this. I already went too far. Farther than I promised myself.
Amo.
You deserve to give this to your husband.
You want me to be with someone else?
No.
He growled, fierceness twisting his face.
You are mine. Only mine.
And are you mine? Amo touched his forehead to mine.
Every part of me that matters. My soul, my heart, my love. It's yours. It'll always be yours.
That's enough for me. Make love to me, Amo. I saw the conflict in his eyes, but also desire and longing. He wanted this. We'd both wanted this for so long.
Not yet.
He murmured, but his voice was becoming less convincing. I smiled against his mouth. Okay. Deep down, I knew it wouldn't have been the right time. Not yet. But eventually it would come. We kept kissing, and I didn't want this moment to end. I wished we could conserve it until our next encounter. When Amo left the next day, our goodbye hurt even worse than the previous time. Maybe because no end was in sight. After a deep breath, I got to work in the stables. Life had to go on. I tried to focus on the good, my animals, my family, ballet, and not on the part that was missing. Amo. Over the next few months, Amo managed to visit my sanctuary every 3 weeks. It wasn't enough. It was better than nothing. It was safer than to meet more frequently and to risk someone getting suspicious. It was hard. Lying became second nature. My anxiety when I looked at my brother or father or mother and lied without hesitation never ceased, and I took it as a good sign. I didn't want deceit to leave me cold. I wanted to feel anxious when I betrayed the ones I loved. I didn't want this to become normal, even if it was part of my life for now and the unforeseeable future. This meeting felt even more potent, because it was early December and possibly our last meeting this year.
I'll try to come here between Christmas and the New Year. I wish I could spend Christmas with you.
Amo murmured against my temple as we lay in bed after a delicious make-out session that had my core still throbbing from the aftermath of 2 orgasms. I could never get enough of Amo's lips and tongue between my legs. Amo's resolve was still strong, and we hadn't taken the next step. We enjoyed each other without sex, but I longed for an even deeper connection. I wasn't sure if sex would provide it. I know you'll be busy with your family over the holidays, just like me. I loved Christmas, the decorations, though some of the flashing lights that Gemma and Savio put up gave me vertigo. The food, the cheer. Our Christmases were always wonderful. But I knew this year, even worse than last year, I'd miss Amo. Christmas was meant to be spent with your loved ones, yet he was thousands of miles away. I didn't want to think about it now. I tilted my head up and pulled Amo down for a kiss, my tongue sneaking in. Almo's fingertips brushed along my spine before he cupped my ass cheek possessively. Our touches became more urgent. Almo's phone rang and he straightened with a groan, then began fumbling in his pocket for his phone. Once he'd managed to pull it out, he slanted a look at the screen.
Maximus. He probably wants us to meet for drinks.
I bit my lip. I wished I could meet Almo's best friend. I wished I knew more about his daily life than what he could share with me. He told me more than he probably should, considering our family's problematic relationship. He answered the call and instantly his expression tightened, and his body became tense.
Where?
He nodded as he lifted me off his lap and stood. He ran a hand through his hair.
I'm not in New York right now. I'll try to come over as quickly as I can, but I don't think I can be there before tonight.
Almo listened to something the other man said, then gave a sigh.
I'll deal with my father. Be careful and don't do anything stupid. I know this is personal, but you need to keep a cool head.
He lowered his phone and his expression became regretful as he regarded me. He knelt on the bed and kissed me.
I'll have to leave immediately. I fucking hate it, but my friend and the familia need me.
It's okay. You're gonna be capo soon. You need to be there when it matters. Almo nodded once, gave me another kiss and rose to his feet. I watched as Almo got dressed, put his gun holster on and stuffed his belongings into his bag, while he talked to the pilot of the private jet rental. After I'd draped a bathrobe over my shoulders, I followed him outside onto the porch. Of course, I'd known that Almo would have to leave soon. Tomorrow. But our time together was so limited that being deprived of a night and several hours hit me hard. I tried to hide my emotions, not wanting Almo to feel guilty. Almo had responsibility in New York. He wrapped his arms around me and kissed me gently.
I'll come back as soon as I can. Maybe I can somehow free up a night before Christmas. I don't want to wait longer.
I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. 2 weeks felt like an eternity, though I knew I'd find something to keep me busy with. Almo took a step back, then another before his expression turned resolute, and he turned on his heel and got into his car. I sank down on the step when he drove off, feeling a strange emptiness. Soon, Bear, Dottie, Teacup, and Momo joined me, and I patted them as I stared off into the distance. When Almo and I had first agreed to meet in secret, it had seemed like a decent solution. We both couldn't have a serious relationship, for more reasons than I like to think about. I buried my face in my hands. It had seemed so easy, but switching my emotions on and off was becoming more difficult every day. My life was divided into my time with Almo and the rest of my life. A life always partly on hold. A life full of lies, deceit, and longing. I wasn't sure how much longer I could live like this, but I knew I couldn't live without Almo either. Just thinking about it made my heart ache in the worst way possible.
Chapter 25. Almo. When I got off the private jet that evening and turned on my phone, the number of missed calls from Marcella, Dad, and even Mateo was staggering. Maximus hadn't tried to call again. I'd given him a promise, and he knew I'd keep it. When I tried to call him, only his voicemail answered. I called Primo instead. For a while, he'd been working under Cassio in Philadelphia, but had recently returned to work at Maximus's side as enforcer. Where's Maximus?
He's on his way to a warehouse in Newark.
No news. It was why I'd asked the pilot to land in Newark. I didn't want to waste any time. He's alone?
I think Romero might be with him. I hope so. Dad and I are on the way there, too. Maximus didn't want to wait. You know how eager for revenge he is. Your father and a few more men are heading there now, too.
Okay. Send me the exact address. I'll be there as soon as I can. I jogged to the parking lot of the rental car service. One of the staff tossed me the keys to the motorcycle I'd rented via a phone call. I nodded my thanks. He was a loyal cocaine customer and would get a special price for his next order. The warehouse address wasn't far from the airport, and with my bike I could weave through traffic, so I arrived at the designated spot within 10 minutes. I spotted Maximus' car, an old Ford truck he mainly used to transport stuff for the sanctuary or bodies. I dismounted my bike, pulled my gun, and hurried over to the car. But Maximus wasn't inside. I began to search the area, hoping Maximus hadn't been crazy enough to go in alone. Maybe Primo's assumption was right, and Romero had joined Maximus. He had every reason to be part of this, after all. Maximus had said the informant had spoken about at least 3 Russians inside the building. He was a good shot, but he was fueled by anger, and that was never a good thing. I rounded the building and found Growl and Primo beside one of the steel doors, trying to get in. "Why didn't he wait for you?"
"He tricked us," Primo murmured. "We wanted to scout the area first and make sure the informant didn't lead us into a trap, but Maximus didn't want to wait."
I shook my head. Growl finally managed to open the door. I took the lead and went into the dim inside of the warehouse with Primo and Growl close behind. This was a small warehouse for the Bratva, which made it a target. But that wasn't why Maximus was here, of course. Voices drifted over to us, and I motioned Growl and Primo to duck behind the wooden crates. With our heads lowered, we moved closer to the voices. I tensed when I spotted 2 tall forms behind one of the crates, then relaxed when I recognized Maximus and his father-in-law, Romero. They pointed their guns at us, then lowered them. I knelt beside them, and Romero pointed at a gap between the crates, while Maximus had his gaze firmly locked on the scene in front of him. I looked through the gap. 3 men were playing a game of cards at a table and drawing lines of their own snuff. My lips curled. A familiar soldier who sniffed our stuff would be punished harshly. You couldn't be your own best customer if you wanted to run a successful business.
"The one without hair and the one with the big wart over his lip, those are 2 of the men who got us."
I could hear pain beneath the rage in Maximus' voice. I had to admit I was relieved Maximus had taken Romero with him. If he'd gone here alone, he would definitely have done something stupid. I rarely felt guilty, but I really hated that I'd been too far away to be by Maximus' side the moment he needed me. I touched his shoulder. "Wart guy is the leader of the lot?" Maximus nodded.
"He's a low soldier, high on the limited power he has over only slightly less stupid soldiers."
"I'll go ahead and you watch my back."
"This is my fight, Amo. I waited, but I want their blood."
I patted his shoulder and nodded. Then I motioned him to go ahead.
"Don't kill them."
His eyes burned with hunger for revenge.
"I want to take my time." "We both do," Romero said.
I slanted him a look and nodded. In recent years, Romero's work as captain had been less violent than that of Maximus, but I could feel his need for bloodshed. On a sign from Maximus, all 5 of us jumped out of our hiding place. The Russians hadn't expected an attack, and they were high on cocaine, which made our job easy. I managed to tackle the guy without hair to the ground, while Maximus got the one with the wart. Romero took care of the 3rd, while Growl and Primo kept watch over our surroundings in case there were more Bratva soldiers we didn't know about. The door burst open. I hit the guy in my hold over the head with my gun, then pointed it at the intruders, but lowered it when Dad and a few soldiers stalked in. I got to my feet. Dad barely glanced my way as he went over to Growl and talked to him before he moved on to Romero, who'd managed to tie up the Russian with cable straps.
"I want to take them over to our sanctuary," Maximus said. "You need to question them. I realize this is very personal for both of you."
Dad's gaze moved from Maximus to Romero.
"But we need all the information out of them."
"They'll sing like canaries," Growl said in his deep, growly voice. Dad gave a harsh smile.
"I trust in all of your abilities."
Since Dad was content ignoring me for the moment, I went over to Maximus. "Do you want me to help you torture them?" Maximus shook his head.
"Romero and I should do it."
Romero glanced toward him and nodded. "All right. Call me whenever you need me. To talk, get drunk, or dance the adrenaline away. I'll be there." Maximus gripped my hand.
Why don't you come with us? I'd like you there, even if you're not part of the torture. First, I need a word with you, Dad said to me.
I'll come as soon as we're done. Maximus and the others carried the 3 Russians out, while Dad's soldiers rummaged in the crates to take stock of what was in the warehouse.
Come on, let's go somewhere else.
Dad didn't wait for me to agree. He turned and expected me to follow. I could tell how pissed he was. Considering I hadn't answered his last 7 calls, I knew why. I followed Dad out to his car. He looked around, and finally his eyes settled on the rental motorcycle. His eyes narrowed.
Where's one of your bikes? Or car? Since when do you need a rental?
Is this what you want to discuss? Dad got in my face.
A few calls, and I'll know where that rental car is from, and a few more calls, and I'll know exactly where you've been.
I had always known my deceit would eventually be discovered. I was fairly sure Dad could have found out a long time ago, but he'd chosen to ignore what was right before him. I need a rental because I'm cheating on my wife with a prominent politician's wife, and I don't want the news to spread. I wasn't sure if Dad believed me. Probably not. I almost wished he'd find out everything. All this secrecy was starting to bother me. I didn't want to meet Greta in secret. I wanted to scream my feelings for her from the fucking rooftops. I wanted Cressida out of my life and Greta in it. Dad's expression lost a hint of the harshness, which caught me by surprise.
I know you hate being married to Cressida, but you can't disappear for hours or days without a fucking trace. You have responsibility.
I work my ass off for the familia, Dad. I've given my life to the cause. Fuck, I married a woman I despise with all my heart for the cause. So don't tell me I'm not doing enough. When your job for the familia is done, you return to Mom, not an empty apartment or a townhouse with a woman that you can't trust. You get your fucking reprieve. So I won't fucking apologize for trying to get my mind off things once or twice a month for a day or two.
You're not working a 9-to-5 job. Your duty is never over. We're at war. You still remember, do you?
I smirked. Trust me, Dad. That's something I'll never forget. That's something you forced upon me as well.
I was against the attack.
Dad gripped my shirt.
You know fucking well why I did it. You left me no choice. It was the only way to make sure you wouldn't keep pining for that girl.
I nodded and took a step back, so Dad had to drop his hand. Good job. Dad searched my eyes, and his face became a mask of wariness.
Amo, do you really want to die?
Would you die for Mom? Dad closed his eyes.
What are you doing?
What I should have done right away. I didn't give Dad a chance to say more. I mounted the bike and drove away. Tonight was about Maximus, nothing else. But tomorrow, I'd take my life into my own hands. And if anyone wanted to stop me, they'd find out what those hands were capable of. Fuck. What was I going to do?
Greta. I felt torn between my loyalty for my family and my feelings for Amo. Eventually, it would tear me apart. I couldn't carry the weight of my betrayal alone anymore. I needed to confide in someone. I needed another view, some insights that might help me decide how to go on, how to keep living this divided life. When I returned home from my sanctuary on Sunday, I found Mom doing aerial yoga in the yoga room she'd set up in our wing of the mansion. She was hanging head down in the colorful cloths that were attached to the ceiling. I sometimes practiced yoga with Mom, but I did it less for the mental aspects and more for the stretching that had a positive effect on my ballet skills. Mom smiled at me despite her red head and slowly brought herself into an upright position. "Do you want to join me?" "I need to talk." Immediately, Mom's expression clouded with worry, and she lowered herself to the floor. She grabbed a towel from her mat and wiped her face. Then she motioned at the low sofa in the corner. We sank down and Mom touched my shoulder. "You can tell me anything, Greta. Absolutely anything. I can keep a secret." "Even from Dad?" Asking the question made me feel guilty, but Mom needed to know the severity of the situation and not stumble into it blindly. "For you, I'd keep 1,000 secrets, even from your father." She touched my cheek, her eyes soft. But your father loves you and our family more than anything else. He would forgive anything. Not this. Too much is at stake. Mom swallowed, her pale brows drawing together. Okay, now you got me really worried. I don't even know where to begin. The start is always a good point. That was something Nino might say. I loved how we all rubbed off on each other. I loved so much about this family, which was why this deceit felt like a boulder on my heart. I decided not to beat around the bush. There was no easy way to say what needed to be said. I have an affair with Amo. Mom sank back against the cushions, her mouth falling open. She looked away and let out a deep breath. Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. I could see how hard she fought for composure. She swallowed hard before she turned back to me and regarded me. Her eyes scanned every inch of my face. Maybe she was looking for the daughter she thought she knew. She let out a stunned laugh. You really went in for the kill. I frowned, not sure what she meant by that. I'd never meant for this war to happen. Never meant for people to die. You didn't sugarcoat things, she said, as if she could see my confusion. She took another deep breath. She stood and blew out a long breath. Mom? Just give me a moment, Greta. This is a bit more than I expected. I told you it was something Dad would never forgive. Mom gave a one-shoulder shrug. He'd forgive you, of course. But his actions regarding the Vitielos might not be considered forgiving. He'll kill Amo. He wanted to kill him for various reasons before this. I fear death won't be enough in your father's eyes in this case. I closed my eyes and buried my face in my hands. Despair clawed at my chest. The sofa dipped and Mom wrapped an arm around my shoulders. It's going to be okay. How? I don't know yet, but it's going to be okay. Mom stroked my head as if I still were a small child. How long has this been going on? 5 months. I noticed that you changed, but I didn't want to pressure you into talking to me. I knew you'd come when you felt ready. I pulled back. I feel lost. I don't know what to do. Would you consider stopping what's between you and Amo? She shook her head. I can see in your eyes that that's not an option, right? I can't imagine living my life without him. Whenever we're apart, I miss him so much. I wish we could be together all the time. What about him? He's married. He doesn't love her. And he assures me she doesn't love him either. I believe that's true. I know how arranged marriages work, and love is rarely part of the deal, but the familia is traditional, and divorce isn't something that's accepted. I don't know of any capo or even underboss who went through a divorce. I know. I don't see a way for us to be together, but I can't imagine to never see him again either. I hate going behind everyone's back. I hate the lies. I hate the hurt that the secrecy might cause. I hate that Amo cheats on his wife, even if she knows about it. I want things to be easy for us. Love's rarely easy or uncomplicated. It wasn't for your father and me, not by far. I never told you the full truth about Dad and me, but I think it would help you feel better. Your father kidnapped me on my wedding day. I nodded. Nevio had once made a strange comment when we were 15, and I had immediately started my research. It hadn't taken me long to find newspaper articles about a kidnapped bride, my mother. She was supposed to marry another man that day. Mom smiled strangely. Of course you found out. I guess I should have told you sooner. She sighed. Why I'm telling you now is that some might consider my actions as cheating. I was promised to someone, but I was intimate with your father. I didn't have feelings for the men I was supposed to marry, and neither had he. But you returned to your family despite your feelings for Dad. How did they react? They didn't know I had feelings for Dad. For them, it was incomprehensible. Your father was the enemy. He kidnapped me, after all. Do you think it would have changed things if you'd convinced them of your love for Dad? Would there have been peace between the Kimura and outfit? Your marriage could have united what was divided. Mom laughed bitterly. Oh no, that was never an option. There was too much bad blood between the Kimura and the outfit. And my family would have never accepted my love for your father. I had tried to explain things to them. Not as outright as I should have, but I tried, in my own way. Your father's actions were unforgivable in their eyes. Isn't it the same with me and Amo? There's war. It's different. There isn't as much personal hurt involved. But I won't lie, it would be a miracle if Luca and your father made peace. If Amo weren't married, there would be more options, but a divorce would cause a major rip within the familia. If Luca isn't willing to face the backlash, I doubt he'll allow Amo to leave Cressida. I'd thought about all this a million times. Maybe Dad would accept Amo into the Kimura if I begged him. But Amo would never take orders from Dad or Nevio. What am I going to do? I whispered. Mom seemed at a loss, too. I wish I knew. Maybe you should think about talking to your father. If he knows he'll stop me from seeing Amo, I can't risk that. That's a possibility. He might not listen to me either in this case. Mom brushed her fingertips across her temple as if she had a headache. I want nothing more than to see you happy. But I also want you to be safe. You meeting Amo behind everyone's back is a risk. Amo won't hurt me, Mom. I trust him absolutely. Mom pressed her lips together in a tight smile. I shrugged. And you thought Nevio was the only troublemaker. Mom laughed. Nevio is causing havoc for every reason but love. The end result is the same. Love can be as destructive as hatred.
Chapter 26. Amo. I spent the night at the Trevisan house. It reminded me a little of Greta's sanctuary, but Maximus' family kept only dogs, mostly pit bulls, Staffordshire Terrier, bulldogs, and a Rottweiler. As per Maximus' request, I didn't join in the torture. Neither did his father or brother. Romero and Maximus had taken the Russians to one of the kennels at the end of the premises, but the screams carried all the way up to the porch where I was sitting with Primo and Growl. The dogs in their enclosures and houses howled and barked. Sounds as if they want to join in, I said. Only 5 dogs lived in the house with the family. The rest weren't socialized enough or too dangerous.
Maximus knows better than to use the dogs for torture. They've tasted enough blood in their lives.
Kara, Growl's wife, stepped out onto the porch, wrapped in a wool blanket. Her gaze sought the distance as if she was trying to see what was happening. Growl pushed to his feet and walked over to her. He touched her shoulder.
You should go back in. You shouldn't hear this.
I hear it inside, too.
But inside you won't see Maximus once he's done. I don't think you want to see him like that,
Growl said.
Ryan, I don't care if he's covered in blood. I'll be there for my son when he needs me.
Growl gave a nod and led Kara over to one of the cozy rattan chairs. Maximus didn't return until the early morning hours. I patted his shoulder as he stalked into the house to go to bed. Romero was close behind him. Neither was in the mood to talk. No surprise there. Growl, Primo, and I went to the kennel and cleaned up the mess that was left. After a late breakfast, Maximus and I headed to the Familia gym to let off some steam. Maximus didn't want to talk about last night's events, so I didn't push him. After a heated training session, we went into the changing rooms, but I could tell something was bothering Maximus. He sank down on the bench across from mine. For a while, he watched me removing the tapes from my wrists before he leaned forward, arms on his thighs.
What the fuck is going on?
I motioned at the 2 men who were hurriedly getting dressed. They grabbed their stuff with a nod and gave us privacy. When the door fell shut, silence settled around me and Maximus. I wasn't sure how to say what I'd decided. It was absolute madness. I trusted Maximus with my life, and through his marriage with Sarah, we were practically family. I know you've been taking days off for months now. I didn't ask questions, but I can't help but wonder where the fuck you're going. It took you hours to get to Newark yesterday. You weren't around the corner. I stared down at my boxing shoes. I came back as fast as I could. I know, and I'm not here to play the guilt card. You have a fucking life. That's okay. I just want you to know that you can trust me. You helped me after the shit show with Sarah. Fuck, you're still there whenever I need you. So why the fuck are you keeping a secret from me? I smiled bitterly. Because I'm betraying the familia. Maximus leaned back slowly, his nostrils flaring, eyes full of disbelief. Never. You'd die. He searched my eyes. I wasn't sure what he was trying to see. Then he shook his head and let out a laugh. I hope I'm wrong with this, so please tell me you're not seeing Greta Falcone behind everyone's back. His voice had been so quiet. If I hadn't known what he'd say, I wouldn't have heard him. I looked at him, tired of lying to him. Amo? Maximus shoved to his feet, running a hand over his head. He stared at me, then shook his head again. What the fuck is wrong with you? We're at war, and you go fucking the enemy's daughter. He tilted his head, and a hopeful smile pulled at his lips. Or is this a devious plan to break the Camorra? I really wish that were the case. No devious plan. And I'm not fucking Greta, and I won't until she's officially mine. I won't dishonor her. Maximus plopped down on the bench, utter shock on his face. I hope this is a joke. I only stared at him. I knew how ludicrous it sounded. Have you decided if you're going to tell my father about my betrayal? You're his enforcer. Maximus jumped to his feet and shoved my shoulders hard, catching me completely off guard. The bench tipped backwards because of my weight, and I landed on my back with a groan. I didn't bother getting up, only smiled wryly at my best friend. I suppose that's a yes? Fuck you, you moron, Maximus growled. I'm going to be your enforcer longer than I'll be your father's enforcer. I won't ever reveal your secrets, no matter how fucked up they are. I'll follow you as my future capo, but where the hell will you lead me and the familia? To peace with the Camorra. No way. Not after the shit show at your wedding. Matteo won't agree after what happened to Isabella and Gianna. Not to mention that the Falcones are definitely holding a major grudge for how we tricked them. Peace has never been farther away. I'm going to divorce Cressida and ask for Greta's hand. I can't keep living like this. I want Greta by my side. I'll stop at nothing, absolutely nothing, to make her mine this time. Maximus held out his hand, and after I had accepted it, he pulled me to my feet. He gripped my forearm. And you think she's going to say yes this time? I do. What Greta and I had grown even more, and I knew she regretted her past choice. Together, she and I would find a way and bring peace back between the Camorra and Familia. There was no other option. Greta would break if she came to New York with me without her family's approval while there was still war. I'm going to ask her this weekend. Don't tell me where you're meeting her. The less I know, the better. Your father's going to have me skinned if he finds out I know about this. Fuck, man. I patted his shoulder. He'd have to skin me first. He'll come around eventually. Maximus gave me a doubtful look. Dad was definitely a hard nut to crack. But first I had to face a person who'd take the news even worse. I'm heading to Cressida tonight to tell her. Maximus' lips parted. You have to talk to your father first. I won't ask for his permission. I made my decision, and I'll go through with it no matter what he says. I was done asking. I would take what I wanted, something I should have done a long time ago. I wouldn't spend the rest of my life with Cressida. She made me miserable, and I knew she wasn't happy with me either. She couldn't possibly be happy unless human emotions didn't matter to her at all. Maximus blew out a long breath. The concern was clear on his face.
She won't go quietly, Amo. Cressida has a vicious streak. This won't be a pleasant Christmas. She'll try to take you down with her.
I don't care. This farce of a marriage ends tonight. When I set foot into Cressida's townhouse, it had always felt like hers, not mine. I knew today's conversation wouldn't go over well. Cressida sat in the living room with a glass of champagne in her hand and a dark-haired Asian woman by her feet who was painting her nails.
I'm busy,
she said when she spotted me and took another sip of her drink. Leave, I told the woman. She shoved to her feet without hesitation and gathered her stuff. I handed her a $100 note as she rushed past me, and she took it with a muttered thanks before she left the room.
You're not done!
Cressida shrieked, but the woman grabbed her coat in the lobby, and a moment later the front door opened and closed. My word was the one that counted, not Cressida's. She glared at me.
What am I supposed to do about my nails now?
Paint them yourself? Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe the audacity.
A woman of my position shouldn't have to do her nails.
My mother does her own toenails, so I can't really see why you can't. She's a capo's wife. You're not.
Your mother's...
She trailed off, obviously thinking better than to insult my mother in front of me. She gave me a sugary smile.
You're as good as capo. Your father can't do it forever.
She took another sip of her champagne. She was probably hoping for his early death just so she could finally rise up to ultimate glory. She inched one shoulder up in a careless shrug.
I suppose now that you're here, we might as well spend some quality time together.
I looked around the room with its two-plush sofa in an ugly lilac, the frilly cushions with the flower pattern, the white high-gloss wood furniture with golden brackets topped by the Versace logo. This place was as foreign to me as it had been the first time I'd set foot inside of it. When did we ever spend quality time together, Cressida? Every single of our encounters had been filled with arguments, guilt trips, punishing silence, or angry sex. She didn't say anything, only regarded her feet critically, as if their lack of nail polish was more important than the dismal state of our marriage. This marriage has been doomed from the moment you forced me into it. We should have never gotten married. Cressida finally raised her gaze from her nails and smiled triumphantly.
But we are.
I stared into her eyes, feeling absolutely nothing. I wasn't even sure if they were blue or green or gray. I'd never looked into them long enough to determine their exact color. I didn't hate her, definitely didn't like or even love her. She was completely inconsequential for me. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Confusion, then incredulity flashed across her face.
What are you saying?
We're getting a divorce. She froze. Then she laughed haughtily.
You can't divorce me. Then you won't become capo.
My expression became harder. I'll become capo. She stumbled to her feet.
The traditionalists won't accept you. They'll side with my father. You're going to be nothing without me.
They can accept me or feel my wrath.
You won't divorce me,
she whispered, shaking her head.
You can't. There are rules, traditions. You took my innocence out of wedlock, and there are consequences for such an act.
I stalked toward her. Stop playing the victim. You and I had very enjoyable, consensual sex. I never said anything about marrying you, never pretended to even like you. You decided to have sex with me out of wedlock, so you too have to accept the consequences. So far, only I had to pay the price. Now it's your turn. And if I see it right, you're still not going to pay the price because nobody will know we had sex before we married.
I'll have to live in shame because you divorced me.
You'll get about $50 million of compensation for less than 2 years of marriage. That's a good deal if you ask me, especially when I consider the $10 million you already spent in the meantime. I could see her mind working behind her eyes, and suddenly the anger dropped from her face, and her expression became pitiful, her lower lip trembling.
Amo,
she simpered, running her palms over my chest. She looked up at me through her lashes.
You can't do this to me. I'm your wife.
She missed the point, but I tried to squeeze any droplet of kindness that I possessed out of my heart and said, Listen, Cressida, you can't tell me you're happy in our marriage. You don't even like me much. Maybe you thought you did when we married, but don't tell me you still do. We don't have anything to talk about. Do you want to keep living a miserable life? Last Christmas had been the worst of my life. Celebrating with the Antonaccis had been awkward and stiff. No warmth, no sense of family. Even Mom's holiday spirit hadn't been enough to improve the situation. I was relieved that I wouldn't have to spend another Christmas with Cressida and her parents.
We don't even have to see each other anymore. You can stay in your apartment the entire time if that's what you want. You can keep sleeping with other women, and I'll look for a constant lover. We'll live separate lives. One day we can use insemination to get me pregnant.
And then what? Once children are there, we can hardly keep living in different households. Children deserve a family and parents that don't despise each other. She let out a laugh.
Why? My parents don't like each other, and it worked.
And look how it shaped you.
They can go to boarding schools. Then they won't see us together often.
I shook my head. I'm not going to send my children away or let them be born into a miserable marriage. Cressida huffed and stalked away, grabbing the champagne bottle. She drank straight from it, then hissed.
Don't act as if you'd care about children or anyone. You're not kind, and neither am I. That's why we're a good fit.
A match made in hell. I'm not kind. You're right. But if I have kids, I want them in my life. She bared her teeth in condescension.
You think you'd be a good father. They'd hate you for cheating on their mother.
I won't cheat on the mother of my children, but it won't be you. I didn't say anything about her masseur. I was fairly sure she had an affair with him. There was no proof, and she'd probably deny it. It was irrelevant anyway. I'd told her to seek a lover, and she'd followed my advice. Realization settled on her face.
There's someone else.
I told you before.
There were several women you fucked. Do you think I cared or remembered?
I hadn't been intimate with anyone but Greta since our first encounter on her farm. There's one woman. She let out a shrill laugh, her face turning red.
Oh, is she the reason why you haven't slept with me in forever?
I didn't say anything. I had a feeling discussing Greta with Cressida would only make me mad. She clutched the champagne bottle in front of her chest.
You were faithful to your affair, but not your wife?
I pressed my lips together. Anything I said now would make things worse. I'd said everything I wanted. I wouldn't waste my breath on more. She regarded me like a scientist and a bug he was trying to dissect.
It's the girl from the wedding, isn't it? The Falcone girl. The way you looked at her, I thought I'd imagined it. I didn't, did I?
I didn't say anything.
Do you think you love her?
She laughed.
You aren't capable of it.
Cressida, there's nothing to say anymore. We'll get divorced and both find happiness elsewhere. I won't add more mistakes to my life because of a single mistake from my past. This ends now. She let out an enraged cry and threw the champagne bottle my way. It exploded against the edge of the marble side table, throwing an expensive Tiffany lamp to the ground, which broke apart, and breaking the edge off the marble table. I swallowed, trying to rein in my own anger. I'd sworn myself I'd deal with this calmly. You can keep this house. It's always been yours. Once the divorce papers are signed, you'll get the $50 million. I turned on my heel and walked into the lobby. It wouldn't do any good to prolong this conversation. If Cressida had some time to think about my offer, she'd see it was the best solution. She was an attractive woman. She'd find a new husband. She staggered after me and reached for a crystal vase from another expensive sideboard in the lobby.
You think you can buy me off with a lousy $50 million?
How about $70 million? Will this make your obvious heartbreak more bearable? I gritted out. Her eyes widened and she threw the vase in my direction. It smashed before my feet. I had enough. I stalked toward her and backed her into the wall. That's enough. $80 million. That's my last offer, and you better take it. Her eyes burned with loathing.
I hope you'll die.
I gave her a harsh smile. Many have tried. I stepped back and walked out. I knew this wasn't over. Cressida would call her father right away, and he'd try to gather the traditionalists around himself to force me to reconsider my decision, which wasn't going to happen. I would divorce Cressida and marry the woman I really loved. the woman I'd be faithful to for the rest of my life. When I left the townhouse, I felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I turned the music up as I steered my car toward my family's home. Telling Cressida of my plans had been only the first step of many. The first of many difficult confrontations. Now I had to tell Dad, though maybe Antonacci was speaking to him right now. The last and most difficult hurdle to overcome would be Remo Falcone. I shook my head with a wry smile. I grabbed my phone and dialed Greta's number. I'd never before called her, but today I simply needed to hear her voice.
Amo, are you hurt?
Hearing the concern in her voice and imagining the kindness in her eyes, I knew I'd made the right decision. A decision I'd never regret, no matter what happened now. No, I feel better than I have in a long time. I need to talk to you.
I need to talk to you, too. If you hadn't called, I would have asked you for a call. Amo, I can't do it anymore.
My heart sank. Fuck. Was she breaking things off? I would never accept that. Whatever was forcing her to make this decision, I would fucking smash it apart.
I despise the secrecy. I know I told you I don't mind being your dark secret, but I do. I want us to be together all the time. I know we can't, but...
Greta, you aren't a dark secret. You are fucking everything, and I want everyone to know. I want everyone to know you're mine. I don't ever want there to be someone other than me.
There's always only you.
My heart swelled. I told Cressida I want a divorce. Greta sucked in a sharp breath.
Really?
Really. I'm heading to my parents now. Once I've told them and handled the backlash, I'm going to book the next flight to Las Vegas and ask for your hand again. I hope this time your answer will be different. It would be the best Christmas present of all time.
Amo.
Greta's voice shook.
I'm scared I'm dreaming all of this.
If this were a dream, we'd already be on our honeymoon, and I'd be making you mine over and over again. Greta released a breath.
What if...
No matter what happens, we'll be together. I'm going to face the consequences. Whatever happens will be worth it 1,000 times over.
I talked to my mother, and I'll tell my family as well.
Greta had her own confrontations ahead of her. I should have told you before, but it never felt right. And maybe now isn't the right time either because we're on the phone, but I simply need to tell you. I took a deep breath because I'd never uttered those 3 words before. I love you.
Oh, Amo.
Greta whispered. Don't cry. I couldn't stand the thought of Greta's tears when I wasn't there to hug her. She let out a small laugh.
I won't. I'm just happy. And I love you too.
I grinned, but the smile disappeared when I pulled up in front of my parents' house. I'm at my parents'. Tell me how your chat with your family goes. Soon we'll be together, and then I won't ever leave your side. We hung up, and after a moment to compose myself, I got out of my car and headed for the front door. I didn't get the chance to ring the bell. The door opened and Valerio stood before me. He gave me a wide-eyed stare and grimaced.
You have balls to come here now. Mom's trying to talk Dad off the ledge.
He grinned.
I've been practicing my capo look in front of the mirror these last 15 minutes. What do you think?
He gave me a stern look. You look constipated. He shrugged.
Dad won't retire tomorrow, so I'll have a few years to practice.
Good luck. Valerio patted my shoulder.
You need luck more than me.
Chapter 27. Aria. Maybe you misunderstood him, Luca. He never mentioned Greta. Please don't overreact. Luca kept pacing back and forth in the living room while Valerio and I were having lunch. Luca was too upset to eat. You didn't see his expression. I'm sure he's been seeing that Falcone girl behind my back all the time. Takes guts to do that, Valerio said with a cheeky smile. I sent him a warning look. This wasn't the time to annoy his father, even if I loved his trickster mentality. He reminded me so much of my brother Fabiano. When Valerio had been a young boy, he looked so much like him, and now that he was 17, he was how I imagined Fabiano would have been, if our father hadn't tried to kill him and turned him cold and jaded. Since the war, I hadn't seen Fabiano. If Amo had really seen Greta despite the war? Cheating had always been a touchy subject for me, given Luca's and my past, but I couldn't be mad at Amo or Greta. I'd seen how much Amo hated his life with Cressida, how it drained him in addition to an already draining workday. Luca's phone rang, and when he checked the caller ID, his expression darkened. "Antonacci, I have a fucking bad feeling about this." I rose from the chair and smoothed my wool dress, needing something to busy my fingers with. Luca's dark brows slanted down, and dread settled in my belly. "Slow down." Luca's eyes flared with fury. "You better watch your tone. Family or not, I won't have you raise your voice at me. If you want to keep your tongue, you better choose your words more carefully." I moved closer, hoping to catch figments of the conversation, but Antonacci had obviously heeded Luca's warning. "You won't do anything. If I find out you stirred up shit, then I'm going to come after you. I'll talk to Amo. I'm sure Cressida misconstrued his words." Luca hung up, and his expression was frightful. "Amo told Cressida that he wants a divorce." Valerio let out a low whistle. Relief filled me, followed by shock at my own reaction. I never liked Cressida. She'd used Amo for her purposes. I'd always wanted love for Amo, but with her it wasn't possible. Luca shook his head. "Don't look so pleased. This is a goddamn debacle. Do you know what the traditionalists will do if our son divorces his wife?" "They've always been against the changes you implemented. They are stuck in the past." "Fuck! I can't believe he did this. He's going to take his words back and apologize to Cressida. I don't care if he has to get drunk to go through with it." "He won't, Luca. If he really met Greta all these months despite the war, and if he went to Cressida and asked for a divorce, then he's made up his mind, and I doubt anything can change it." "He'll change his mind, believe me. I'll make him. He went too far. I'm still capo, and if he doesn't get a grip on his rampant hormones, he won't follow in my footsteps." "I'll go practice my best capo looks then," Valerio said with a smirk. "This isn't the moment for your fucking jokes," Luca snarled. Valerio shrugged and walked out of the living room, leaving me alone with Luca. Valerio had a canny talent to brush off Luca's outbursts. I touched Luca's chest, tilting my head back to look him in the eyes. The rage in them didn't scare me. It had in the beginning, but I knew Luca's love for me and our children trumped any darkness he harbored. "If you try to force him, we'll lose him, Luca." "Damn right, because I'll kill him if he doesn't obey my orders." "Don't say something like that, Luca. Not even in rage, please." Luca cupped my cheeks. "Aria, this could divide the familia for good. We're at war at 3 fronts. We'll be torn apart." "Maybe not. If Amo really loves Greta, that could lead to peace with the Camorra." "It led to war in the first place." "Because you chose war." Luca stepped back, his jaw tensing. I could see the conflict in his eyes. "Amo can't have Greta. He couldn't have her back then, and he can't have her now. The Falcones won't ever allow it. I did it for Amo so he wouldn't let a crush ruin his life." "He was never happy with Cressida." "You sound as if their marriage is already over." "It is, no matter what you say." Amo's and Valerio's voices drifted over to us from the lobby. "We'll see about that," Luca growled. "Luca, please, just stop and consider Amo's feelings for a moment. What if he feels for Greta what you feel for me?" Luca walked past me without another word, and I rushed after him into the lobby where Amo and Valerio were still chatting. The difference between the brothers always amazed me. Amo was like Luca, in character and appearance, which made them butt heads so often. But it also gave me hope for this confrontation. Valerio was a potent mix of Fabiano and Matteo. Luca didn't slow as he stalked toward Amo, who didn't back down, not even when Luca grabbed his throat and shoved him against the wall. I tensed, my heart jerking hard in my chest. "Luca!" Valerio touched Luca's arm. "Dad, you stay out of this!" Amo gave his brother a tight smile. "It's okay." His voice was raspy from lack of air. "Luca," I said more firmly. "You'll go back to Cressida right this moment and apologize." Amo chuckled, despite his skin turning increasingly red. "I won't, and nothing you do will convince me. I'm going to divorce her and then marry Greta." The way he said Greta, gentle, loving, protective, told me all I needed to know. Vidiello men had high walls around their hearts, but once they fell for a woman, they fell hard, and Amo was utterly in love with Greta. Luca shoved him against the wall again. I couldn't watch anymore. I grabbed Luca's arm, but neither Luca nor Amo paid me any attention. "You know the punishment for betrayal and for disobedience. If you think I should die for loving someone as much as you love Mom, then go ahead and try to kill me, Dad." Try to kill me. I could see that Amo was willing to fight Luca over this. Amo had always respected his father too much to fight back, but Greta meant too much to him. I could see my family falling apart right before my eyes, and I couldn't bear it. Luca released Amo and took a step back. "You know full well that I would never kill you, even if it would be the right thing to do." Amo rubbed his throat. I moved in front of him and touched the red skin. I swallowed hard. I knew this world was harsh. I knew Luca had to make sure Amo was ready for the tasks ahead, but this was a lot to stomach for me as a mother. "I'll follow my heart, Dad. You can accept it or not, but the outcome will be the same. Greta will be my wife. Once you kill Remo and Nevio and all the other crazy fuckers, if that's what it takes." Amo couldn't be serious. I didn't know Greta well, but she'd seemed to have a good relationship with her family. I couldn't imagine her forgiving him if he hurt them. "I suppose then I can start preparing Valerio for the position as capo?" Luca crossed his arms in front of his chest. Amo shrugged, but I knew him. I knew how much he wanted to become capo like his father, and I knew how proud Luca had always been that Amo would take over one day. What was happening here was breaking my heart. "I don't want to be capo," Valerio said, no humor in his tone for once. I gave him a smile. "I never wanted that. It's Amo's job." "One son doesn't want a position thousands of soldiers would kill for, and the other doesn't respect that it takes sacrifice to become capo. I'm willing to sacrifice a lot for the familia and this family, Dad. I'll be a good capo like you. But have you ever considered that you are a good capo because Mom has your back? You have her by your side when the carnage and bullshit get too much. Without her, where would you be today?" Luca looked at me and tears welled in my eyes. I'd be in a very dark place and probably a worse capo than my father had been. I didn't believe that. Luca had always been better than his father, but it meant a lot that he thought I had helped him be a good capo. "I need Greta by my side to be capo. I love her. I always admired what you and Mom have, but I never thought I could have it because it's so fucking rare in our world." Luca regarded Amo with narrowed eyes. "And you think you have it with Greta?" "I know it." I walked over to Luca and linked our hands. He gave me a tired look before he turned to Amo once more. "This will cause a major scandal, possibly a revolt. We'll have to spill blood to shut up Antonacci's supporters. Lots of blood, if we can't bribe him into silence somehow, which I doubt. I'm willing to spill as much blood as it takes." Luca released a long breath. "If you think she's worth it." "She is." "Then I stand by your side and spill as much blood as it takes. I've spilled blood for far less." I couldn't hold back the tears anymore, and Valerio wrapped his arms around my neck from behind, his chin on top of my head. Blood spill in time for Christmas. What a jolly message. Born in blood, sworn in blood, indeed. I choked on a laugh and slapped his hand. The prospect of a major conflict within the familia terrified me, but at the same time, I knew it was unavoidable to give Amo the happiness he deserved, which was all I wanted for him. If blood was the price that we all had to pay, then so be it.
Chapter 28. Greta. The buzz of the phone call with Amo quickly evaporated when I thought of the upcoming conversations with my family. I went in search of Nevio. I knew he was the hardest nut to crack. I found him in my ballet studio working out. He was doing pistol squats, a look of concentration on his face as he watched himself in the mirror to check his form.
"You're not here for ballet."
He pressed out and straightened. My eyes were drawn to the scar on his belly. It was only a white line against his tanned skin, one of many scars battling for attention with a handful of tattoos. But it carried the memory of one of the hardest days in my life. Nevio hated Amo, and even if he didn't say it outright, Amo felt the same way about my brother. How could I ever unite those two? Or at the very least, not make them want to slaughter each other? Nevio followed my gaze, and his lips pulled into a hard smile.
"That's the last scar Vitielo's ever gonna inflict on me."
Nevio, can we talk? I wrung my hands, not sure how to tell him. Talking to Mom had been hard, but it was nothing in comparison to this. Dad would be difficult too, but Nevio's reaction terrified me more. Nevio became alert at once and came to my side, touching my shoulders.
"What's wrong?"
The worry in his voice always warmed my heart, because worry wasn't one of Nevio's strong character traits. You know I love you, right? Nevio's dark brows snapped together, confusion mingling with wariness in his eyes. His instincts were spot on as always.
"Just tell me what you need to tell me. You're not sick, right?"
I shook my head quickly. Not sick, no, I'm fine. Physically,
Greta, just tell me.
My eyes burned with tears. I could barely swallow past the lump in my throat. I've been seeing Amo these last few months. Nevio dropped his hand and stepped back, his expression becoming stone cold.
"What?"
The low vibration in his voice raised goosebumps on my skin. I love him. Nevio took another step back. Every muscle in his body tautened to the maximum.
"You love him?"
The condescension in his voice hurt worse than his rage. Nevio, please, try to understand. I love him and I want to be with him. He turned away with a harsh laugh, drew his gun and fired at the mirrors. I flinched, my hands flying up to cover my ears. The floor-to-ceiling mirrors exploded, one after the other with an ear-splitting screech. Shards flew through the room, split the sunlight into hundreds of fragments like my heart splintered because of Nevio's reaction. He turned to me slowly. His chest was bloody from several cuts and a single shard was stuck in his cheek. Tears ran down my cheeks. He reached up and jerked the shard out, causing a rivulet of blood to trail down his face.
"So, you're choosing him over me, over us, over our family."
My mouth became dry, and my heart began pounding, my hands becoming clammy.
"If you're leaving Vegas to be with Vitiello, you're saying you don't give a fuck about me."
I couldn't believe what he said. It wasn't true, and he knew it. But he still managed to make me feel guilty. I'd felt guilty from the first moment I'd considered being with Amo, because I'd known what it would mean. I'd have to leave Nevio, something I'd never thought possible. I was the calm to Nevio's rage, and I was terrified that without me by his side, the darkness would win. His actions just now fired up my worries. His rage was potent, It washed over me like an avalanche, taking my breath away. The door to the ballet studio ripped open, and Dad, Nino, Alessio, and Massimo filtered in with drawn guns. They all froze when they saw us. I ignored their inquiring stares. This was between Nevio and me. "Don't you want me to be happy?" I asked softly.
"What the fuck is going on here?"
Dad snarled. Nevio stepped toward me, glaring down at me.
"Weren't you happy with us? With the people you belong to?"
I swallowed. I was. I never thought I'd want for more than I had. But then I met Amo. And I tried to fight it. I hoped it would pass, but it didn't. I could see the confusion on the others' faces. Nevio shook his head, looking away.
"We're at war. You can't have both. If you choose him, you're ditching us. End of story."
"There can be peace again."
"Would someone explain to me what the fuck is going on?"
Dad stepped between us, his furious gaze darting between Nevio and me.
"Not if I kill Amo. Then Luca won't ever agree to peace again."
His grin was full of darkness. It was the smile he carried at night. It wasn't a smile he showed me. "You'd do that to me?" Nevio's eyes remained indifferent.
"I'd do it for you, even if you can't see it."
Other people's lives meant nothing to him. Very few people mattered to Nevio, but these select few were his whole world, and he would do anything to protect them and to keep them close. He would stop at nothing. I knew that better than anyone. Nobody knew Nevio better than me. Nevio loved to see the world burn, but so far he'd always made sure the flames didn't touch me. I shook my head. "No, you do it for yourself. You're being selfish."
"You would know all about being selfish."
Nevio turned to Dad.
"Greta has been fucking Vitiello these last few months. She's a fucking traitor."
Nevio stormed off, followed by Massimo and Alessio. I was trembling from sadness, anger, and shock. When Dad's incredulous gaze hit me, my legs almost buckled. Even Nino's analyzing presence didn't help.
"Explain,"
Nino said. Dad only stared at me as if he was on the verge of finishing the remaining mirrors with his gun. I pleaded them with my eyes to understand as I told them the truth. The words rushed out of me, my voice breaking.
"Do you realize the danger you put yourself in by meeting the enemy?"
Nino asked. Dad still hadn't said anything. "I trust Amo."
"Then you obviously can't be trusted."
Dad growled.
"He could have killed you."
"He wouldn't." Dad grabbed my arm and pulled me closer, his eyes full of rage.
"You lied. You risked your life and the safety of everyone who loves you."
"I don't want to lie anymore. That's why I told Nevio. But I knew how you'd react when I told you, and I was right."
"What do you expect? I made my standpoint about Amo very clear. And that was before there was even war."
I closed my eyes and more tears slid out. "Dad, I know you're angry, but please try to understand. I love Amo. It hurts to be apart from him. Please allow me to be with Amo."
"He's married and we're at war, Greta,"
Nino said, as if I might have forgotten. "He's going to divorce Cressida for me, and he'll convince his father to negotiate another truce if you're willing to do so as well." Dad shook his head.
"Mia cara, this is something I can't allow you. I won't agree to a marriage with Amo Vitiello. You won't leave for New York, and most certainly not be subjected to the old-fashioned traditions in the Familia. There won't be peace with the Familia. Not as long as I'm capo. And given Nevio's reaction, there won't be under his rule either."
I stepped close to Dad, frowning. "You taught me that my opinion matters, that you respect my choices, and now you don't allow me to marry the man I want?" Dad's face was stone, but his eyes, they burnt me with the fierceness of their emotions. He cupped my cheeks.
Greta, in the Camorra, you are safer than you'll be anywhere else. My word is the law. No harm can ever come to you here. But there, it's Luca's word. And later, Amo's. You'll fall under their fucking jurisdiction, and you know as well as I do that they handle things differently from us. I can't protect you the same way if you're in New York than when you're here. I'd still tear down their fucking city if you needed me. But until then, you'd be at their mercy.
I covered his scarred hands with mine, holding his gaze as I gave him a reassuring smile. I know you'd all die to protect me, and I know I'm safe here. But with the same certainty, I know I'll be safe in New York, because Amo is there and he'll protect me. Please respect my choice. Please give Amo and Peace a chance. Dad exchanged a look with Nino, kissed my forehead, and stepped back.
The answer is no.
I blinked, resignation filling me. Dad, you can prevent Peace, but you can't prevent me from being with Amo. Dad's nostrils flared, and his mouth pulled into a harsh smile.
Oh, mia cara. This is my city. My territory, my rules. As long as I take breath, I'll stop you from seeing Amo again. Even if I have to lock you in your room.
You can't treat me like a captive.
I can, and I will. Give me your phone.
When I didn't react, Dad reached for my phone purse and cut it off with his knife. I couldn't believe what was happening. I'd never thought that my family would react this badly. Maybe I was really naive when it came to them. I hate you, I whispered. Dad tensed. I whirled around and ran out of the studio, even as I regretted my words. I didn't stop running until I was in my room and threw myself on the bed. Momo and Teacup joined me, feeling my distress. I cried harder than I ever had. Soon a rough tongue licked my hand. I turned my head to the side to find Bear's head perched on the bed. Beside him sat Dottie and watched me with way too understanding eyes for a dog. I wasn't sure what to do. This was really shaping up to be a decision I'd never wanted to make. A decision between my family and Amo. I sobbed. A knock sounded and Mom came in without waiting for my reply. One look at me and she rushed over to the bed and sank down beside me. She rubbed my back gently. Dad told you? I wouldn't call it telling. He's raging downstairs. We'll have to buy new Christmas decoration. He took my phone and wants to keep me away from Amo. Mom sighed. That's what I gathered. What am I gonna do? Mom looked away. I don't know what to tell you. I'd have thought I'd tell you to follow your heart, but I don't want to lose you. I can't imagine not seeing you again. With this war, she swallowed. To be honest, right this moment, I truly realize how hard this must have been for my family. I didn't really have a choice, and I want you to have one. I don't want things to end like they did for me. You think I'll do what you did and leave so I can be with Amo? Won't you? I could see the fear in Mom's eyes, fear that filled me too, but there was also acceptance in her expression. She'd already come to terms with the fact that she might lose me. I don't want to be without my family. I don't want to make this choice. Mom wrapped her arms around me, her cheek on my head. I'll talk to your father, but I don't want to give you false hope. I know. What about Nevio? He left with Massimo and Alessio. I doubt he'll return tonight. Mom straightened. You know Nevio. I did. He would spill blood tonight. He'd let his monster win, would unleash it. I'd always felt responsible to cage it back in, but I needed to learn to let go. I wasn't sure how to do it, how to give up the people I loved so much. I still hoped I wouldn't have to make this decision. Chapter 29. Greta. My fight with Nevio kept repeating in my head. His harsh words. I knew they'd come from a place of hurt and fear of losing me, but they still stung. And Dad's reaction? It wasn't completely unexpected, but I'd hoped he might see how serious I was and take me serious in turn. Mom's words hadn't changed his decision. He was determined to keep me in Las Vegas against my will, which was why I found myself at my sanctuary with 2 bodyguards that would guard me like a prisoner. I was only allowed to spend 1 night out here before I had to return. The worst was that I had no way to contact Alma without a phone. I'd considered stealing a phone from the bodyguards, but they were exceptionally careful around me. I didn't even have the code for the front gates anymore, so I couldn't leave the premises without them. Dottie let out a whine and I sat up. What time was it? I glanced at the clock on the nightstand. 2 a.m. Dottie scratched at the ground in front of my bed. "What's wrong, girl?" I asked. But then an alarm rang out. I slammed my palms over my ears. What if Alma was here? He'd promised to fly over during our phone call. What if he thought I was in danger because he couldn't reach me? My heart raced in my chest. If he got captured, panic bloomed in my chest. Would I be able to convince Dad to spare him? The images from many years ago when my begging hadn't saved the man in the basement flashed before my eyes. If Dad or Nevio killed Amo. But something about the alarm was different. What was going on? This wasn't the standard security alarm. I jumped out of bed and opened the curtains, even if that meant I had to remove a hand from my ear. I froze. At least one of the barns was on fire. Orange flames illuminated the night sky and embers danced like shooting stars against the blackness. I began running, out of the house, spurred on by the fearful neighing and moos. I had to save my animals. I wasn't sure what was going on. I never had opened fire near the barns, and neither would Jill. Maybe one of the guards had smoked outside despite my warning. They should know better. When I stumbled off the porch, the 2 guards were standing off to the side, one of them on his phone, the other unmoving. "Get the water hoses!" I screamed, but I didn't stop moving. I stormed toward the burning barn. Pain shot through my feet as my bare soles touched ember, but it didn't slow me. I opened the barn door. The pigs stormed past me, but the horses and cows were panicking and had crowded in a corner. The roof was on fire, and so was the right side. The alarm seemed to shrill even louder. "The house is burning too," Jill screamed, dressed in pajamas and her gray hair all over the place. The alarm must have woken her too. Her house was on the other end of the premises because we both preferred solitude. "Save the dogs!" I screamed. Had my dogs come out with me? Oh God. I staggered toward the horses despite my pain and tried to usher them away from their corner. I clapped one of them hard on its bum, and it ran out, but the others only watched me with wide, panicked eyes and flaring nostrils. A burning ember hit my bare shoulder. I cried out. More and more embers rained down on the animals, too. I stumbled toward the footboard I used so I could reach the horses' backs when I cleaned them, and used it to get on Calamara's back. She bucked at once. She still had trouble being ridden, and in a situation like this, she wouldn't have it. I rammed my heels into her sides, even if it pained me to do so. She tried to throw me off, but then she began running. She bucked and bucked until I landed hard on the ground. But because she was the leading horse, the other horses ran after her. And even the cows, except for one. Mildred, the oldest of the bunch. My body ached from the fall and my head rang. I tried to push to my feet to get her out as well when part of the roof came down in a surge of excruciating heat and flying embers. The stench of burning hair filled my nose, and I quickly extinguished my hair. I scrambled backwards, out into the open just in time before the remaining roof crashed down, burying Mildred beneath it. Sirens still filled the night. The guards were at the house, which was completely aflame too. I heard eager barking somewhere, definitely Dottie. But what about all the others? Bear, Momo, Teacup? I coughed and pushed to my feet. I took a step forward when a shadow fell over me. I looked up to find myself staring at an unknown man. My lips parted, but before I could say anything, burning pain filled my abdomen. I stared down, following the man's extended arm to his hand and the knife handle. I couldn't see the blade. It was buried inside my lower belly. I blinked, trying to understand what was happening. He jerked the knife back out, which hurt even worse, and I cried hoarsely, then choked on my next breath when he slammed the knife into me again, a bit higher this time. He pulled the knife out again, and I sank to my knees and fell to my side. The man slammed a hammer down on my left knee, and I cried out when pain shot through me. He raised his arm for another blow. A low growl sounded and Bear slammed into him. Momo was yapping wildly around them. I slowly rolled on my back. I wanted to see the night sky. This was it, wasn't it? The guards appeared by my side. One of them pressed something against my belly and I screamed in pain. "Fuck it! Fuck it!" he muttered, his eyes frantic. "Get the dog off me! Get it off me!" my attacker screamed. "Bear, stop," I croaked. "You'll wish that dog had ripped you to shreds," the other guard said. Bear's hot breath hit my cheek, and Momo licked over my hand. Dottie and Teacup kept their distance, terrified. I smiled weakly. So many faces flashed before my eyes as I tried to breathe past the agony. So many people and animals I loved. Some people have many regrets in their last moments. But how could I regret a life that had so much love? Amo's face lingered as my vision became dimmer. "Greta?" one of the guards shouted. "Stay with us. Don't close your eyes. Help is on the way." "Bring me the fucking medical kit." "What about him?" "Shoot his feet and kneecaps, you asshole." Shots rang out, bursting through the wool in my ears. The following screams soon quieted. I still stared up at the sky. My pain was slowly fading. Would I be seeing my family again? Would I see Amo again?
Chapter 30. Ramo. The ringing of my phone tore me from sleep. Fuck it. What now? Couldn't these fuckers deal with their shit without me for one night? I reached for my phone. One look at the caller ID and I swung my legs out of bed and turned the lights on. Serafina slept in the guest bedroom because she was angry at me. I took the call as I stalked out of the bedroom. "What is it?" I growled. Sirens wailed in the background of the caller, only interrupted by a loud crackling that I couldn't place. "There's fire everywhere, and an attacker stabbed Greta." My ears began to rush with blood, my heart pounding hard and fast. "I called our emergency team." "She dies, you die." I didn't return to the bedroom, or go to the guest bedroom. I wouldn't tell Serafina. There was nothing she could do. And if Greta died, fuck it, she wouldn't die. I would not let her die. The last time we'd talked, we'd fought. Fuck it. Fuck it all. I stormed into Nevio's room. He jerked up in bed, the knife he slept with brandished at me. I was surprised to find him here. He'd been going on a rampage these last 2 nights, and I hadn't tried to stop him. Fuck. I had tortured 2 debtors just to let off some steam, and it wasn't nearly enough. "Get up." "What?" Greta was stabbed. Nevio leaped out of bed, staggering after me as I rushed into Nino's wing. "Dad? Dad? What the fuck are you talking about?" Got a call that she was attacked. 10 minutes later, Nino was flying our helicopter toward Greta's farm. Nevio stared at me with wide eyes. I knew the same unhinged look would be on my face as well. I could feel my control slipping. The only reason I hadn't lashed out yet was that there was no one to lash out at, and I needed to get to Greta first. I needed to protect my girl. Whoever had hurt her would pay tenfold. If this was Luca's doing because he didn't want his son to be with Greta, I'd make peace with the outfit, the Bratva, and whoever else it required to bring down the Familia. I'd burn them to the ground. Soon the flashing lights of Las Vegas were exchanged by the flickering of all-consuming flames. The farmhouse and the barn were on fire, and so was some of the bushland. Illuminated by the fire eating away at the wreckage that had been the barn, I spotted 4 bodies. Nino had to give the flames a wide berth, as to not steer them up further, and landed the helicopter on the other side of the property. I jumped out and ran toward my daughter. Nevio caught up with me, and together we arrived at the scene of the attack. I fell to my knees beside Greta, who looked lifeless as she lay on the ground. I scanned her quickly. 2 knife wounds in her abdomen and a smashed knee. Corrado was putting pressure on the wounds. Blood had soaked the earth around her. I cupped her head and bent over her. Mia cara. Greta, Nevio croaked as he hovered beside us. Then his eyes slanted to the stranger who was bleeding profusely from his legs. Was it him? We need him for questioning. Nino warned as he sank down beside us, 2 medical kits in his hands. I stroked Greta's hair away from her bloody forehead. It was shorter than it had been, burned off at places, and a few small burn blisters covered her shoulders. Mia cara, I said again, hoping to get a reaction from her. The heat was almost unbearable this close to the burning remains of the barn, and the flames licked at my consciousness, eager to bring forth memories I didn't want to recall now. Memories that so far had marked the worst moment of my life. Until today. Greta's eyes opened and took a moment to focus. I swallowed. You're going to be fine. Nevio sank down beside her and took her hand. I won't let you leave me. You know that. She smiled weakly, then winced, and closed her eyes briefly again. Her chapped lips parted, and she said something, but I didn't catch it from the crackling of the flames. At least the alarm had been turned off by now. You have to say it again, I urged, leaning down to catch her words. Get Amo, please. I froze. Nevio's expression was stone as he leaned back, shaking his head. I gave him a warning look. Greta, I began, but she touched my arm. Please, Dad. I nodded, because there was no way I could refuse her wish. Not when I wasn't sure if she'd make it. Fuck. I wanted to be in her stead. I jerked out my phone and scrolled through my contacts until I found Amo's number. I called him. He picked up after the 3rd ring. What do I owe the pleasure, Ramo? Amo asked in a hard voice, but I detected a hint of worry behind the obvious mask. I stared down at my daughter, covered in blood, surrounded by Nino and the doctors and nurses that had arrived by now, trying to stabilize her for the helicopter ride to a hospital. My daughter asked to see you. She was stabbed and is fighting for her life. What? Where? I heard commotion in the background and another male voice I didn't recognize. What's going on? If this incident is in any way connected to you, you better think twice about setting foot on Las Vegas ground, because I'm going to kill you as brutally as I can. I'll take the private jet. I'll be there as soon as I can. Can I talk to her? Greta peered up at me hopefully, gritting my teeth against an onslaught of emotions I was fully unprepared for. I held the phone to her ear. Stabbed twice in my abdomen, she whispered. I don't think I can. This feels like dying. I took her hand. Nevio shoved to his feet and went over to Greta's attacker. I motioned at Savio to keep an eye on him. He slammed his foot down on the man's ankle a few times, but I focused on Greta. She closed her eyes and nodded. I love you too. She shuddered and lowered her hand. I squeezed her hand, but she didn't react. Her chest kept rising and falling, but she'd lost consciousness. When I'd found out what had gone on behind my back in my own territory, I'd been furious. I always knew what was happening in my territory. Maybe I turned a blind eye to the truth because I didn't want to see it. Greta loved that fucker Amo Vitiello. It's on him. Amo Vitiello. He's the reason for this. I just know it. Nevio snarled, covering his face with his hands and shaking his head wildly. If she dies, he snarled, eyes gleaming with despair. She won't, I warned. We're ready, Nino shouted, and he and a doctor lifted Greta on a stretcher. I stayed by her side as we headed for the helicopter. Nevio jogged after us, expression conflicted. I could feel his bloodlust, his need to destroy Greta's attacker. I got it. Fuck. I wanted to rip him apart piece by piece. There'll be time for revenge later. Now, Greta needs us. With a last look at the attacker, Nevio hopped into the helicopter. Savio, Massimo, and Alessio would make sure the attacker was taken to Las Vegas, where he'd spill all his knowledge and die an excruciating death. An hour after we'd arrived in the Camorra hospital, Serafina came rushing in. She was in her pajamas, her hair a mess, and her eyes red from crying. I caught her before she could storm into the operation room where Greta was undergoing surgery. Where is she? She's in surgery. She hammered her fist against my chest, eyes desperate. You should have woken me. You couldn't have done anything. Serafina hit my chest again, then she sagged against me. I touched the back of her head. On occasion, I wondered if I possessed a heart. In moments like this, I knew I did, but it only beat for very few people. Fabiano caught my gaze over Serafina's head. How is she? I took a deep breath. She'll pull through. She had to survive. Serafina and I sank down beside Nevio, who had his arms propped up on his thighs and was staring at the floor, ignoring everything around him. I'll return to the mansion for additional protection. Call me once you know more. Fabiano headed back out. 5 hours later, Nino came back out of the operation room. He kept an eye on the doctors to make sure they did everything in their power to save Greta. His face didn't bode well. I rose to my feet, my chest constricting. She's stable, Nino said, but I knew that was the good news. Due to the severity of her injuries, the doctors had to perform a hysterectomy. The knee will need another surgery, but it's uncertain if Greta will be able to dance again. Serafina let out a desperate sob and sank down into the chair. Nevio shoved past Nino and went into the operation room. A minute later he returned, paler than I'd ever seen him. Someone will pay for this. He stalked outside, shortly after I heard an enraged shout. Serafina peered up at me. How much more blood does have to be spilled for this madness to end? Isn't it enough? It's part of this business. And if this is linked to the Familia, plenty of blood will be spilled. She shook her head as if she didn't know who I was, which was fucking ridiculous considering blood spill had always been my favorite pastime. Remo, our girl is fighting for her life. Do you even realize what she lost? She won't ever carry a child, might never dance again. Do you really want to take Amo from her as well? This is cruel, even for you. Serafina's words hit me like a sledgehammer. For Amo and Greta to be together, more blood will have to flow, trust me. Luca will have to make a bloody statement that he's been too comfortable to do in a long time. It won't be pretty. Many will die. This bond will come with a price, Angel, and many more will bleed for it. Serafina gave a tight nod. As long as it's not Greta's blood, I don't care, Remo. You always told me you wanted Greta to take her own fate into her hands. You always despised women that accepted their fate. Greta wants to be with Amo. Give her this. She's suffered enough. I bent down and kissed Serafina's forehead. I'll think about it for you and for Greta. But now I'll have to spill the blood of Greta's attacker, and he'll meet my crewless side. Serafina gave me a strange smile. I hope he begs for mercy, and you won't grant it. I brushed my lips over hers. You know me. I straightened and risked a glance into the operation room, where the doctors and nurses were getting Greta ready to be wheeled into the wake-up room. Seeing her pale, still face, my heart clenched tightly. Tonight had been a close call, and too much had been lost. Watch over our girl.
Chapter 31. Amo. Dad hadn't stopped me when I'd told him I needed to leave right away. Instead, he gave me the Familia private jet and the permission to negotiate with Ramo. But I couldn't think about peace or anything but the woman I loved who was fighting for her life. When I arrived at the airport, Alessio was there to pick me up. I hadn't expected an escort from the Falcones, and despite my wariness, I got into the car. "How is she?" I asked immediately. Alessio started the car and pulled away from the waiting area.
Lester heard she was stable, but her injuries were pretty bad.
He shook his head.
You should talk to Ramo or my father.
I nodded. My mind was too frazzled to consider how a conversation between those two and myself might end. I didn't care. "Do you know who did it?" Rage tinged my voice. My mind had gone over the options. The Falcones had many enemies, but few would stoop as low as to attack Greta. Definitely not the outfit. Maybe the Russians, but considering that Ramo had a tentative bond to the Russian Pakin in Chicago, I couldn't imagine it either. Another option flitted through my head, but I didn't want to dwell on it.
Nevio and Ramo are currently questioning the attacker. Whatever he knows, we'll soon know as well.
Good. We pulled up in front of a nondescript warehouse at the outskirt of Las Vegas. Faded lettering and boarded-up windows. Alessio parked the car and got out. I followed him without hesitation. Fuck. This was enemy territory. For more than a year, the Camorra and the Familia had been at war. Still, I didn't hesitate to follow Alessio. I would have followed him straight into hell if Greta was there. Maybe it was a trap. Considering that the Falcones knew all about my relationship with Greta, they probably couldn't wait to dispose of me. Alessio pressed a button beside the door, and a few moments later, Nino opened the door. He looked exhausted. After a curt nod, he allowed me to enter. It felt like a nightmare, one I couldn't wake from.
"I didn't think we'd meet so soon. Not like this, certainly."
I nodded. Nino motioned me to follow him. Soon I spotted Ramo waiting in front of a door.
"War is on hold for the time being. Greta asked for you, so of course you're safe here,"
Nino said. I barely listened. All I could think about was Greta lying behind that door. Ramo stepped in my way, and our gazes locked.
"You're alive for only one reason. Greta," he said. "You'll be safe in my territory because of her, and for as long as she wants it. And unlike your word at your wedding, we'll honor said promise."
Thanks, but nothing in this world would have stopped me from coming to Vegas to see Greta. Not even the prospect of being torn apart by you crazy fuckers. I'll go through hellfire for Greta, if necessary. Ramo gripped my shoulder, his fingers digging into my skin. His eyes burned with rage.
"Good, because you will. Nevio and I questioned the attacker, and you know what he said?"
A sinking feeling settled in the pit of my stomach, one I hadn't wanted to entertain.
"Cressida."
The voice was a hoarse rasp. Ramo's lips pulled wide. Not a smile, a grimace.
"Indeed, your wife."
Fury and guilt raged inside of me. I truly underestimated her, for the second time in my life. Who else was involved? What about the attacker?
"He said he belonged to Antonacci, spewed some religious bullshit, and didn't stop going on about the Familia's traditions until Nevio made him."
I nodded, because Cressida couldn't have done it without her father. He would die, and so would Cressida. So would every single fucker involved in this. Let me see Greta now. There's time for talk about revenge later. Ramo moved even closer, his face right before mine.
"Greta thinks you love her."
I do. I love her. She'll be my wife once Cressida is gone.
Divorce won't be necessary. True.
Something in his expression shifted, pain in his eyes that stirred up my worries. He gave a nod toward Nino. I was starting to grow tired of this conversation. I just wanted to see Greta.
You might want to know that Greta won't be able to give birth. Her injuries were too severe.
I froze, swallowing hard.
What?
Ramo nodded.
They didn't go in for the kill. They stabbed her abdomen and shattered her knee. Your dear wife thought taking away the ability to bear children and to dance would break Greta, and maybe make you see her as less worthy.
I love Greta. I'll still love her if she can't ever dance, even when she can't give me children. I love her and I want to be with her. Nothing will change that, and you won't stop me from being with her either. This time, absolutely nothing will stop me. Ramo stepped aside and pushed open the door. I walked inside, and everything seemed to stand still. Greta looked small and breakable in the hospital bed. Her lips and face were almost white. She was so pale. In 2 large strides, I was by her side and bent over her, cradling the back of her head and kissing her forehead. My heart throbbed in my chest, every pump as painful as a bullet shot to the heart.
Oh, Greta, I rasped. I'm so sorry. I should have protected you. I won't ever leave you unprotected. As long as I live, I'll make sure you're safe. I kept my more violent thoughts to myself. That I would make sure everyone involved in this would die an agonizing death. After another gentle kiss to her forehead, I lifted my head to look at her face. Even now she was painstakingly beautiful. I ran my fingers through her shaggy, chin-long hair. The tips were burned. I hadn't noticed before, but she smelled like a bonfire. I didn't want to think about the pain she had to endure, about the absolute terror. Women should be protected in our world, kept away from harm. Maybe it was an old-fashioned view, but I simply wanted them protected. With Marcella, my family had failed, and now with Greta, another woman I loved had suffered. I could feel Ramo's eyes on me the entire time, but I didn't care. I'd learned from my father that loving someone didn't mean you were weak. My eyes burned as if I might cry. I couldn't remember if I'd ever cried in my life. Mom said I had on occasion when I was a little boy, but since then nothing had ever brought me close to tears. Not even when my sister had been kidnapped by our worst enemy, and I'd been sure we wouldn't see her again. Certainly not pain. But looking down at Greta's pale face and her bandaged hand resting on her belly, where no child of ours would ever grow, I was on the verge of tears. I fought it, and my eyes remained dry. I linked our fingers, and my gaze slid down to her leg, which was in splints to keep it immobilized. The cast looked massive on Greta's slender leg. I pressed my forehead to hers. Just like I never cried, I never prayed. But now I sent a prayer up, asking that Greta would dance again. I didn't want to consider that she lost that, too. My hand that wasn't holding Greta's hand curled into a tight fist. I would kill Cressida. I'd never killed a woman in my life. Looking at the woman I loved more than life itself and thinking of how I'd soon have to tell her that she would never carry a child, though she was one of the most caring and kind people I had ever met, I knew it wouldn't be a quick end for Cressida either. I knew why she'd told the attacker to stab Greta's belly. She'd wanted to make sure that Greta could never bear a child. My child. Maybe she'd thought I wouldn't want her then. She could never fathom what it meant to love someone as I loved Greta. Nothing would ever tear me away from her again. Where is she?
Nevio snarled somewhere outside of the room. Ramo turned and barred his son's way.
This isn't the time for you to lose control. Greta needs quiet to heal. I want to see him.
I kissed Greta's fingers, then I straightened and walked toward the doorway where Ramo was still trying to hold his son back. The moment Nevio's eyes met mine, his flared with hatred. We can talk, but not when Greta can hear us. Nevio leaned forward in his father's hold, his lips curling like a dog baring its teeth.
Now you're making the rules in Las Vegas?
Ramo pushed him back, and I stepped out of the room and closed the door behind my back. Nevio ripped away from his father and got in my face. I shoved him away, and despite my desire to do so, I didn't reach for my gun. Greta had suffered enough. No matter how much I hated the crazy fucker in front of me, she loved him. He was a crazy-ass killer, and his eyes would have scared the shit out of most people.
Where is the bitch?
I shook my head. I knew whom he was talking about, but this was familia business. I still needed to call Dad and inform him about the Antonacci and Cressida situation. Who knew what else the old bastard had planned? Maybe he and his traditionalists were on the verge of a revolt. We'd kill every single traitorous asshole with our bare hands if necessary. Nevio grabbed my shirt. I clamped my hand down on his and jerked him forward, bringing us face to face as my patience ran thin. Not now. Not in front of Greta's door.
Tell me where Cressida is, or I'll kill every fucking member of the Familia until I find her. The bitch will die.
She's mine to kill. Nevio shook his head.
Greta wouldn't want that.
I raised an eyebrow. And you care? Come on. You want her to have a reason to stop loving me. That would be your chance.
You're right. If it were up to me, you'd be dead right now. Because all of this is your fucking fault. But Greta seems to care about you for some ridiculous reason, and as long as that's the case, I won't act against you. With a little luck, she'll hate you once she finds out your wife ruined her fucking life. Then all bets are off.
I gave him a harsh smile. Thanks for the heads up.
Nevio has a point. This is our revenge to dish out. We want your wife and everyone who was involved. If the Familia wants peace, you'll deliver them to us on a fucking silver platter. Or we'll march into New York and get them ourselves. But then you can kick peace goodbye.
Nevio opened the door to Greta's room. For a moment, his expression softened, and it was such a strange thing to see on his madman face that it creeped me out more than his murderous glare.
Greta needs you. I don't know what she fucking sees in you. Do you really want to complicate things between you only because you insist on killing the whore yourself? If one of ours had attacked your sister or mother, you and your father would have insisted on dishing out punishment yourself. When my father and Nino found out about Chiara's past, you allowed them to dish out punishment. This is our revenge. You know Greta wouldn't want your wife's blood on your hands. She'd probably want the whore to live.
I looked down at her peaceful face, knowing he was right. Even after Cressida had taken the most precious thing from Greta, she'd still not want me to kill her. Greta was too kind. A new wave of burning rage crashed down on me. Cressida should have never touched Greta. This had never been about me or her goddamn heart. She'd wanted to protect her status in the Familia. She'd gone too far. Ramo didn't say anything, only walked toward Greta and kissed her forehead.
Mia cara, the world will burn for you. We'll burn it down.
Ramos straightened and fixed me with a hard stare.
Where? We'll find her either way. It's up to you if we kill every soldier standing in our way, and her whole goddamn family.
Cressida was my wife. If the Falcones killed a future capo's wife, our soldiers would demand revenge, and peace would become a distant dream. We don't know if her entire family was involved. Her father, yes, but I doubt her mother knew. Nevio scoffed.
Her family is at fault. They raised her. They obviously failed. They deserve death. End of fucking story.
Let me call my father. This would be a hard pill to stomach. The Falcones wanted revenge. So did I. Nothing would ever do justice to what Greta had lost. Dad picked up after the second ring.
Amo?
It was Antonacci. Cressida asked him to attack Greta. Several of his men were involved.
Damn it!
If I'd ever thought Greta was in danger, I would have killed Cressida that day instead of telling her about the divorce. I wished I'd strangled her with my fucking hands. A new wave of utter rage and guilt slashed through me. I could hear voices in the background, possibly Marcella.
Fuck it. Fuck these goddamn traditionalists and most of all Antonacci.
Dad, you know what this means.
The Falcones want revenge.
Of course.
We're at war. If we were at peace, it would be understandable that we allow our allies to dish out revenge in our territory like we did with Chiara. But Antonacci acted against the enemy, so he might have acted without my direct orders, but that won't be enough.
Greta's injuries are so bad, she won't ever have kids. I won't ever have children, Dad. All because Cressida's ambition and her father's fanaticism. I want them all dead. I want them to die in the cruelest way possible. And I'll tell the Falcones they can have them, that they can kill every fucker who was involved. I'll fucking applaud them while they skin them. And then there's going to be peace. And whoever from the Familia doesn't want peace can die alongside Cressida and her damned family.
You're not capo yet.
But I will be, and this is the decision I would make. Dad was silent on the other end.
They can have Cressida for all I care, but every Familia soldier involved will be killed in a public meeting of the entire Familia as a warning.
Then we should let the Falcones be part of the meeting and allow them to kill Antonacci and the other involved men together with us. I heard Marcella's voice in the background again. After almost a minute, Dad released a harsh sigh.
That's how we do it.
Utter relief washed through me. Thanks, Dad.
Amo?
Yes?
Make sure your girl gets better.
I swallowed and hung up. Then I went back to Ramo to tell him our decision. This would pave the way to peace, to Greta's and my future together. I found Ramo, Nevio, and Serafina in front of Greta's room. I nodded a greeting at Serafina. My interactions with her in the past had been limited to a couple of meaningless pleasantries. I didn't know much about her, except for her kidnapping story.
And?
Ramo asked with a challenging expression. I told Ramo about the decision.
We don't want to wait for revenge until the Familia decides it is time. We don't need a public meeting to spill blood,
Ramo said. Nevio nodded. It's the only way, and it's a chance for peace. Nevio laughed.
No, we don't need peace.
Serafina turned to Ramo.
Greta needs Amo. She lost so much. Do you want her to lose the love of her life as well?
For the first time since I'd known Ramo Falcone, his eyes flickered with intense emotional pain. I shoved down my own emotions. I hadn't allowed myself to really think about what Greta and I had lost. Whenever I'd dreamed about a future with Greta, I'd imagined us having children who filled the house with laughter.
There is no retribution fitting for what Greta has lost,
Serafina whispered, touching Ramo's chest.
You can slaughter every member of the Familia, but it won't help Greta. The only thing you can do for our girl is to give her a future with Amo, and for that to happen, there must be peace.
Nevio shook his head with a scoff. But then he exchanged a look with his father, and finally Ramo nodded.
We'll wait for the meeting to kill the rest, but Cressida will die now. By my hands,
Nevio added. Serafina's expression twisted with worry. If she worried about Nevio's mental well-being if he killed a woman, she needn't have bothered. I doubted Cressida would be the first, and she wouldn't be the last either. Send her my greetings. I gritted out.
Chapter 32. Greta. My first memory when I woke was the acute pain in my belly, followed by a burning sensation in my knee. It made me want to recoil, but there was no running from this. Then faces became distinct before my eyes, slowly, one after the other. First Dad, who sat on my right, his hand around mine, his dark eyes full of concern.
Pain?
I nodded and winced. Dad reached up and pressed a button on the infusion that would release more morphine into my veins. At once, the stabbing in my body dulled and I could relax. Movement on my other side made me turn my head, and my eyes grew wide when I spotted Amo, straightening in his chair. He was holding my other hand.
Amo?
He nodded, his expression grave in a way that told me something horrible had happened. I tried to sit up. Dad and Almo reached for me at the same time, then halted and their eyes met. I waited for the inevitable, but Dad sank back down with a tight expression and allowed Almo to help me into a sitting position. I sent Dad a grateful smile. He gave a small nod. I knew how much this must cost him. Mom stirred on the sofa, and when her eyes landed on me, her tired face lit up with relief, and she shoved to her feet and rushed over to me. She kissed my forehead several times before she leaned against Dad. Dark shadows spread under her eyes, and both Almo and Dad hadn't shaved in days. Dark stubble covered their chin and jawline. Almo peered down at me with drawn brows as he rubbed my hand gently.
How do you feel?
His voice was careful and gentle, as if a word spoken too loudly might break me. I wasn't sure I could speak. My throat felt dry and too tight, but after a couple of coughs, I pressed out the first tentative words. I'm alive. I'd thought I would die. It had felt like dying, but I was here. Where's Neville? The last time I'd talked to him, we'd argued. Maybe he was still angry, though I couldn't imagine that being the case. The memories after my attack were murky. He might have been there afterward, but I couldn't put together the pieces of my memory to make sense. The other, more likely explanation why he wasn't here was him being on a rampage, trying to kill everyone who might be responsible for what had happened. He's getting coffee, Mom said. We all didn't sleep much these last few days. Days? How long was I unconscious? They kept you under for 5 days. For them to do so, I must have suffered severe internal injuries and possibly infection. Face your fears was what Dad always said, but I was terrified when I looked down my body. I could feel thick bandages around my abdomen and my leg was in a cast. Do you know who did it? I asked instead of the more burning questions in my head. Almo's mouth tightened, a hateful gleam in his eyes.
Cressida.
I nodded. I had suspected something like that. While my family had many enemies, the timing had been too obvious. Jealousy or maybe fury over losing her position in the Familia were potent incentives. Don't kill her on my behalf, okay? I don't want anyone to die. Almo looked down, a muscle in his jaw working. I could see how difficult it was for him to fight for composure. Acute fear spread in my body. I turned to Dad. Dad. The look in his eyes told me it was too late to save Cressida. What happened? I glanced toward Almo. Did you kill her? Almo shook his head.
I was on my way here the second your father told me what happened. I wanted to be by your side, and I haven't left since then.
I closed my eyes briefly, realization settling in. I knew who my avenging angel had been, the one person who wore this mask with ease. Neville. Almo nodded.
He flew over to New York a day after the attack and returned 2 days ago.
While I was relieved that it hadn't been Almo who'd killed his own wife, something he would definitely have done if Neville hadn't been quicker, I felt a deep sadness for Neville. Eventually all this killing and rage would take the last of his light and plunge him into eternal darkness. This will make things worse. People in the Familia are going to demand blood.
They can count themselves lucky your brother only killed that woman and not her entire rotten family. That'll have to wait until later.
Dad growled. Don't kill more people for me. One life is enough.
For what you lost, her life isn't enough retribution.
Almo said in a raw voice. My brows puckered. What did I lose? Almo looked away, his expression twisted with something very dark. Dad rose to his feet and looked at Mom.
Fina, can you?
Dad never shied back from a confrontation.
Will I ever walk again?
Seeing the state of my knee, that was the only explanation for their overwhelming sadness. Maybe my knee was shattered so badly I would never dance again. Mom's face softened. Yes, but the doctors can't say about ballet yet. It'll take months for you to regain mobility in your leg. I could tell there was more they hadn't told me yet. Almo still clutched my hand. Maybe you can give us a moment. Mom told Almo and Dad. Almo met my gaze, and the look in his let a heavy weight settle in the pit of my stomach. He kissed the back of my hand, then my lips before he rose to his feet. He and Dad walked out of the room. Mom sank down on the bed beside me. She took both my hands and clutched them tightly. Your injuries to your abdomen were bad. Her voice wavered and she stopped. They couldn't save, they had to remove your womb. I blinked at Mom, trying to understand. A hysterectomy? Yeah. Mom's eyes filled with tears, but I still didn't fully understand. You won't be able to... I'd read enough of Nino's medical books and magazines to know every detail of what this meant for me. Carry a child. I finished for Mom and it sank in. Becoming pregnant, having a child, hadn't been on my mind, and because of Almo and my uncertain future, I'd never given it a thought. But having any chance of it taken away? I suddenly realized that for a future with Almo, I might have wanted children. A big, messy family with dirty kids who grew up with many animals. I let out a shuddering breath, feeling a little lost. Mom stretched out beside me and hugged me. She cried against my hair and I gripped her tightly. Finally, I cried too. I cried for a loss of something I'd never really had. A loss for a piece of me that had seemed irrelevant. The loss of a future that could never be. I wasn't sure how long Mom and I cried together. How long we mourned the loss of a piece of my future. A life that might have been. The ache was a new kind of pain. One that I'd carry with me for a long time. Maybe forever. A new thought crossed my mind. Almo needs an heir. Mom pulled back, her eyes swollen. Oh, sweetheart, this should be the last of your worries. My brows puckered. But it's the truth. I saw how he looks at you. He loves you so much. He won't care about an heir, trust me. Maybe. I was so confused, so lost. Can you send him in? I want to talk to him. He knows, okay? He knows what your surgery means. I shook my head. Maybe he thought he knew. Mom got up and gave me an encouraging smile. I'll get him, and he'll tell you what I told you, that it doesn't matter to him. Mom walked out, and less than a minute later, Almo came back in. His eyes swam with concern as he walked over to me. I patted my mattress. Almo perched on the edge as if he was scared of hurting me. But I leaned against him, needing his closeness despite how fragile my body felt. He wrapped me in his arms, surrounding me with his warmth and strength, like a cocoon of consolation. It felt wonderful, like something I never wanted to miss again. I wanted a future with Almo. Wanted nothing more, but he needed to know that it wasn't a future he'd always had in mind.
Almo. Greta's body tensed in my embrace. I pulled back slightly and looked down at her pale face. Traces of tears shone on her cheeks. I wiped them away with my thumb. Greta peered up, those dark eyes forlorn. I couldn't imagine what the news of her surgery had done to her.
You can't ever have kids with me, Almo. This time nothing can change that. My body can't hold a baby anymore. If you want an heir, you must choose someone else.
What the hell was she talking about? I cupped her cheeks and softly kissed them. Nothing in this world would separate me from Greta again. I won't be without you again, Greta. You are mine until I take my last breath. I love you more than everything else in the world.
The Familia is your destiny, Amo. You are meant to be capo.
I nodded because deep down I knew it to be true. I'm also meant to love you. I don't need an heir. I need you. Marcella is pregnant with a boy. She's the oldest. He can become capo. That'll carry on the bloodline, too. I'd always wanted children, but I wanted Greta more, and maybe there were other options to explore eventually. All that matters now is that you heal quickly so we can marry. Greta let out a wispy laugh. I kissed her temple. I love you so much. It kills me that you had to suffer so much. You have the kindest, biggest heart of anyone I know. You don't deserve this.
Maybe I did.
I cupped her cheeks. Fuck no. Don't ever think like this, okay? I need to know that you'll be okay.
I think I'll be okay eventually,
she whispered.
I want to dance again. I want to see my animals again.
I kissed her forehead. I know you'll be. I'll be with you every step of the way you have to take to heal.
Won't you have to return to New York? You've responsibilities, especially at a time like this.
Dad, Valerio, and Mateo handle the situation for now. Officially, I'm here to negotiate peace.
Will there be peace?
I smiled. Of course. Our families don't have a choice. Soon they'll be one family. I had already bought a ring for Greta, but had left it in New York. But once I got it back, I'd ask Greta officially for her hand. For the next 10 days, I didn't leave Greta's side, but it was time to settle things in the Familia. Our soldiers were starting to grow impatient, eager for an explanation for the many arrests. Antonacci and 7 of his soldiers were waiting for their punishment in our Familia cells. Rumors were making the rounds, especially because of Cressida's disappearance. The body hadn't been found. I assumed Nevio had chopped her into tiny pieces.
Don't worry about me,
Greta assured me for the 100th time. At first, I'd refused to leave her in Las Vegas, especially less than a week before Christmas. But my father had insisted I needed to be there during the probably bloodiest meeting in the history of the Familia. I knew he was right.
She's safe here,
Nino assured me.
We'll make sure of it,
Savio said. Ramo had upped the protection surrounding the mansion. I'd slept in the hospital for the last 2 weeks, only separated from Greta when I went to the toilet or showered. Leaving her now felt wrong. Adamo touched my shoulder. He'd arrived a few days ago with his wife and son, and he would come to New York with me, Fabiano, Ramo, and Nevio. The rest would stay in Las Vegas to protect the women and children.
Go,
Greta whispered. I kissed her gently, despite everyone around us. Nevio wasn't present anyway. He tried to avoid me, which proved difficult. I wasn't sure how things between him and Greta were at the moment, but I had a feeling the tension between them wasn't helping Greta heal. I'll be back soon. I followed Ramo, Adamo, and Fabiano outside. Nevio was already in the car. Tumultuous times lay ahead of us. Peace wouldn't happen easily in the minds of our soldiers, but many would be willing to accept it because it meant more safety for their families and more money in their pockets. Adamo sat down beside me. I didn't think I'd get the chance to return to New York so quickly, and I wish it weren't for such an occasion. I really hope this will lead to peace. There will be peace because Greta and I are going to marry. Adamo shook his head with a chuckle. I can't believe we might become family. Have you asked Ramo yet? I glanced at the Falcone capo. He was looking out of the window, but turned to us as if he could feel us talking about him. Our interactions had been civil. We wouldn't miraculously become family, but we'd manage to get along. No, I won't ask for approval. Greta will be my wife.
Sure, I get it. I've butted heads with Ramo in the past. We don't agree on many things, but Ramo will be your father-in-law. Greta loves him, and he loves her. Once the bloody part of this peace deal is over, you'll have to figure out a way to make peace with him. Asking for her hand might be a start. If he says no and I marry her anyway, that won't make for a good start. Trust me. He won't say no. I gave Adamo a doubtful look. He and I had bonded many years ago during his stay in New York over motocross. He was an avid racer, but once he'd returned to Las Vegas, our contact had ceased. He was 10 years older, so this had been one of the reasons. So far, he was the only Falcone man I didn't mind calling family one day. Are we talking about the same man? He won't say no because Greta made her choice, and he won't risk losing her like Serafina's parents lost her. Maybe Adamo was right. I'd cross that unpleasant bridge later. Now another difficult task lay ahead of me. Dad waited at the airport for us. The private jet had a separate hangar, so bystanders weren't around, which was a good thing considering Dad had 10 soldiers as entourage. That Mateo wasn't with him wasn't a good sign. He was still out for blood because of what had happened to Isabella and Gianna. Ramo motioned at the gathered men. This doesn't look like the beginning of peace to me.
Things are still tense, I said, and with a nod toward Nevio, who had his hand on his gun. And if you don't keep yourself in check, they'll get even tenser. I headed for Dad. To my surprise, Maximus was there. I gave my friend a brief nod before I stopped in front of Dad. Why all this?
Better safe than sorry. There's been too much bad blood. I want to talk to Ramo before I lower any security measures.
Luca? Adamo said with a tight smile. He extended his hand, and Dad took it. After that, Fabiano briefly shook hands with him, which surprised me. They'd never been fond of each other. This was a sign. I would thank Fabiano later. Ramo and Nevio didn't bother with pleasantries, and I hadn't expected them to.
We meet again. I hope this time your invitation isn't an ambush, Ramo said. Your son left my territory unscathed after he killed Cressida. If I wanted you dead, he would have died that day.
Nevio scoffed, giving Dad a challenging smile.
You wouldn't have caught me. You should be grateful I only killed her and not the rest.
Dad's jaw clenched.
The reason why you killed her is because Amo and I gave our permission. Don't forget that.
Nevio got in Dad's face, a flicker of madness in those dark eyes.
I would have killed her anyway, and I would kill her again and again if I could. I'd kill every fucker who's even remotely related to the bitch, too, if it weren't for Greta's feelings for him. Maybe I'll do it one day. If you want to try killing me for it, good luck. I act out of lunatic rage.
Dad smiled as if Nevio was a bothersome fly not worth his troubles.
Trust me, I know.
I wished I had that ability to stay calm in the face of his madness, but Nevio still managed to rile me up. That guy had the destruction force of an atomic bomb. Ramo was a fucking madman. Nevio made his father look like a fucking choir boy. But for Greta, I'd stifle my dislike. For her, we would all swallow many difficult pills. Becoming a real family would be a long, bumpy road, and I wasn't sure if all of us would make it to the end. After we dropped off the Falcones at a guest house, Dad and I drove to my parents' house to prepare for the upcoming meeting tomorrow.
I've gone through plenty of hard times over the years, but this stops it all.
I turned my gaze away from the road. Dad seemed to have aged several years in the last few weeks. His hands around the steering wheel were white from the pressure he put on it. I know. Things got out of hand. Thank you for accepting my decision to stay at Greta's side these last couple of weeks.
You didn't really give me a choice.
I love her. Dad let out a deep sigh and turned into the street where the mansion was.
Officially, Nevio killed your wife. On paper, she still was your wife, Amo. We haven't officially announced it yet. But someone saw him in the city, and Cressida disappeared.
I should have never married her. Then none of this would have happened. I'll never regret anything more than that. Dad nodded, surprising me.
If I'd known the extent of your connection to Greta, I would have never insisted you do.
I should have stood my ground and refused, but I was so fixed on becoming capo that I'd have done anything. Only after it was too late, I realized that I couldn't fucking live without Greta. Dad parked the car in front of the house. 2 guards sat in a black limousine in front of it.
If we agree on a truce with the Camorra, we'll have to give our men an explanation as to why.
I'm willing to give them the truth because they'll eventually figure it out anyway, once I marry Greta. Dad smiled darkly.
I feared you'd marry her.
I will. Nothing in this world will stop me. Not you, and not a Falcone either. Greta will be mine. Dad leaned back in the seat with a sigh, running his hand through his hair, looking tired.
This could break the Familia.
You could disown me for being with Greta, I said, even if the words hurt. But nothing could ever hurt as badly as thinking I'd lost Greta. Of finding out we'd lost part of our future, and seeing Greta's face when she realized what had happened. Dad touched my shoulder, his eyes softening.
I won't ever disown you, Amo. You are, and will always be, my son.
Some won't understand. Dad nodded.
We'll try to convince them. And if that fails, we'll handle it as we've always done. Our word is law, and they either bow or die.
It wouldn't be as easy as that. But that Dad was willing to risk this battle, I was eternally grateful. I hugged him.
I won't ever forgive you for making the Falcones family, though.
I let out a raw laugh and pulled back, glad Dad broke this too emotional moment with his dry humor.
Chapter 33. Luca. Matteo got in my face. You allowed the little shit who kidnapped my daughter and wife to traipse into our territory and go around killing people. Cressida got what she deserved. Matteo scoffed. Every single of our last fights had been about how I'd handled the situation with the Camorra after Nevio and his 2 buddies got their hands on Isabella and Gianna. I understood his anger only too well. Fuck, I was the protective madman from the 2 of us. And when will Nevio and Remo get what they deserve? And it's not a fucking warm welcome in our city. I don't want them here, not now, not ever. The Falcones attacked someone in our territory. We should retribute. Marcella shook her head. Matteo, that piece of shit and her family had Greta stabbed. The girl probably won't ever have children. Marcella touched her round belly and swallowed hard. I patted her arm. I didn't want her to work herself up. I'm fine. It's useless to coddle her. She gets mad at me every time I try, Maddox said. When Marcella had picked him, the Familia was in an uproar. Now Amo's choice would top that. My children chose love, and it was bringing the Familia to the brink of an internal war. We're lucky Nevio didn't burn down New York, and every fucking member of the Familia. He's fucking crazy. Even worse than his father. Fuck Luca. You can't allow them to be part of our meeting. We're at war, and I don't want peace with these bastards. There can't be war, Marcella said. Amo won't live without Greta. Not after what happened. Not again. If we don't negotiate a truce, we'll lose Amo. He loves Greta like you love Gianna and Dad loves Mom. And I love you, Maddox reminded her. She rolled her eyes but smiled to soften the blow. It was still hard to believe that my little girl had picked up Biker, an enemy of the past. It was ironic that Amo too had to choose an enemy. I wasn't sure if this was sign of bad parenting on my and Aria's part or not. Matteo, we need this peace. Gianna and Isabella will be safer without a war. They will be the safest if we kill all the Falcones. That won't happen. You can't really consider making them family. I won't be in the same room with Nevio Falcone without killing him. Matteo turned on his heel, stalked out, and almost bumped into Amo. Then he shook his head and left without another word. Amo turned to me with a grimace. He's not taking it well. He wants to protect Gianna and Isabella. They'll be safer with the Falcones as family. I can talk to them, Marcella suggested. I'm sure Gianna and Isabella will vote for peace. They don't care about revenge, and Mateo will listen to what they say. She pushed to her feet. You are the only heavily pregnant woman who wears 8-inch heels, Amo said with a tight smile. 4.5 inches, Amo. Men really need to measure right. And I'm 6 months along. I won't pop out this baby tomorrow, so chill. We have other things to worry about. Maddox gave her a grin I didn't want to dwell on. Marcella kissed my cheek before she patted Amo's chest and whispered something in his ear that made him swallow and nod. Then she stalked out. Maddox, I said before he could follow her. His blond brows pulled together. What's up? You mentioned that you would become part of the familia if I ever allowed it. Maddox froze. Making a former biker a made man would create new waves, but I wanted to show strength, and Maddox had proven his loyalty over and over again. I needed every loyal man at my side that I could find. Sure, he said slowly, glancing to Marcella, who had appeared in the doorway again. That I'm going to ask for your oath very soon, if we all survive tomorrow's meeting. Maddox nodded, wide-eyed. It's an honor, Luca. I'll have your and Amo's back tomorrow. Don't worry. Marcella bit her lip, smiling proudly. She sent me a thankful smile before she and Maddox left. That's been long overdue, Amo said. Sometimes it takes me a long time to make the right decision, I said. I still regretted my decision about Cressida. Amo nodded. Tomorrow we can try to make it right. It would take more than one bloody meeting to make things right. The months and years to come would be hard. Keeping the familia united and uniting two families that hated each other. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. But for Amo, I'd do it. Amo's face had lost the last hints of boyishness. This world didn't leave room for it. I'll always be grateful for what you're doing for me tomorrow. I touched his shoulder and squeezed. My decisions from the past had ultimately led to this point. I should have made a bloody statement sooner. I wouldn't show mercy this time. Arya wrung her hands. Last time you ordered a meeting at the Yonkers power plant, I didn't sleep all night. I was terrified of losing you. She swallowed hard, her eyes full of fear. Tonight, I'll have to worry about you, about Amo, Marcella, Valerio. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them, the determined gleam in them made me shake my head. She had made up her mind about something, and I had a feeling I wouldn't like it. Let me go with you. No. Luca, please. I need to be there with you, with my family. No. She pressed her palms against my chest. No matter what she did, she wouldn't soften my resolve. Tonight's meeting was too dangerous for her to be present. Luca, I know you're worried that things escalate and I die. But if things escalate and all of you die, my whole heart dies. And then I'd rather die by your side than live on without my family. Arya, I love you more than anything else in the world, and nothing, absolutely nothing will convince me to have you there. If I die, if we all die, I still want you to live your life. What life? She glared, but then her expression shifted. Would you want me to remarry? Possessiveness raged through me, as Arya had intended. I'd never not be madly jealous at the thought of anyone having her. She gave me a knowing look because she'd been certain of my reaction. I loved her absolutely and wanted her to be happy, but still my cold, possessive heart couldn't bear the idea of her ever being with another man even once I was dead. I know what you're trying to do, love, but the answer is still no. Tonight might make history, and if that's the case, I don't want you around. You'll need every trustworthy man at your side. I don't want protection if that means you'll be low on men. I have enough men, I said. But of course, Arya had seen the problem. There were many people I needed to protect. Romero's family, Mateo's family, Arya. Though, Mateo had refused to join the meeting. He was still pissed and didn't want to be near the Falcons. Mateo had always been by my side, no matter how dangerous or difficult the situation. That this decision might drive a wedge between us hurt like a fucking knife in the heart. But I'd made up my mind and wouldn't change it again. I owed it to Amo. And his girl, too. Arya began to shake her head. I touched her cheek. I never thought I'd say this, but considering that we'll create a bond with the Camorra that's stronger than ever before, I accepted Fabiano's suggestion that he would watch you. Adamo will be there as well. Arya's eyes grew wide in surprise.
You're accepting help from the Camorra?
Not in my fight against the traditionalists, should it arise. That's my responsibility. The Falcons can kill the people that hurt Greta, but the rest who might want to revolt are mine. The Familia is mine to deal with, but if Adamo and Fabiano's help guarantees your safety, and that of your sisters and their children, then I'm going to trust them. I glanced at my watch. We needed to leave soon. Before the official meeting, I'd meet with the most loyal men in my rows. The bell rang, and a glance at the camera showed Fabiano and Adamo. Fuck. If someone had told me this would happen a month ago, I would have silenced them with a bullet to the head. Amo joined me in the lobby, patting Arya's back when she hugged him tightly as if he were a small boy. For her, our children would always remain her babies. It was difficult for her to see them in danger, and it wasn't easy for me either. But this was our life. I opened the door and let Fabiano and Adamo in. Arya tore away from Amo and went over to her brother, hugging him too. Fabiano briefly hugged her, but public displays of affection weren't his thing. I stepped up to Adamo. This is a major show of trust. I hope you know this. I do. We both do. Adamo glanced at Fabiano, who nodded. Remo wants peace. We all want peace. For Greta, for Amo, for all of us. I pulled Arya against me. She smiled sadly.
Don't worry about me, okay? I'll be fine.
The bell rang again and I tensed, not expecting anyone else. The camera showed Mateo, Isabella, and Gianna in front of the door. I let them in. Isabella gave me a quick smile before she headed toward Amo. She hugged him.
I'm sorry for what happened to Greta.
Thanks, Isa. Gianna shoved Amos' shoulder.
You have a lot of explaining to do. You've always been a troublemaker.
I guess I have that from you, Amos said. Gianna huffed and went over to Arya. I turned to Mateo, who hovered in the doorway, looking wary. Good job sending your daughter over to us for a guilt trip. Marcella has a way with words that breaks everyone's resolve. I clapped his shoulder. I'm glad to have you by my side. I narrowed my eyes. You won't use tonight to sink your knife into Nevio, right? Mateo's lips thinned. He nodded toward Isabella and Gianna. They want peace. It was a 2-to-1 vote. We should leave, Amo said, motioning at his watch. He was right. Valerio! Gianna rolled her eyes.
That boy will be late even for his own death.
Valerio jogged down the stairs in that moment.
I have a huge party planned for my 18th in January. I definitely won't die anytime soon.
I realized this moment marked the end of an era. Even our youngest was no longer a child. He had been inducted for a while, but his attitude had always made me see him as a boy. In more than one way, he reminded me of Mateo. Now he'd fight by my side. He gave me a wink and tight smile, tightening his gun belt around his chest. Let's go, I ordered. Arya's parting gaze tore at my chest. I would bring all of our children back to her. I'd give my last drop of blood to protect them. Today, our family would stand together.
Chapter 34. Amo. Before the official meeting, We met with the people Dad and I trusted the most in a small hall adjacent to the main hall of the Yonkers power plant. Soldiers, captains, and underbosses that were loyal to the core. As I scanned the men before me, I was surprised by the number of them. Dad smiled grimly at me. That's what I'm aiming for. One day I want to have this kind of loyalty from my men.
These men are loyal to you, too. That's why they're here.
I nodded at Growl and his sons, Romero and Flavio, Mateo, Maddox, Cassio and his sons, Orazio and his son, Demetrio and his son. Dad had given his trust to many of these men in advance, and they'd repaid him, and found a home in the Familia. They now repaid him with loyalty daily, but what we'd ask of them today was more than ever.
Welcome, my friends, and thank you for coming here so quickly,
Dad said. He rarely uttered the words, thank you, but tonight's activities required it. Nevio and Ramo were still hidden. Their immediate presence would have caused too much confusion and bad blood. Dad gave me a nod and I stepped forward. We decided I would explain the situation to our men. Soon whispers arose among them as I told them why we were here tonight. It was strange to reveal so much about something this private, something that many still regarded as a weakness, feelings for a woman. But the men here had all lost their hearts to a woman, so I knew they'd understand.
Let me get this straight, Cassio said in his usual controlled voice. We're going to have peace with the Camorra again and allow them to kill a few of our men tonight.
It's their revenge to dish out, I said. Dad nodded. Not a hint of doubt reflected on his face, though I knew he still harbored some. Cassio blew out a long breath and exchanged a look with a few others.
I have to admit, I think peace is necessary, but this is a peculiar way to go about it.
The circumstances require it, I said. After a few more discussions, the consensus was that the present men were willing to follow our judgment. It was the first step in the right direction. One step of many. I'll ask Ramo and Nevio to join us now, I said. I could tell that the men were still a bit confused because I was leading the meeting, but Dad had decided we needed to split power between us more. I was eager to take over more responsibilities, but knew tonight was a difficult time to start. Not everyone would be happy about it. I went to another smaller room where Ramo and Nevio had been waiting. The moment they joined us, the tension in the room skyrocketed. It certainly didn't help that Mateo gave Nevio a look that suggested he was on the verge of slicing him open. To my surprise, Nevio ignored it completely. Only his eyes revealed his willingness to kill us all. Ramo even managed to keep a civil face despite Growl's presence. Maybe tonight would go more smoothly than expected. Dad, Valerio, and I stepped on the platform. The hall was filled to the maximum with made men. The air was ripe with nervous energy. Mateo, Maximus, and Romero dragged the 7 men who were involved in the attack on Greta onto the stage. And for a moment my own need for bloodshed was so strong I had to look away from Antonacci or risk losing control. If I fucked up our plan, I'd kick myself. Dad was risking so much with this, I had to stay in control. Dad must have sensed my conflict because he took the lead again and faced our soldiers. He explained the situation to them, and soon the noise level grew to unpleasant heights. "Silence!" I roared, losing my patience. The last few whispers died when I stepped to the very edge of the platform. As my father has said, we have negotiated a new peace with the Camorra for all of your safety and prosperity. Many of you have been longing for peace, but it comes with a price.
You want peace because you want the Falcone girl,
one of the men shouted.
What about your wife? Where's she? There are rumors that a Falcone killed her.
I was about to divorce Cressida and ask Greta Falcone for her hand. New whispers arose. Cressida tried to have Greta killed.
She was the enemy, so what?
She is the woman I chose to be mine, I growled, fixing the man who had spoken with a glower. And nobody touches what's mine. I allowed Nevio to avenge his sister as I did with the men who hurt my sister many years ago. And tonight the capo of the Camorra and his son are here to finish their revenge with our help, as a sign of our new truce and show of our unity as a soon-to-be family. Ramo and Nevio stepped up on the stage in that moment on Dad's sign. I motioned Ramo and Nevio to join my father and me at the front. We'll be stronger than before. We'll create new, stronger bonds, and we'll beat down our enemies with utmost cruelty. Ramo gave me a twisted grin. I imagined he appreciated my words.
What about you, Mateo?
An older soldier stepped forward.
That Falcone boy kidnapped your wife and daughter with his friends, and you tell me you're going to become family?
Mateo's answering smile had my pulse spike again. Nevio still managed to appear completely unperturbed. I wondered if Ramo had given him a sedative. That crazy fucker had never controlled his rage before.
I don't like to dwell in the past, and neither should you,
Mateo said.
Neither Isabella nor Gianna were harmed physically that day. The matter is settled. We spilled enough blood in the months that followed. Now we'll settle our differences and join forces as a very messed up family.
A few men snickered. Mateo always managed to find humor in the most twisted situations.
I think it's time to deal with these men now.
Dad motioned at the men responsible for Greta's injuries. Nevio braced himself beside me as if he were ready to pounce on them and tear their throats out with his bare teeth.
Let us hear what Antonacci has to say. He must get the chance to defend himself,
one of the traditionalists shouted. I scanned the room to count the men who nodded their agreement. Maybe a third of our men.
This isn't a fucking democracy,
Mateo said. But I stepped forward and bent over Antonacci, my gaze locking on his. He didn't look away. It took all my willpower to simply remove the tape over his mouth and step back.
The Camorra killed my daughter. He killed my daughter.
He tossed his chin at Nevio, who bared his teeth in a scary grin.
It was an absolute pleasure. Your daughter tried to kill Greta Falcone,
Dad said, trying to defuse the situation, which was a lost cause.
Nobody attacks without my permission, and we don't ever attack women, not even at war.
Why don't you tell everyone what really happened? That your son cheated on his daughter with that little Falcone whore,
another traditionalist screamed. Rage blinded my vision as I jumped off the platform before anyone could stop me, shoved into the crowd, and slammed the man to the ground. My hand wrapped around his throat. It was all too familiar. I'd often wondered why Dad had used his bare hands to kill a man who insulted Mom. But feeling the frantic throbbing of panic against my fingertips as I choked the asshole was fucking beautiful, and so much more satisfactory than the detached use of a knife or gun. Never speak of her again. Understood? You let Falcone kill your own wife. You should be ashamed. She had long stopped being my wife, and she'd never really been it in the true sense of the word. If Nevio hadn't killed her, I would have done it, and I would have enjoyed every second of it. Antonacci let out a cackle.
I hope you'll enjoy her barren body. No babies for you.
I was on my feet before he'd finished his sentence and stormed back onto the stage. Nevio was quicker. He sat atop Antonacci and gripped his throat, nose to nose, a wide grin on his face. I reached his side when Ramo threw a knife at the man I'd choked moments before, impaling it in his throat, causing blood to spew out and cover everyone around.
I could tell he was going to say something to piss me off again,
Ramo said with that twisted grin. Nevio pressed his fingers into Antonacci's eyes, but I shoved him aside. He looked ready to attack me, too.
Not his eyes, I growled. I want to see his suffering in them.
Nevio smiled, as if for the first time in his life, he didn't want to kill me. I held out my hand, and Maximus tossed me a hammer and a few nails.
He's mine. Don't forget,
Nevio said in an eager voice. Don't worry. There's going to be enough left of him for you to torture. Once I'd impaled Antonacci's knees, shins, and palms with nails, I swallowed my own rage and stepped back to allow Nevio his turn. If I'd thought he'd been surprisingly controlled before, I now got why. He'd held back his rage to have it for Antonacci. When Ramo and Nevio were done with the 7 men, The stage and everyone on it was covered in blood. It dripped down the stage onto the ground below, reached the shoes of the soldiers standing too close.
The Familia and the Camorra stand together from this day on. We'll be stronger. We won't tolerate disobedience. You're either loyal or you'll die, I shouted.
Chapter 35. Greta. Mom watched me take one hard-earned step after the other. I worked even harder now that Alma was in New York. I wanted to make progress so he wasn't so worried about me anymore. I wanted this to be his Christmas present. "Do you have a moment?" Mom asked. I limped over to her with my crutches and sank down beside her. "Is something wrong?" Mom shook her head quickly and took my hand. "I talked to the doctors who did your surgery and also a few other specialists." I frowned. Had she not told me everything? Was there more? What if my injuries were even worse than I thought? "Don't look so scared. This is positive. I think it is." She let out a nervous laugh and touched my cheek. "When they did the surgery on you, they didn't have to remove your ovaries." I nodded because I knew that. It was why I didn't have to suffer through an early menopause. "That means you can have your own babies." "I could, but I can't carry them." Mom nodded, her hold on my hand tightening. "You could use a surrogate." I began to shake my head. That would require an amount of trust in a person that was difficult to achieve. The idea that a stranger had my baby inside of her and could possibly hurt it. "If you trust me, I'd gladly carry a baby or babies for you." My lips parted in utter shock. "Mom." Tears welled up in her eyes. "I talked to the doctors. My age won't be a problem because we're not using my old eggs. Only my womb, and that's still fine." Mom was only 41. Chances were high she could still conceive too. "You hated being pregnant." "It wasn't that bad." "It was. You threw up so much when you were pregnant with Julio, and you told me your first pregnancy with Nevio and me was incredibly hard on your body." "It doesn't matter. Let me give you this gift, okay? Nothing's worse than seeing your child suffer. Trust me. I want nothing more than to give you the chance to become a mother yourself. And you can experience the pregnancy through me. Can be there when I give birth." You really thought it through. I was completely overwhelmed. I hadn't spared another thought on children, hadn't dared to do so. I'd focused on walking and maybe dancing again, because that was something in my grasp. "You don't have to decide today or tomorrow or even next year. Just know that I want to do this for you." I threw my arms around her. "I can't think right now. Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much." It was the day before Christmas, and I was practicing walking with my crutches under Kiara's watchful eyes in Mom's yoga room again when Nevio stepped into the room. Surprise washed over me. I hadn't expected them to be back again. Nevio stuffed his hands into the pockets of his black cargo pants, hovering in the doorway. He had avoided talking to me since the attack. I had heard only figments of what had gone down in New York. Nevio looked as he always did when he was with me, not like the monster he let out more and more. "Can you give us a moment?" he asked. Kiara nodded. She touched his arm briefly as she walked past him. I resisted the urge to ask where Alma was. Nevio obviously wanted to be alone with me, and he deserved my full attention. He wasn't used to sharing it. "Won't you come closer?" I asked. Nevio strode toward me, his eyes lingering on my cast before he met my gaze. "I know you don't want to hear it, but I killed everyone who did this to you. I poured all of my rage into it, for you." I smiled and released my crutches to hug him. Nevio quickly wrapped his arms around me, obviously worried I'd fall. "I know that's how you show me your love." "You're really gonna leave Las Vegas?" I peered up into his haunted eyes. I have to follow my heart. We can see each other all the time now that there won't be war anymore. It's not the same. You'll have a new family. I let out a tight laugh, though I felt more like crying. I'll never replace you and our family. And creating my own family won't be so easy. I touched the bandage over my abdomen that was hidden by my wide dress. Nevio's mouth twisted. Fuck, Greta. That's not what I meant. I wish I could do something. Don't let the dark swallow you just because I'm not there to watch over you. One day you'll find someone who will shine brightly. Nevio shook his head with a dark laugh. I'll try to dip my feet into the light on occasion. But don't expect me to have feelings for anyone, Greta. Even if I hadn't been averse to the idea of it before, seeing what your feelings for Vitiello did is a huge deterrence. I rolled my eyes. So you're not mad at me? I was never mad at you. Really? He shrugged. I am raging mad at Vitiello. Don't be. I want you to try to get along. You're asking a lot from me. I know. It could be my Christmas present. Nevio's gaze slanted to the doorway. He must have heard steps because Amo stepped in a moment later. I gave him a weak smile, my heart filling with longing. After having spent 2 weeks together in hospital, being separated for several days had seemed like eternity, which was irrational considering we'd been apart longer than that before. Nevio released me slowly. Can you stand? Amo crossed the room before I got the chance to answer and put his hand on my back to steady me. I can take over. A look passed between them, and Nevio stepped back with a strange smile. Take good care of her. You saw what I did on stage. He gave me a wink and disappeared. Those words, though part threat, had been his way of a peace offering. The best Christmas present ever. Amo cupped my cheeks and lowered his lips to mine. The kiss was gentle and careful. I still felt a little frail, so I was glad for his consideration. How are you feeling? A little better every day. I can't wait to be rid of the cast so I can start mobilizing my knee. You will dance again. I nodded because I believed it too. Amo cleared his throat. I know today isn't the best time, and this isn't a good place, but I don't want to wait anymore. My brows puckered, then darted up when Amo got down on one knee. He pulled out a ring from his pocket and held it up between us. My lips formed an O as I stared at the beautiful piece of jewelry. It was a delicate rose gold ring with an amethyst center stone in a color that was a beautiful pinkish lilac tone. It was surrounded by smaller white diamonds. When I saw it in the shop window, the color of the stone reminded me of the tutu you wore when I first saw you dance in your studio. He shifted the ring so it caught the light and became a bit lighter in color. Indeed, almost my tutu. My smile widened, but my heart still felt as if it might jump out of my chest. Amo cleared his throat and locked gazes with me. Greta, I don't want to spend a single day without you. I want you by my side. I've always admired my parents' bond and their unwavering love. And I know our marriage will be like that. Will you marry me?
Amo. It was the first time these words left my lips, and it felt as if it marked a new beginning, wiping out the many wrong turns I'd taken in the past. I had no doubt Greta was the path I was meant to follow. She covered her mouth with her fingers and swallowed audibly before she finally nodded. Yes, yes. I pushed the ring on her finger, relieved when it fit perfectly. I didn't even have it altered. I'd stumbled upon it by chance like I'd stumbled upon the gorgeous ballerina. I pushed to my feet and wrapped my arms around Greta's waist, lifting her off the ground with as much care as I could. Her arms snaked around my neck, and we kissed. After a while, we pulled apart. I thought maybe we could marry this May, By that time, you should be healed enough to walk down the aisle without trouble. Of course, I wouldn't mind carrying you either, but I guess that's not how you imagined your wedding day. Greta gave me a sheepish smile.
I never imagined my wedding.
My eyebrows rose. That's a blow to my confidence. She laughed.
I never allowed myself to dream about it because it seemed out of reach.
It isn't anymore. We can marry. Our fathers agreed on peace. The Familia stands behind the decision, and the Camorra probably won't doubt your father's decision either. Greta narrowed her eyes in thought.
Did you have to kill many to make this happen?
A few had to die, but most of the traditionalists allowed us to persuade them with certain concessions.
Concessions?
I shrugged. They cling to their traditions, hence the name. Dad agreed to make the bloody sheets obligatory once more and to put a stronger focus on arranged marriages again. The sanctity of marriage was a big point.
So we'll have to present sheets after our wedding night.
I grimaced. It's expected, yes. Maybe we could figure out a way around it. Greta gave a resolute shake of her head.
No, I don't want an exemption. I want to show your men that I'm willing to respect their rules.
She bit her lip.
But that means you'll have to wait before we can have sex.
I would have waited anyway. I want to do this right. A few more months won't kill me. Greta tilted her head up, and I bent down to kiss her.
Did you talk to my parents yet?
That's next up on my list. I wanted to ask you first.
Do you want me to come with you for moral support?
I'll be fine. You keep practicing so you can walk down the aisle. I walked out. Kiara was still in front of the door.
I'm glad you two found each other, even if the way to be together was painful.
I dipped my head in thanks. Where can I find Ramo?
I'll take you to him,
Nino said, appearing out of nowhere. I gave him a smirk. I guess I'm not allowed to roam the mansion on my own yet.
You just talked to my wife alone. That's a great show of trust.
You were close by. Nino gave me a cold smile, but he didn't look particularly unfriendly.
Some habits are difficult to lose.
Trust must be earned, I agree. But none of your women will ever be in danger around me. Nino didn't comment, but he led me into the common area of the house where most of the Falcone clan had gathered. It was a chaotic assembly. To top it off, Gemma was trying to stop her little daughter, who was laughing hysterically, from tearing at her hair. I tore my gaze away and turned my attention to Ramo. Can I have a word with you? Serafina came in from another room in that moment. And you too. Serafina immediately came toward me, and Ramo followed. Where can we talk in private? Serafina gave me a smile, as if she knew exactly what I was going to say. Ramo's enthusiasm was non-existent. There are no secrets in this house. You might as well pop the question right here and spare us the less accurate retellings later, Savio said. Gemma shoved the toddler toward Savio so he could bounce her on his leg and calm her. I shrugged. I asked Greta for her hand, and she said yes.
Some might consider it disrespectful not to ask me as her father first.
That's a rule we follow in the Familia, but I know you're more progressive in the Camorra, so I tried to adapt to your local customs. Ramo gave me a sharp smile.
Ah, already being rude when the ink on our truce hasn't even dried yet.
Serafina touched my arm and gave me a warm smile.
I'm happy for you and Greta. Now you better make her happy.
This isn't the Christmas present I was hoping for,
Ramo muttered. Nevio sauntered over to me, and I couldn't help but be wary. I remembered how he'd separated Greta and me last time.
You heard my mother? Be good to her, or I'll be very unpleasant.
He didn't mention his actions on stage again, and he didn't have to. I'd remember that meeting all my life, for various reasons. No knife in my side this time? Nevio shook his head.
Not from me this time. He clucked his tongue.
I'm sure there are enough people out there who would love to stab him, Massimo said dryly.
He'll be family. I'll have to protect him, I guess.
My lips curled in a condescending smile. Thanks. I can protect myself. As long as you keep your crazy outbursts away from me, I'll be fine. Nevio bared his teeth in that crazy fucker grin of his.
Will try my best.
The sound of crutches carried over to us, and a moment later Greta came in with Kiara.
Everything all right here?
She looked between me, her father, and brother. Ramo walked past me and kissed her forehead.
Now I'll have to make sure New York is a safe place for you.
Greta smiled and hugged him.
Chapter 36. Greta. Once my cast was removed and the doctors had cleared me for travel, 6 weeks after the attack, Dad allowed me to fly to New York for the first time. Amo had to fly back to New York a week ago, which had taken considerable convincing on my part, but he needed to show presence in the familia. This would be the first time I would meet his family and his best friend. I was nervous, but also excited. It was still hard to grasp that New York would be my home soon. Mom joined me on the flight, and because of that, Dad did too. Mom wanted to help Arya with wedding preparations since I still wasn't fit enough to rush from one location to the next. I was happy to give them plenty of freedom with their decisions. Mom knew my style, so I was certain I would be happy with the outcome. Dad would meet with Luca for their first meeting as future in-laws. The thought still seemed strange, and I was a tad worried about their encounter, though Dad had assured me it would be fine. Alma waited for us at the airport. I still needed to use crutches, though I could walk a few steps without them. Bending my knee was still difficult, and would take weeks of more physiotherapy before I would be able to walk without a noticeable limp. Almo lifted me off the ground when he reached me and kissed me. At once, I felt a sense of utter happiness that let me forget the hardships of my knee injury. Almo put me back down but didn't release me. I'd missed him, so I was eager for his closeness.
My parents are expecting us for dinner. What a pleasure,
Dad said. Mom elbowed his side, but he didn't react. I sat with Almo in the front of the car, his hand holding mine. Dad ignored our displays of affection. My heart rate picked up when we pulled up in front of the Vitiello home. The last time I'd been there, I had been anxious for very different reasons. Now I worried whether the Vitiellos would like me. I had my family in Las Vegas, but I knew life in New York would be easier if I got along with Amo's family. Not to mention that it would mean a lot to him, too. Amo gave me a reassuring smile and helped me out of the car. Before we reached the steps leading up to the front door, it opened and Arya stood in the doorway. Her warm smile hit me like sunshine and relieved my anxiety at once. I smiled up at her while Amo helped me climb the stairs. Arya didn't try to hug me, though Amo had mentioned that she was a hugger. Maybe once I knew her better, I could hug her. It's so wonderful to see you again. Luca stepped up behind his wife. He gave me a small smile. I knew he was an imposing man, someone who scared many, but because he reminded me of Almo, and because I was used to my father and brother, I actually didn't feel wary of him.
Greta, welcome to our home.
Thank you, it's a pleasure. Almo led me past his parents and into the living room so our parents could greet each other. His brother Valerio, a man who must be Marcella's husband Maddox, and Marcella, who was very heavily pregnant, sat on the couch. They all got up when we entered. Even Marcella managed to lift her remarkably big belly quickly. Seeing her, I remembered Mom's offer. I hadn't told Almo about it yet. I needed time to process it myself and decide what I wanted to do about it. But I knew this wasn't something I could decide alone. Marcella came over to me. Good to see you. If you ever want to talk about my brother's annoying nature or anything else, call me. Thank you.
I'm glad my brother finally marries a decent woman.
Maddox shoved Valerio, who only laughed.
Ignore him. The filter between his brain and mouth isn't working. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm not easily offended. My brother doesn't have any kind of filter between his brain and mouth.
Or knife hand,
Almo added. We all laughed and I relaxed even more. I could tell that I would feel welcome in Almo's family. Maybe it wouldn't take long until it would feel like my family too. Dad didn't allow Almo and me to sleep in the same room just like he hadn't in the weeks prior. Since I didn't want to test his patience, I accepted his order, even if it was ridiculous considering Amo and I had already shared a bed. But I noticed that Amo seemed almost relieved about it. Maybe he worried about his abilities to stay honorable and not claim my virginity before our wedding night. Mom, Dad, and I slept in a suite in the Mandarin, like last time. When I limped out of my room into the living area of the suite very early in the morning because I couldn't sleep, I found Dad on the sofa, staring into the dark. I limped over to him and sank down close beside him. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder.
I never thought I would have to let you go.
You make it sound as if we can't see each other. I'm just a flight away. Dad looked at me. In the dark, it was difficult to make out the details of his expression, but I knew him well enough to realize he was worried. I'll be safe.
Safer than under my watch, hopefully.
I put my hand on his scarred one. It wasn't your fault. Nobody could have suspected this. I don't blame you or Amo or even the guards. Sometimes bad things happen.
They shouldn't happen to you. I need you to be safe and happy.
I'm happy most of the time. Sometimes the attack haunts me, especially because my body's still not fully recovered. But I'm a Falcone, Dad. I'll survive this and come out stronger, right? Dad chuckled.
Right.
He fell silent.
I really want to cling to my dislike of Amo. But sometimes when I see him looking at you with that sappy adoration, I can't help but tolerate him.
I stifled a laugh and squeezed Dad's hand in thanks. We sat like that for a while before I spoke again. Did Mom tell you about her offer?
She did.
His voice was gentle and loving, a very rare thing even around me. I bit my lip. I'm thinking of taking Mom up on her offer.
You should,
Dad said quietly.
Your mother wants to give you this.
He swallowed.
I could only exact brutal revenge. That's what I can do, but your mother's gift is far more precious than mine.
I leaned my head against his shoulder. The both of you have always done everything you could to make me happy, and I'll always be grateful for it. No matter where I live in the world, a part of my heart will always stay in Vegas with you and the rest of my family. Dad pressed a kiss to my head.
You should go to sleep. Amo picks you up in a couple of hours.
Are you angry that I'm meeting Maximus and even Growl and his family?
My grudges of the past don't have to be yours. As long as you don't expect me to make peace with my half-brother, too.
Maybe one day you'll want to. Dad didn't comment.
We can all count ourselves lucky if I manage not to kill Luca for insisting on the bloody sheet tradition. Everything else would be a miracle.
I'm fine with the sheets. I bit my lip. You sent sheets of your first night with Mom to the outfit capo and her parents, so I think you'll be brave enough to see my wedding night sheets.
If I'd known my future daughter would find out about this and use it against me, I would have reconsidered my decision.
You wouldn't have, Mom said, stepping out of the bedroom in her white nightgown and messy bed hair. You got a kick out of it. With a smile, I returned to my own bed, leaving my parents to their arguing. Dad was right. I needed to sleep.
Amo. Ramo will cause a scene when we present the sheets, Dad said. Mom shrugged.
You didn't want to see Marcy's sheets either. They wouldn't have been read anyway,
Marcy said, balancing a small bowl with chips on her belly. Before her pregnancy, she wouldn't have touched these fatty carbs with a 10-foot pole. Mom gave me a nervous look.
Your father can give you tips on how to create false bloody sheets. You aren't the first couple that consummated their bond before their wedding.
I didn't want to discuss the details of my parents' wedding night. I didn't consummate anything. I'll wait until the wedding. Dad gave me a surprised look, and Marcy even put her chips away to give me an incredulous stare.
Oh my God, Amo. I didn't peg you as a romantic gentleman.
My lips curled. I respect Greta. Maddox grinned in a dirty way. I respect your sister, too. But she would have kicked my ass if I'd made her wait this long for it. Dad sent Maddox a look that would have sent many people running.
It's our peace offering for the hurt pride of the traditionalists.
I don't want to discuss this anymore. But one thing was sure. I didn't want to share any piece of my first night with Greta, with anyone. Greta buzzed with excitement when we drove to the Trevison dog shelter. You're more eager than before you met my family. Greta looked shocked.
That's not true. I was too anxious to be excited before I met your family. But animals always like me, so this will be easier. And if Maximus and his family love animals as much as I do, then I'll get along with them, too.
I doubt there are many people who don't like you. Greta remained silent, her gaze distant. I could tell that her mood had changed, and I wondered what had caused it.
My mother offered to carry our baby.
I almost swerved off the road. I hit the brakes and pulled the car to a stop on the shoulder of the road. I turned to Greta, not sure if I'd heard her right. What?
Mom would carry the baby in her womb if we used IVF to fertilize my eggs with your sperm.
I shook my head. I didn't want to think about anyone's womb, and the rest hardly made sense, too. Greta took my hand and explained everything again, even slower, as if I were a small child. When she was done, I was completely stunned. That's possible?
Yeah.
Would you want to do it? I couldn't deny it. The prospect of Greta and me having a child one day made me deliriously happy. Yet I didn't want to push Greta towards something she wasn't comfortable with. Her expression was difficult to read. What about you? One corner of her mouth tilted up.
Answering a question with a question in turn. But I started it, so I guess it's only fair.
I'd promised myself I would be honest with Greta. My first marriage had been full of lies and deceit. I didn't want this with Greta. I want to do it, yes. Greta blew out a breath and gave me a small smile.
Me too. Not now, but in a few years.
I leaned over, cupped her head, and pulled her in for a kiss. When we pulled up in front of the Trevison house, Maximus was already waiting in front of it. He and Sarah lived in an apartment in the city close to her parents and siblings, but Maximus came here often. His hands in his pockets, I could see the tension in his body when I got out of the car. I wasn't sure if it was because of Greta and their family's history, or because things with Sarah were still difficult. He strode over to us while I lifted Greta out of my G-class. I didn't want her to jump out yet. Her knees still needed time to heal. Maximus patted my back, then he gave Greta a cautious smile and righted the cap he was wearing, as if he needed to occupy his hands. Her answering smile was without reservations.
It's so nice to finally meet you. Almost told me so much about you, so it's great to finally see you in real life.
Some of the tension leaked from Maximus. Sadly, Amo has been very close-lipped about you for a long time, so you were the mystery woman. Greta laughed.
It was complicated.
That's one way to put it, I said. Greta's entire face lit up when she turned her attention to the closest enclosure, where several dogs were begging for attention. She gave Maximus a hopeful expression.
Can I go over to them?
He shrugged and motioned her to go ahead.
These are the socialized ones, so you can even pat them if they don't shy back.
The dogs in the kennels farther down are unpredictable, though. Greta nodded and slowly walked over to the fence. She still couldn't bend her knee fully, so she was limping. Maximus stepped up beside me and squeezed my shoulder. I never quite got it, but seeing how you look at her now, I get why you went through all the trouble. It was worth it. Maximus' eyes reflected his own conflict. It'll be worth it with Sarah, too.
I know,
he said quietly.
And I'm doing all I can to make it work.
Maybe she and Greta can become friends. Sarah is pretty quiet and thoughtful like Greta. Maximus nodded.
That might work. She's at her parents' house today. Primo's on his way here. Mom has prepared lunch in case Greta is willing to eat with the unwanted part of her family.
I didn't have a doubt that Greta would say yes. She didn't hold the grudge her father kept up for the most insane reasons. Greta, should we stay for lunch? Kara, Maximus' mom, cooked for us. She turned away from the pit bull she'd been petting through the fence, and her entire face lit up.
I'd love to meet them.
I gave Maximus a I told you so look. He stifled a smile. I'll tell my mom so she can really get going. I can give Greta a more detailed tour later. I'll try to tear her away from the dogs. I went over to her. She looked as if she couldn't be happier.
I miss working in my own sanctuary.
Most of it had been destroyed by the fire, and Ramo hadn't allowed Greta to return there. Your animals are all taken care of.
I know. They found good homes, but I miss working with animals.
I talked to Growl a few days ago. She straightened, curiosity lighting up her face. I'd always preferred women with very long hair, but Greta with her chin-length bob made me reconsider my past preferences. Of course, I still couldn't wait for her hair to grow back. She tugged a strand behind her ear.
I'm still getting used to it, too. I've never had short hair. I miss being able to put my hair up in a ponytail so it doesn't get in the way.
It'll grow back. I stroked my fingers along her cheek, then over the skin below her ear, feeling a small burn scar there. She also had a couple of smaller burn marks on her shoulders. And you are beautiful. She smiled.
What about Growl?
I told him about the sanctuary you had in Las Vegas, and he suggested that you can work together with him and his family. So far, he only takes in dogs, but if you want to expand on the shelter, I'm sure he won't mind helping you. The premises can be expanded with barns, and there's pasture land close by. Greta's eyes widened.
Really?
Really. I know you wouldn't be happy living in the city all the time, so I thought we could build a house close to this place and split our lives between that place and an apartment in Manhattan or a townhouse in Brooklyn.
What about the house you shared with...
It was never a place that felt like home, and I spent less than 20 nights there in total. Dad already sold it to a business partner. Greta searched my eyes, then she nodded.
Okay.
Nothing from my past with Cressida would ever touch our lives again. Greta would carry the marks of the past on her body. I could do nothing about that, but that was the extent of the past's grip on us. Cressida was dead, and I would make sure the memory of her would die, too. "Lunch is ready," Maximus called from the doorway. A pickup pulled up in the driveway in that moment, and I tensed, my arm coming around Greta protectively until I recognized Primo behind the steering wheel. He jumped out and strolled over to us. "Hey, long-lost cousin," he said with a smile. Greta grinned. She gave me a pleased smile as we followed Primo toward the front door. When we entered the big kitchen, Kara immediately turned away from the stove, an apron protecting her gym clothes from the meatball sauce. She headed over to us, but didn't try to hug Greta as I'd told them about Greta's need for space when she didn't know people very well.
Greta, so nice to finally meet you. It's so nice to meet you, too. Thank you for cooking for us. It's the first time I tried vegan meatballs, so please don't be too critical.
Kara let out an embarrassed laugh.
I'm sure it'll taste wonderful. It smells so good.
Growl rose slowly from the kitchen chair where he'd been watching the scene unfold with his usual caution. His expression remained wary as he stopped in front of us.
"Hello, Uncle,"
Greta said in a soft voice, her expression warm.
"I'm glad I can finally meet you. Is it okay if I call you Uncle, or are you uncomfortable with that label?"
Surprise crossed Growl's face. He glanced at Kara, then at me, before the hint of a smile pulled at his lips.
"Nice to meet you, too. And you can call me Uncle if you want."
She nodded eagerly.
"Let's eat,"
Kara said after she'd cleared her throat, obviously a tad emotional. "See, you'll have blood family here, too," I whispered in Greta's ear before we headed over to the kitchen bench to sit beside Primo and Maximus. I wanted Greta to find a home in New York.
Chapter 37. Greta. After my first visit to New York as Amo's fiancé, my anxiety about living there had lessened considerably. Arya in particular was so warm and considerate. She treated me like one of her children. Not to mention that the meeting with my uncle and his family had been so much better than I'd ever thought possible. Dad hadn't mentioned the meeting, though he knew I'd been at the Trevisan house. Since he had enough to stomach with my marriage to Amo and my move to New York, I didn't push him. I held hope that one day he'd come around and allow the past to rest. It wasn't easy. It was something I, too, had to work on every day. Every time I looked in the mirror at the 2 fading scars on my lower belly, the memories of the attack came back, and with them the realization of the consequences. Amo hadn't seen this scar on my body yet, as we hadn't been intimate since the attack 3 months ago. Too much had happened, and my body needed the time to heal. It still didn't feel like my body on some days. I'd always been able to move however I wanted, to bend my body to my will. Now I had to be patient, take one small step after the other toward healing. I hadn't tried to do ballet yet. All my focus had been on managing to walk without a limp. With only 4 weeks to go until the wedding, I'd finally accomplished my goal. My gait still felt off to me, and if you looked very closely and knew me very well, you noticed that it wasn't as fluid as it had been before the attack. But for the passing glance, it wasn't visible. I was still doing physiotherapy every day to make my leg and the rest of my body stronger to regain this last bit of mobility and strength back. Mom and Arya tugged at my hair and dress. It had taken several attempts to create a hairdo with my shorter hair that I was happy with. But eventually, Mom had managed to pin my hair up at the back of my head with a white hairpin with flowers and pearls. Only one thick strand was falling down the left side of my face and curled slightly. Long white earrings that looked like several tine flowers had been stringed together matched my hairpin. My dress was a minimal long-sleeved chiffon piece with a deep bohemian V-neck. I especially loved the sheer puff sleeves that felt as if I wore nothing. Mom clapped her hands when she was done wrapping the silk ribbon around my ankle. Then she peered up at me with an emotional smile. "I love that you picked ballet shoes." They weren't real ballet shoes, but the white flats imitated ballet shoes and even had silk ribbons that wrapped around my ankles and calves. High heels had been out of the question, despite the height difference between Amo and me. I didn't want to overstrain my knee, and I had rarely worn heels in my life and didn't want to feel uncomfortable on my wedding day. "I should have worn flats on my wedding day," Arya said with a laugh. It would have spared me the blisters, though my hurting feet were the least of my worries on that day. Mom laughed and exchanged a knowing look with Arya. I remember how nervous I was about the prospect of marriage when I was promised. But my wedding to Remo was so relaxed and easygoing. "I really wish I could have enjoyed my wedding day like you'll hopefully enjoy today," Arya said to me. She lightly touched my shoulder. "Amo is a good man. I know he'll do everything he can to make you happy." This isn't the beginning of a sex talk, is it? I glanced between Mom and Arya. Amo and I have already been intimate. Tonight is only the final step we haven't taken yet. Arya flushed a bright red and laughed. "Oh, Amo warned me about your directness." Mom's smile was a bit tight, too. "No talk, we promise. You and Amo will figure it out, I'm sure, without our unnecessary advice." I nodded and blew out a long breath as I regarded myself in the mirror once more. Arya left with a wave. I pursed my lips in confusion. "She wants to give us a moment alone," Mom said, coming up behind me and hugging me gently. She was several inches taller than me. "I know you and Amo love each other, but I want to make sure you're still okay with everything that's going to happen today, especially tonight. Even if you and Amo have been intimate, I want you to know that nothing forces you to take the final step tonight. If you feel anxious or just not ready, then you should say stop. Amo can fake the sheets like his father did." Mom and Arya had exchanged many stories from the past, apparently even intimate ones I didn't want to hear about. I was glad that they'd hit it off, though, considering that Dad and Luca still had trouble being in the same room without a fight. I thought I wouldn't get the talk. It's not a sex talk. It's a talk about consent and your emotional well-being. I gave Mom a doubtful look. Amo respects my boundaries. And it doesn't matter what you call it, it's not necessary. I have confidence in Amo's abilities to make tonight special for both of us. I patted her arm to ease the blow and didn't comment on her blush. Considering how often I'd overheard her and Dad by accident, it was surprising that my mere mentioning of sex made her feel so uncomfortable. I'm grateful for your concern, though. A knock sounded. That must be your father. Don't tell him what you just told me. Mom scanned me once more before she went to the door and opened it. I tensed when Dad stepped in, worried he'd try to talk me out of the wedding. I knew Nevio still wished I'd turn into a runaway bride, and while Dad wasn't as vocal about his dismay, he too wanted me to stay in Vegas. Their love and worry for me were the reason for their reaction, but today I didn't want to hear about it. Dad's dark eyes softened when they scanned me from head to toe. Mom whispered something to him, then kissed his cheek before she left. Dad? I slowly walked toward him and peered up at his face. Many people called it cruel and merciless, but for me it had always held warmth and love, and it was no different today. Do we get your blessing? Dad chuckled in his usual derisive style.
Blessings aren't my style.
He cupped my cheek.
But I respect your choice, Miyakata. You aren't a little girl anymore. I want you to find happiness in New York. But never forget that a loving home is always waiting for you in Las Vegas if you ever choose to return.
I hugged him briefly, knowing this was Dad's version of a blessing, and I was so relieved.
Amo. Dad and Ramo sat across from each other on the sofas in the back room of church. I wasn't sure why Mom had thought it a good idea to have them with me before the ceremony. They weren't the best moral support. The only one who'd been somewhat tolerable was Mateo, who'd cracked a few jokes that had lifted the tension. Valerio had already rushed off, probably to flirt with Kimura girls he had no business being close to. It's almost time, I reminded them, hoping they'd take the cue and leave. Ramo got up, but he walked over to me. He handed me a couple of printed-out photos. I cocked an eyebrow when I scanned them. They showed a blood-splattered room. The bed in the center was an even worse mess. It looked as if they'd slaughtered a pig on it, but it wasn't an animal carcass that lay sprawled on the bed. If Ramo thought he could intimidate me with these images, he forgot what my last name was. I'd pummeled a biker to a bloody pulp with a hammer as a teen when we'd saved Marcella.
Were you thinking about creating bloody sheets tonight? Remember what Nino and I did to Chiara's uncle at the last big wedding between the Kimura and the Familia?
Dad got up too and shook his head.
You took photos of the fucking mess you created back then? It took weeks to renovate the room. You acted like barbarians.
Thanks for the pleasant images before the happiest day in my life. Ramo narrowed his eyes at Dad.
Many would call it barbaric to get off on virgin blood-covered sheets.
I gritted my teeth and sought Mateo's eyes in the mirror, trying to give him a silent sign to remove those two from the room, or at least Ramo. Dad smirked.
I'm half tempted to call Dante so he can tell us how kindly he took your presentation of the sheets of your first night with Serafina. At least I presented real sheets.
Enough!
Mateo shook his head and handed them both flasks.
Take a few gulps of this special concoction. It'll lift your mood.
What about me? The groom usually gets a flask. Mateo winked.
You need your wits about you. Tonight's a special night. I don't want you to pass out too soon.
Dad sniffed at the flask, then narrowed his eyes at Mateo.
What is it? The scent is familiar. It takes plenty of poison to kill me,
Ramo said with a twisted grin at Mateo.
We'll see.
Holding Mateo's gaze, Ramo took a tiny gulp, then his lips curled.
It's cannabis moonshine. Gianna and I brewed it as an experiment a while back and took a shine on it.
He winked again. I had a feeling he'd gotten a head start on the cannabis moonshine already. If that made sure he wouldn't kill Alessio, Massimo, or Nevio today, I didn't care if he smoked a few bongs, too.
Fuck it. We don't consume our own product?
Dad growled.
It's not our stuff. Gianna bought it at a Russian dealer. She says their ware is superior and cheaper, which is something we need to work on, by the way.
Ramo closed the lid of his flask and shoved it at me.
I'll let you to your discussions about the dismal state of your drug production and go to my daughter.
I knew he would threaten me a few more times today. I would probably have been disappointed if he didn't. Greta deserved to be treated like a queen. Dad stepped up behind me and our eyes met in the mirror.
Don't drink that stuff. You should have your wits about you tonight.
Mateo patted my back and took the flask from me.
He's right. I'll take care of it.
When he walked out, he took a long gulp from the flask. Dad sighed.
If this day ends without a bloodbath, I'll call it a success.
I nodded absent-mindedly and smoothed my silver tie. Dad put a hand on my shoulder.
I'll make sure everyone behaves today. This day is yours and Greta's.
Thanks, Dad. He patted the spot over my heart.
I should have let you follow your heart. I should have known if you risked so much for a woman that it was serious. I tried to make you prioritize the tattoo of your heart when that's something I have never done since I married your mother.
The past is the past. Today, we start a new chapter. Dad nodded. Then his expression became warning.
I don't think this is necessary, but I'll tell you anyway. Treat your wife like a queen tonight. The Familia is the place to lose control and allow the monster to come out. Never your marriage or family.
You don't have to tell me, Dad, because you showed me all my life. Dad stepped back with a controlled smile, but I'd seen the hint of emotion in his eyes. When he left and I was alone in the room, I took a deep breath. This was it, the moment I'd waited far too long for. I was marrying the woman I loved with every fiber of my being. Today wouldn't be a bloody wedding, but plenty of blood had been shed for this wedding to happen. We all had bled, and some had died because they hadn't wanted Greta and me to marry. Dad nodded at me from the first row. He'd had my back. He'd done what he hadn't wanted to do in so long and made a bloody statement. While the traditionalists had paid with blood, they'd also won on other fronts. Their rules had been reinforced, and the Familia was moving backwards in certain areas. All the blood, all the pain meant nothing when Greta stepped into church. She looked absolutely stunning in a simple white dress. Her smile was pure and unreserved as she strode toward me at her father's side. She was more than I'd ever expected. She was so much more than I deserved. But by God, I would never let her go again. Chapter 38. Amo. I engaged the locks to our presidential suite when Greta and I retired for our first night as a married couple. Dad had even put guards into the corridor in front of the suite in case any Falcone, Nevio in particular, felt the need to disturb our night. The warning in Ramo's eyes when I'd led Greta away had been nothing in comparison to the rage in Nevio's eyes. The party was still in full swing downstairs. Mateo must have given many guests his moonshine, but I hadn't drunk more than a glass of champagne. With my hand on Greta's back, I led her into our bedroom. Rose petals covered the path to the bed and formed a heart on the white covers.
That's very pretty.
Our mothers probably came up with it. I ran my knuckles over Greta's neck, and she tilted her head up with a trusting smile. My desire had burst to life the moment we were alone, but I had no intention to rush things or lose control.
I'm ready.
I let out a laugh and cupped Greta's face, claiming her lips for a kiss. After a moment, I pulled back and motioned at the knife sheathed in the holder under my jacket. Greta bit her lip.
One of your particular traditions?
We could cut the dress without you in it. Nobody would know. Greta lightly touched her fingertips to the knife.
No, let's honor your traditions. I want to do this right.
I pressed another kiss to her lips. There's no right or wrong tonight. As long as you enjoy it, we're doing good. Greta nodded. I unsheathed my knife and brought the blade down on the V-neck of the dress. The material yielded under the unrelenting pressure of the steel. I felt barbaric, animalistic, cutting Greta out of her dress. I'd waited too long for this moment.
Is this a symbol for the wife's loss of virginity?
I glanced up at Greta, trying to follow her train of thought when my mind was going somewhere very different.
Knives often symbolize a phallus, so you cutting me out of my dress, the fabric parting under the knife, stands for my hymen breaking when you enter me?
Maybe, I murmured. I'd never thought about it, but Greta talking about me taking her virginity fired up my need. Her dress fell to the floor, and she stood before me in only white lace hipsters. My eyes took in the scars below her belly button, a familiar wave of rage washing over me. Greta pushed her fingers into my hair. I peered up at her face.
Today isn't about the past or anger. It's about our love, and that you can finally make me yours.
I nodded and finally noticed her shoes. I couldn't help but smile. Soon you'll dance for me again.
Very soon,
she said. I got down on one knee. Mine, I murmured against her belly, kissing the red scar. Seeing what Greta had to endure for this day to happen was another good reminder that I should always be grateful for having her at my side. I shoved to my feet and lifted her off the ground. She wrapped her slender legs around my hip, pressing herself against my abs. I could feel her heat through the thin material of her panties. I stroked my finger along her cheek and into her hair, then tilted her head for a kiss, my tongue sliding along her lips until she parted for me. I carried her over to the bed and ripped the covers with the rose petals away, revealing the white sheets beneath. Protectiveness washed over me when I remembered we'd have to present bloody sheets tomorrow. I lowered Greta on the bed and pressed a kiss to her lips, then lower. Her throat and collarbones before my mouth teased her pebbled nipples. My tongue traced them, loving how hard they felt. I stroked along Greta's side, my hand slipping into her panties. My index finger dipped lower, parting her pussy lips, seeking her wet heat. I dipped even lower, parting her silky inner pussy lips, and gathered the wetness pooling at her entrance. My desire to finally be inside of her, to lay claim to this part of Greta, was almost overpowering, but I held back, wanting to do this right, wanting to worship Greta like a queen. I pulled my hand out, my finger wet with her juices. Then I brushed it across Greta's lips until they were shiny. She opened her mouth, her eyes swimming with curiosity and desire. She trusted me to take her on this journey and make it as pleasurable as possible, and I wouldn't fail. I bent over her face, sucking her lower lip into my mouth, tasting her. My hand wandered down again. I stroked my finger along her seam over and over again, basking in her wetness, her heat, her silkiness. Then I pushed my finger into her, sliding in and out at a lazy pace while my tongue teased her mouth. Soon Greta's moans increased in volume from my fingering, and I pushed another finger into her. Her walls hugged my fingers tightly, and Greta moaned even deeper, her hips arching up to meet every thrust of my hand. I pulled back to watch her face, as it twisted with pleasure, her eyes hooded, her lips swollen and shiny from our kiss. My gaze traveled down her gorgeous body to her pussy, my chest swelling as my fingers parted her. They were coated in her juices. I sped up and slapped the heel of my palm against her swollen clit with every thrust. Her mouth parted wide and she cried out, her fingers clamping down on my wrist to keep me in place, with my fingers buried all the way inside of her as her orgasm overwhelmed her. She closed her eyes, her head thrown back, bared her pretty throat. I couldn't resist. I lowered my head and sucked her skin between my teeth. She winced, her walls clenching my fingers more tightly as she cried out again, shuddering through another small wave of pleasure. I kept suckling her skin, then pulled back to admire my work. A beautiful hickey would mark her elegant throat in the morning. She was mine, and I wanted everyone to see the proof of it. My gaze slid lower once more. I pulled my fingers out of her and brought them to my mouth, licking her arousal off. Greta watched me with parted lips, the desire in her eyes firing up my own. She reached for my jacket and helped me out of it. Then she quickly opened the buttons of my shirt so I could shrug it off. Her fingers stroked over my chest, then lower, following my happy trail to my belt. Soon I knelt on the bed completely naked, and the heat in Greta's face as she regarded me was almost more than I could take. I didn't give Greta a chance to touch my cock. I was already rock hard. Now I needed to make sure Greta was as ready as I was. I got down on my knees on the floor and pulled Greta toward the edge of the mattress before I lowered my mouth to her pussy. Her taste made me groan low in my throat. She was already so wet.
I'm ready, Amo.
I chuckled against her mount. Trust me.
Okay.
The word morphed into a moan when I sucked her clit into my mouth. Greta opened her legs wide. Her feet in her ballet shoes pointed as if she were about to dance. So fucking beautiful. I stroked along her calf and began opening her silk ribbons while my lips kept teasing Greta's clit. Soon she was rocking her hips again, chasing another release. I circled her opening with my fingers to test her readiness. She eagerly pushed against my fingertips, needing friction. So wet and ready. I pulled away, despite her protest. I got off the bed and hurried into the bathroom, returning shortly after with a towel. Lift up, I ordered. Greta did without hesitation, but confusion swam in her dark eyes when I spread the towel under her.
Amo, what about the bloody sheets?
I knew Greta would bleed, given our very different stature, and while I personally couldn't wait to see this sign of me claiming my wife, I didn't want anyone else to see it. That was just for me to see. Open your legs for me, I said roughly. Greta parted her legs wide, her pink pussy already soaked and ready from my finger-fucking and licking. I removed her ballet shoes and tossed them away before I settled between her thighs. A hint of nerves flashed on Greta's face, but she smiled at me. I began to rub the crown of my cock over Greta's pussy lips until she was panting again. The next time I glided along her flesh, I stopped with my tip against her opening. With my hand, I intensified the pressure until I could feel her body part for me, bit by bit, allowing me to inch forward. My brows snapping together, I pushed a bit deeper until my tip was nestled inside of Greta's pussy. Greta released a harsh breath, her belly muscles flexing. I swallowed hard as I watched how her pussy lips stretched around my thick shaft. The sight was such a huge turn-on. My weight propped up on one arm, I released my cock and began to gently rub her clit, then lifted my gaze to her sweaty face. Pain shone in her eyes, but she still gifted me with a smile. I shifted my hips and began to dip just my tip in and out of her until that simply wasn't enough anymore. I lowered myself on top of Greta, my back curved so I could cradle her face in my palms. I need this, I growled. She nodded, her lips meeting mine again. I moved my hips, working against the pressure until Greta's walls gave way, allowing another inch to slide into her. If it's too painful, we can stop. Greta cupped my neck, her nails digging in.
I've waited for this moment for a long time. I'd gladly take pain for it.
We'd both suffered pain for our love, yet Greta so much worse than me. I loathed adding to this, but at the same time, I couldn't stop. Slowly, I worked my cock deeper into Greta while I kissed her gently. Her body became tenser under me while it tried to accommodate my girth. When Greta gasped in pain and I was buried almost to the hilt inside of her, I halted. Greta locked eyes with me and smiled shakily. I kissed her mouth. I love you. I can't believe you're finally mine.
I'm only yours.
I nodded and carefully pulled out a bit before I sank back into Greta's heat. When her body didn't clamp down on my cock like a vice anymore, I began to move back and forth a couple of inches at a slow pace. I slid one arm under Greta, cupping her firm ass in my palm and lifted her slightly. shifting the angle as I got on my knees. I never stopped kissing Greta as I thrust into her slowly, my fingers kneading her ass. Soon the intense friction became close to unbearable, my balls ready to burst, and I sped up slightly. Greta's grip on me tightened as she tried to meet my thrusts. My control began to slip as pleasure mounted, and I squeezed my eyes shut with a guttural moan as my orgasm hit me. I pumped into her 2 more times, releasing into her with every thrust. Then I stilled, my eyes closed, as I relished in the sensations coursing through my body. Greta's soft fingers on my back brought me back to reality.
Greta. I couldn't stop stroking his muscled back and drew in another deep breath, loving Almo's musky scent that mingled with the smell of sex. It was such a sensual, erotic scent. If I hadn't felt so sore and raw between my legs, I might have been turned on again. Instead, I focused on the feeling of utter fullness. Almo was still inside of me, stretching me to an extent I hadn't thought possible. The pain reminded me that this was real, not another dream I'd wake from. This time, Almo was really making me his. Almo lifted his head and kissed me gently, his expression full of concern as he pulled out slowly. I bit my lip to stifle a wince. My body relaxed when Almo was completely out of me, and I drew in a shaky breath. Almo gave my ass a light squeeze before he removed his arm from under me. I'd really enjoyed his touch there and would probably appreciate it in the future as an additional turn-on. Now my body needed to recover. Almo stroked my cheek, his warmth comforting.
"Are you okay?"
"Yeah." He pulled back and glanced down at the towel. He shook his head.
"I'm glad I thought of the towel. This is only for our eyes."
He kissed the scar on my knee, then gently patted me with the towel before he removed it from under me and tossed it away. He stretched out beside me and pulled me against his chest.
"Next time will be better for you."
It was good for me. I traced Almo's bicep, loving its hardness and the strength behind the muscle. I curled my hand over it, wondering why it pleased me so much that my hand looked so small against his arm. Almo pulled back to look at my face, his disbelief obvious. It was good, in the sense that I appreciated the symbolism of the sex, that you made me yours. Almo's eyes flashed with a dark possessiveness that sent a pleasant shiver down my back. Another unreasonable reaction my body displayed because of Almo. Then a slow, ironic smile pulled at his lips.
"Next time I want you to appreciate the sex for the mind-blowing pleasure, not the symbolism."
It'll be good, either way. Almo chuckled and pressed a kiss to my forehead.
"I can't tell you how fucking happy I am, knowing that I'll get to hear your quirky comments all my life."
I still can't believe it. Another thought crossed my mind. But what are you going to do about the sheets?
"I guess I'll continue Dad's legacy and create a new Vitiello tradition."
You'll cut yourself, right? Almo nodded. You could have spared yourself the pain if you'd just used my blood and not put the towel beneath me. Almo cradled my face.
"I didn't want to share even this tiny part of you with the world."
I frowned. You realize many people have seen my blood before. Blood from a first time wasn't any different than any blood from a cut or other wound. Almo laughed, a boisterous, deep laugh that warmed my belly.
"Oh, Greta, I can't wait to spend my life with you."
I shrugged and pressed my cheek against his chest. If you feel possessive over my blood, this might cause quite a few problems in the future. Unless you get a medical education and treat me yourself. I bit my lip. I was teasing him now, but I couldn't resist.
"If that's what it takes,"
he murmured. Then his voice became harder and lower.
"But I'll make sure that you won't ever suffer a wound. Not even a fucking paper cut."
I opened my mouth to protest, but he pressed his finger against my lips.
I don't want to know the statistics or any facts.
Okay. I whispered against his skin, then kissed his finger. I closed my eyes and breathed in his comforting scent. Flames reflected on cold steel. Agony ripped through me and a scream tore from deep within my body.
Greta.
I jerked upright, blinking into the darkness. I pressed my hands against my belly, feeling for a knife handle, but I touched bare skin. My breathing rattled in my chest. The lights came on, then dimmed down, and Amo's face came into view. He wrapped a strong arm around me and cradled me against his side. His lips brushed my temple.
I wish I could protect you from your nightmares. I wish I wasn't the reason why you have them in the first place.
I touched his hand. Amo, my actions are as much responsible as yours, if you really want to put blame on someone. We agreed to let the past rest. Eventually the nightmares will stop. They always do.
Chapter 39. Amo. After Greta woke from her nightmare in the early morning hours, I didn't fall back asleep. But she slept until our alarm rang. Traditions didn't even allow newlyweds to sleep in. You couldn't expect the relatives to wait until lunch to see the sheets, after all. I untangled myself carefully from Greta, who hadn't heard the alarm, and slid my legs out of bed. With a last look at Greta's sleeping form, I headed into the bathroom. I took a quick shower to get rid of the blood on my cock and to clear my head from my dark thoughts that had followed Greta's nightmare. I was glad Nevio had killed Cressida. Maybe I would have held back because she was a woman. I doubted Nevio had had these qualms. I was rubbing my body dry when Greta appeared in the doorway, dressed in a fluffy white bathrobe that seemed to swallow her small frame. She gave me a sleepy smile and tiptoed toward me, wincing on occasion. "Are you sore?" She gave a nod. Then her gaze traveled along my naked body.
I wish I wasn't.
I grinned and hoisted her on the washstand. I got down on one knee. "Show me." My voice was rough and low. Greta's brows rose a fraction, but she parted her bathrobe. I touched her knees and pushed them apart. Blood had dried on the insides of Greta's thighs and her pussy lips, which were still swollen, and so was her entrance. Seeing the proof of last night, knowing I'd finally made Greta mine in the last way that had been missing, I released a harsh breath.
It's not that bad anymore.
I nodded.
I need to get cleaned up.
She was about to close her legs, but I touched the insides of her knees and locked gazes with her. "Let me." Greta licked her lips.
Really?
I ran my nose over the soft skin of her inner thigh. The metallic tang of blood mixed with the sweetness of Greta's arousal and my very own scent. Even her pussy smelled of me. A guttural groan left me. It was a primal need to taste her now, like this, her pussy still swollen and bloody from my cock's claiming last night. Greta touched my head lightly, almost shyly, but I could feel her searching gaze on me. I cast my eyes up when I opened my mouth and ran my tongue along the trace of dried blood from the curve of her ass to her clit. "You taste like mine." Her fingers tightened in my hair when I slipped my tongue between her pussy lips, thoroughly tasting her. Soon the metallic tang was replaced by the warmer, muskier aroma of her lust, which coated my lips and tongue. I couldn't resist. I pressed my tongue firmly against her sore opening. Her body resisted the pressure, but I needed more. Tilting my head and opening my mouth wider, I increased the pressure until the tip of my tongue finally forced Greta's pussy to surrender. Her walls closed around my tongue, and the taste of her, sweet, musky, tangy, metallic, bloomed heavily in my mouth. I greedily soaked it up as I fucked her with my tongue. She was tense at first. The primal need to claim her again was too strong to allow me to stop. I held Greta's gaze, telling her with my eyes that she was mine, as my tongue parted her swollen opening again and again.
"Amo,"
she whimpered. a little pain, and plenty of lust. Soon her lust ran down my chin as she gripped my hair with one hand while the other clung to the sink. "Give me everything," I rasped, and she arched up with a cry. I closed my lips around her clit as her pussy pulsated against me, her arousal dripping down onto the floor. My breathing was harsh, and my cock so stiff it was excruciating. I pulled away. Greta's pussy still twitched, glistening and even more swollen than before. Greta stroked my hair, swallowing. She smiled down at me in wonder.
Every time you taste me, I feel so worshipped. But today was special. Thank you for this.
My pleasure, I rasped. She bit her lip as her gaze dipped lower to my cock.
You can have me if you want.
I rubbed my thumb very lightly over her pussy. I could tell how tender it was. If I took her now, it would be as painful as last night, if not worse. I leaned forward and kissed her sore flesh. Not today. There would be plenty of times for me to claim her in the future, and I had every intention of doing so at every possible chance. I glanced at my watch and cursed. Greta followed my gaze. We only have 5 minutes before the old hawks from my father's side of the family will descend on us to gather the sheets. Greta gave me a worried look.
The blood.
Get ready. I'll take care of the blood. After a quick kiss, I went into the bedroom and picked up the towel, stuffing it into my suitcase. I didn't trust the cleaning staff not to do some shit with it. I'd burn it later, at home. I grabbed my knife from the nightstand and brought the tip down on my upper arm. Once I'd spread some blood on the sheets to create a satisfying image, I got dressed. Not a moment too soon, because a knock sounded. I opened the door and allowed my aunts and some wives from the traditional families to gather Greta's dress and the bloody sheets. Gianna stepped in their way when they tried to leave.
You realize how misogynistic this tradition is, right? It is a tradition we all agreed on. Even your daughter will have to follow it,
one of the women said haughtily.
Over my dead body.
The women pushed past Gianna, who glared at their backs. Mom and Serafina lingered in the hallway, not bothering to be part of this show. Mom gave me a sympathetic smile.
I really hope this was fake,
Gianna said with a warning look from me. She turned on her heel and stalked away. Mom poked her head in, and Serafina hovered beside her.
Everything okay?
You can ask Greta yourself, I said with a knowing look. I doubted Mom or Serafina were worried about my well-being, and I couldn't really blame them. When Greta emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a white dress with red polka dots and red flats, her eyes grew wide at the sight of our mothers hovering in the entrance area of the suite.
Is everything okay?
Mom laughed and exchanged a look with Serafina, who said,
That's what we were going to ask you. Oh,
Greta said, her cheeks blushing, and a pleased smile parted her lips.
No words necessary after that look,
Serafina said, flushing too.
I guess we'll give you another moment, but you should be downstairs in 10 minutes.
With a wave, they disappeared, closing the door after them. I pulled Greta against me. It's a pity that we still have social responsibilities, but we have to face the wolves now.
Are you referring to my family?
Definitely. Don't tell me you think they won't cause a major scene at the presentation of the sheets. Greta looked sheepish.
They are protective, but sometimes they behave.
Of course, I was right. I could already feel the Falcone bunch buzz with angry energy when Greta and I entered the room. They probably would have questioned her right away if my old aunts hadn't sauntered into the ballroom in that moment, carrying the sheets as if they were a hard-won treasure. The blood-stained sheet spanned between the two as they turned to the crowd. I glanced at the Falcones. Nevio stood slowly, pulled his knife while Massimo poured liquid from a flask on a cloth napkin, which Nevio pierced with the blade, and Alessio lit it up with a lighter. Greta followed my gaze, and so did a few others, like my dad, Matteo, and Remo. Nobody did anything. Nevio hurtled the knife with practiced precision through the room so it cut through the sheet and let it burst into flames. My aunts and the other women around it let out screams and dropped the burning sheet. Soon the carpet was burning too.
If someone still wants to see blood, they can come to me and I'll show them their own,
Nevio shouted while the fire spread on the carpet. With a howl, the fire alarm began, and a moment later water exploded from the sprinklers above our heads, extinguishing the fire and bathing us in cold water. I knew it, I muttered. Greta peered up at me with an embarrassed smile, her hair plastered to her face. Soon her dress became see-through. I removed my jacket and draped it over her shoulder. I knew it would never get boring with you. Greta laughed, and together we watched as most guests began to rush out of the room. Nevio perched on the edge of the table and toasted us with the flask before he took a deep gulp. He looked as if he was still hungover from last night. As long as he didn't cause more problems than this, I could deal with it. All that mattered now was that Greta was my wife, and that we'd be leaving for our honeymoon in Spain tomorrow. I anchored our yacht near a bay that was supposed to be one of the most beautiful in Ibiza. We've been cruising the Mediterranean for the last 24 hours. I headed toward the bow of the boat and watched people milling on the beach or splashing in the clear blue ocean. Many of them were stark naked. This was Ibiza for you. I shook my head with a wry smile. Soft footfalls sounded and my smile broadened.
I can't wait to take a dip,
Greta said. I was glad Ramo had insisted she learn to swim after she jumped into the Hudson. I turned and froze. Greta was completely naked, every gorgeous inch of her. Rust-colored nipples perky, and the triangle of soft curls on her mound teasing me. I thought you want to head to the beach, I said, unable to tear my eyes from my gorgeous wife. Greta nodded, her gaze moving past me to the coastline.
It's a nude beach.
Possessiveness roared its furious head. You won't walk around naked in front of anyone but me. Greta tilted her head in that pensive way of hers, her dark brows bridging and a smile playing around her heart-shaped mouth.
It's just skin and body hair. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't change that I'm yours.
I stalked toward her and grabbed her face between my hands before I planted a kiss on her mouth. Mine. Only mine. I don't want anyone to see you but me.
Amo,
Greta began, but I silenced her with another kiss before I lowered my head and snatched one nipple between my lips, sucking sharply, then whispered, Mine. I sank to my knees and left kisses on every inch of her belly, then lower. Mine. She leaned against the rail, holding onto my head, and her lips parted in a soft moan when my tongue dove between her folds to get my very first taste of the day. For a while, I teased her like that, only lightly fluttering over her sensitive nub, never giving her what she needed. I pulled back and peered up at her lust-hooded eyes. Ride my face. Her fingers around the rail tightened, and she rose on her tiptoes, her leg muscles tightening before she lowered her pussy fully to my waiting mouth. The softness of her pussy against my mouth made me groan. Greta moaned softly as I stroked her puffy lips before I parted them, wanting to get a deeper taste. The moment her sweetness bloomed on my tongue, my cock twitched, and I groaned.
Amo,
she whispered in awe as she always did when I worshipped her pussy, which I would do very often. I loved everything about eating her out. Her taste, the softness of her folds, her moans, the flood of juices when she came.
I love it when you do this. My entire body feels as if it might splinter into a million pieces from the sensations. But I'm not afraid, because I know you'll hold me together.
I would, until my last breath. My tongue moved faster, and Greta was beginning to sway, almost as if she were in a trance. She released the rail, balancing on her tiptoes for a moment, almost suspended in the air before my hand shot up and our fingers interlinked. She closed her eyes, letting her head fall back, trusting in me to hold her up as I gave her pleasure. She settled fully on my face, allowing my lips to enclose her pussy fully and my tongue to fuck her deeply. She arched her back, her fingers tightening against mine, and a cry tore from her body that I hadn't thought possible from someone as frail-looking. She rocked back and forth, and her lust dripped on my tongue. I licked it up eagerly until her rocking slowed and eventually stopped altogether. I kissed every inch of her pussy and inner thighs before I let her lean back against the rail. I shoved to my feet and pushed down my boxers, then kicked them away carelessly. I lifted Greta up on the railing and parted her legs with my hips. Greta gripped my shoulders, her gaze dipping to my cock, which I stroked along her folds. I teased her for a while before I entered her with my tip. She held her breath like the first 2 times we'd had sex. She was still so incredibly tight that it took every ounce of control I possessed to cause her as little pain as possible. But she urged me on with her heels on my ass until I was buried all the way inside of her. We both groaned and stayed like this for a moment. I grabbed Greta's ass, loving the feel of it in my palms as I lifted her off the railing. I loved how she was so much smaller than me that I could carry her in my arms with my cock buried deep inside of her. Holding her up, I found my balance before I began to thrust into her from below. My arms helped Greta bounce up and down on my cock, driving it deeply into her. With the sunshine on our skin and the soft whooshing of the ocean, this felt like a dream, one I never wanted to wake up from.
Greta. I clung to Amo as he pushed into me deeper than before. This was only my 3rd time, and my body was still not accustomed to the penetration. My eyes widened at another even deeper thrust. The stretching sensation was intense, painful, but beneath the discomfort, pleasure was building. With a searing kiss, Amo walked over to the lounge area of the yacht and lowered me on it, never pulling out of me. Once we'd settled on the soft leather, he began to thrust into me at a faster pace. I dug my fingers into his shoulders, focusing on the pleasure spikes between the twinges. Every moan from my lips seemed to spur Amo on, and made him speed up even more. He looked at my face as he pushed up halfway on his elbow and snuck a hand between us. He began rubbing my clit while he thrust into me. I loved the feel of Amo's body on top of me, his utter strength, the power behind every thrust. "I want you to come this time," he growled. I wanted that too, but I wasn't sure if it was going to happen. Amo slowed and kissed me gently, his tongue teasing mine. He pushed up, pulling out of me, and rolled on his back. "Sit on my face." I climbed up his body until I hovered over his mouth. Gripping the railing, I lowered myself to Amo's mouth. I let out a low moan when his tongue parted me, stroking along my already sensitive flesh. I propped my arms up on the railing and put my chin down on it, my eyes on the glittering waves as I succumbed to Amo's pleasurable teasing. His tongue was almost playful, switching between firm pressure and feather-light strokes that made my toes curl in the best way. I barely moved, too caught up in the pleasure. Amo's palms cupped my ass, massaging my cheeks as he guided my movements. I squeezed my eyes shut, my moans reverberating through my body. "Amo..." I was getting closer and closer. Amo lifted me off his face. "Scoot down." With his help, I slid down his body until his tip pressed against my opening. My need was too great for hesitation. I lowered myself almost all the way. My body began to shake, torn between pain and pleasure. Amo wetted his thumb and pressed against my clit as I rocked my hips. Soon my movements became even more frantic, driving me slowly further down. And when I settled all the way on Amo's pelvis, he knifed up, snatching my nipple between his lips for a hard tug as his thumb flicked my clit. And pleasure coursed through my body. I cried out, my eyes squeezed shut. Amo kept thrusting upward when I couldn't move anymore, too overwhelmed by the sensations, and then he too came with a groan. I sagged down on him, my breathing labored. I grinned. Amo wrapped his arms tightly around me, and for the rest of the day we did nothing but lounge on the sofa or take dips in the ocean. It was more perfect than I could have ever imagined. This still felt like a dream, as if we were caught in another dimension, far away from reality. I knew things wouldn't always be like this. I'd feel homesick on occasion, miss my family, but I'd find my place in New York. Most people had welcomed me warmly so far, and I had my 4 dogs with me. Once things had settled down, I'd go and search for more animals that needed my help. Our life together had only just begun, and I was excited for it.
Chapter 40. Amo. Greta and I had been married for 2 months. Life had returned to normal, or what now was my new normal, returning to a welcoming home every night after work. The elevator doors slid open, and immediately I was ambushed by Bear, Teacup, Momo, and Dottie. I'd never wanted animals, had rolled my eyes when Marcella had taken in dogs from Growl's shelter, and now here I was with a pack of my own. They were the reason why we were looking for a townhouse with a garden. An apartment in Manhattan just wasn't the right place for them. I petted them and headed for the kitchen. Greta was dressed in a tutu and preparing dinner while she talked to someone on the phone. She gave me a quick smile and pointed at the phone with an apologetic look. She held up 2 fingers. I could wait 2 minutes. I nodded and leaned against the kitchen counter, pouring myself a glass of the red wine that Greta had already opened so it could breathe. I knew Greta had been practicing ballet in secret when I wasn't home. She didn't want to dance in front of me yet, not happy with her performance. I couldn't wait to see her dance again, but I wasn't going to push her. I was just happy that she seemed to settle in much better than I'd feared. She got along great with Sarah and the rest of the Trevisons. My mother positively adored her and pretty much saw her as another daughter, and even Marcella and Greta bonded over their shared love for dangerous beasts in human and animal form. Marcella had become a softie since giving birth anyway. It was a strange thing to witness. I tried to imagine Greta as a mother. The thought always made me smile. We hadn't decided when to start our own family, but we needed more time together and for our families to arrange themselves with the new situation. Greta finally ended the call and hopped over to me, giving me a kiss. I caught the hint of concern in her eyes. Let me guess, your brother messed up again?
Not worse than before. It's impossible to talk to him.
He's lucky Aurora ran to you and not her parents.
You can't ever mention it to Fabiano or anyone.
I swore it. I stroked her hair away from her face. You can't save everyone, especially not your brother.
I know, but Nevio needs someone.
Nevio needed an exorcist, at the very least. When will you see Aurora again?
Tomorrow in Gianna's gym. We're doing yoga together.
Nevio's mess-up had one good thing, at least. Greta had Aurora as a familiar face in New York, at least for a while. And Mom had someone to dote on now that Valerio had moved out. If you want, you can invite her to the Hamptons, too. She can spend time with you, Sarah, and Isabella when I go jet skiing with Maximus.
Really?
Really. I kissed her, then risked a glance into the pot. It was some sort of creamy soup with gnocchi. Soy cream? My lips curled. Greta pursed her lips.
I tried a cream on coconut base this time, and the gnocchi are homemade since you didn't like the last vegan ones I bought.
I sighed. I love everything about you, except for your food ethics.
You can eat meat and eggs and cheese anytime you want. I just don't want to prepare it.
She narrowed her eyes in a playful manner.
And I bet you had an emergency hot dog on the way home.
I grinned. Maximus, Matteo, and even Dad had taken it upon themselves to supply me with meaty snacks and lunch during the workday. I like meat. You know I'm not a good man, and eating meat is one of my less severe sins. Greta shook her head.
Will you try my gnocchi soup?
You know I always do. And if it's inedible, I'll wash it down with plenty of wine. I kissed her indignant mouth to soften the impact of my words, then helped her set the table. Even if I had to eat tofu scramble, seitan schnitzel, and soy ice cream for the rest of my life, I'd still be the happiest asshole in the whole world.
I'm ready,
Greta said with a nervous smile as she took my hand and led me toward the ballet room she'd installed in our new house. We'd only moved in a few days ago and hadn't unpacked the majority of our boxes yet. We'd be celebrating Christmas in Las Vegas this year, and our flight was leaving in the morning, so we hadn't rushed unpacking.
I've been practicing every day. I hope you'll like it.
I'll love it, I said when Greta released my hand to walk into the center of the room. I hadn't wanted anything for Christmas from her except for a dance, and today she'd finally grant me my wish. My mouth ran dry as I watched her. I wasn't sure why Greta had waited this long to dance for me. She was pure perfection as she twirled and bent her body to the music. She was grace and passion wrapped in one. If her knee gave her trouble, she didn't show it. I could have watched her forever, especially the utter happiness and passion on her face as she gave herself to the music. When the final note faded away, Greta straightened from where she'd bowed low. Her eyes shone with excitement, then hopefulness. It's the best Christmas present I could ask for. She smiled broadly.
It feels amazing to dance again.
She headed for the bar at the mirror.
I still have trouble holding the grand plie for long, and sometimes my leg cramps if I'm standing on my toes for very long, but I'm improving every day.
She showed me which move she meant, completely in her element. She raised one leg while she rose on her tiptoe, and I was momentarily distracted by the way her thong wedged between her ass cheeks. She was watching me in the mirror as she lowered the leg back to the ground. I prowled toward her like a starving lion. Her nipples puckered beneath her leotard. She wasn't wearing tights or a bra. Apparently, I would be getting another present. All my fantasies about claiming Greta in her ballet outfit would finally become reality. I came up behind her and touched her slender waist, towering over her in the mirror. Lift your leg. With an elegant move, she raised her leg and put her ankle on the bar. This position allowed me to see how the crotch of her leotard wedged between her pussy. My mouth watered. I sank to my knees, shoved her leotard thong aside, and licked her from behind, loving the access this ballet move gave me. I could feel Greta watching me eat her out in the mirror. I didn't give her leg a chance to give in from strain. I drove her toward her orgasm at high speed, too eager to fuck her in front of the mirrors. She came in my mouth, her little clit pulsing against my lip, her juices dripping on my tongue. Her fingers around the bars were white. Her eyes closed as she basked in the pleasure. I pressed a kiss to Greta's swollen pussy lips before I scooted backward and pushed to my feet. I unzipped my pants and freed my cock. Greta still had her eyes closed and her chest was heaving, her nipples hard. She had lowered herself to her sole, one leg still suspended on the bar. "Get back on your tiptoe," I said gruffly. She did without hesitation, but when she moved to lower her leg, I touched her calf. "This one stays up." She bit her lower lip as I guided my tip to her opening, widening my stance so I could reach her. I rubbed my tip over her slick opening before I pushed in my tip. Greta's lips parted. I lowered my gaze, loving the sight of my fat tip buried in Greta's beautiful pussy. How it welcomed my cock, even though it seemed like it would never fit. Discomfort filled Greta's face, and I stroked her calf and thigh, but didn't stop. I pushed deeper in, groaning as my tip was squeezed and stroked by Greta's inner walls. Greta's fingers tightened further around the bar, and I tilted her head back and lowered my mouth to hers as I filled her entirely. We kissed for a bit before I pulled back, unable to resist the need to see my cock buried in Greta. This raw act of claiming Greta was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. Greta released a shuddering breath. Her muscles briefly tightened their hold, making me grit my teeth before they loosened. She was always tight around me, but I knew I could move now.
It feels so good. Don't stop.
Soon Greta became even slicker as I worked my way in and out slowly. My cock glistened with her juices, and I sped up. I wrapped my arms tightly around Greta's chest as I pushed into her. In the mirror, I watched Greta's lust-filled face, her tiny nipples puckering against the sheer material of her leotard, and my cock claiming her sweet pussy. We came at the same time, and both sank to the ground in a breathless heap, Greta in my lap. Since the first time I saw you in your tutu, I've wanted to do this, I rasped.
You desired me back then already?
Oh, yes. I was completely obsessed from the first second. I never believed in love at first sight, but you converted me. Greta laughed, her expression doubtful.
It sounds like lust at first sight.
Trust me, it wasn't just lust. I've felt lust before, but what I felt when I saw you, it was so much more potent and scarier.
So I scared you in the beginning?
I chuckled. You could say that. It was a new experience. Does that shock you? She grinned cheekily.
Not really. I'm a Falcone.
I laughed and slammed my lips against hers. After a moment, I pulled back. You're a Vitiello now. I'd never grow tired of hearing someone call her Greta Vitiello, especially around Ramo or Nevio. She tilted her head, her eyes soft and loving.
I'm both.
I knew her heart would always be split between Las Vegas and New York, and that was okay. Greta's heart was big enough for her family and me. I would eternally be grateful that she'd opened her heart for me at all.
Epilogue. Greta. 3 years later. I touched a cold cloth to Mom's forehead. She cried out again, her teeth sinking into her lower lip. Her face flushed and sweaty, her hair sticking to her forehead. She sunk her fingers into the linen, her palms braced against the bed, rotating her hips as she breathed through the next contraction. She had been in labor for 5 hours, and seeing her pain, I felt grateful and awed over her sacrifice. I rubbed her back, and she relaxed as the contraction faded away, and she got a moment to breathe. She gave me an exhausted smile. I don't think it's long now. I can feel it. A head is bearing down really strongly. Soon you'll have your babies. What do you need me to do? I wanted to help her in any way I could. These last 9 months, she'd endured morning sickness, back pain, and intense fatigue as she'd carried Amos and my babies in her body. It was a gift I could never repay her. Mom touched my cheek. Just keep doing what you do. Her face twisted under a new wave of pain. I guided her through her breathing, rubbed her back, put pressure to her lower back, and later wiped her forehead. After another hour of contractions, Mom had to settle on the bed, and 10 minutes later, my daughter was born. And 2 minutes later, my son slipped out. I sank down beside Mom with a stunned expression as the nurses checked the 2 little babies with their crowns of thick black hair. Mom let out a choked sob, and I too couldn't hold back the tears. Lie down beside me, Mom whispered. I did and kissed her cheek, not sure what to say, how to thank her for something like this. Our eyes locked and she touched my cheek with a trembling smile. I know. The nurses came over with the 2 little babies. I held my breath, unable to process what was happening. Open your bathrobe, the nurse told me. I'd spent the first 2 hours of labor with Mom in the birthing tub and hadn't bothered getting dressed. I glanced wide-eyed at Mom. She nodded. They're yours, Greta. You should hold them. I parted the bathrobe and the nurses put both babies on my chest. I began to cry when I felt their small bodies against my skin, when I smelled their sweet scent. Mom leaned her head back, completely exhausted, and watched me while a doctor stitched her up. My heart had never felt so full before, as if it might not be able to hold all the love I carried inside of me. "Should I call in your husbands?" the nurse asked after Mom was covered up. Mom nodded. "Please." She opened the door, and a moment later Amo came in and froze as his gaze settled on me. He swallowed hard. Dad stepped in behind him and clapped Amo's shoulder a bit too hard.
"Congrats on the first familiar capo to be born in Las Vegas."
I gave him a teary, indignant smile. Amo and I hadn't wanted Mom to come to New York heavily pregnant, and so we'd flown over for the birth. Dad walked over to me to kiss the top of my head before he went over to Mom and kissed her lips. The look he gave her made my heart swell. On occasion, I'd worried that the conflict my bond with Amo had created had hurt their marriage, but his eyes told me he loved Mom more today than he'd ever had before. Amo stopped beside me, his eyes soft and incredulous as he looked at our children. "They're really here," I whispered. Until very recently, it had felt like a dream that I might wake up from. Amo leaned down and kissed me, then lightly brushed his fingers over our babies' backs. He caught Dad's gaze, and I knew that these two babies would make the bond between our families stronger than ever before. My twins were Vitiellos and Falcones. Amo linked his fingers with mine. Our love had burned stronger than any enmity. The end. Thank you for listening to By Fate I Conquer, written by Cora Riley. Narrated by Thomas Locklear and SAG-AFTRA members Aletha George, Tor Tom, Troy Duran, and Raina Kay. Produced by One Night Stand Studios. Post-production by Dimitra Hardavella. Text copyright 2022 by Cora Riley. Production copyright 2023 by Cora Riley. All rights reserved.